A Change of Heart. The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 29. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. Under the warm, mellow sun, Cherish headed towards the barn to call Malachi. She'd finished her orchard chores, but she wasn't finished for the day. Many chores within the household waited for her. Even though evening calls were Malachi's preference, she needed to speak to him earlier today to get something important off her chest. She'd led Malachi to believe she'd come back to the farm soon. At the time, she had intended to talk her mother into it. Now Malachi believed her mother had already agreed. Cherish had wanted it to be true so badly that she didn't have the heart to correct him. When she had mustered up the courage to speak to Mom, she wasn't at all receptive to the idea. Mom had said that once Levi made a solid improvement, she might be able to go to the farm for a visit. Once Cherish reached the barn, she closed her eyes. She said a silent prayer before pushing open the double doors and walking toward the phone. Caramel, her dog, ran over to her. When she reached the phone, Caramel settled on the ground next to her. Cherish picked up the phone's receiver and took a deep breath. Caramel stared up at her as though he sensed she was disturbed. She wedged the phone between her shoulder and her ear and bent down to pat him. Then she called the number of the farm that she knew by heart. It only rang a few times before Malachi answered. "Hello, Cherish." Cherish smiled.
"Malachi, how many times have I told you not to answer the phone like that?"
Malachi laughed. "You're the only person who ever calls."
"Yes, but one time it's not going to be me, and you'll be embarrassed."
"No, I won't. I don't get embarrassed."
Cherish laughed. "How are you doing? And how's Wally?"
Wally was his pet goose that followed him everywhere.
"I'm all right. Wally's keeping me company, but I won't be satisfied until you're back here with me."
Cherish didn't want to tell him yet. It felt better to hear his cheerfulness before she blurted out the bad news.
"I look forward to that day more than you can imagine."
She kept patting Caramel.
"Is everything okay? You seem a bit down. Has something changed since the last time we talked?"
Her heart pumped hard, making her a little faint. She leaned against the wall.
"Yes, everything's fine. It's—"
"What?" he asked. Cherish bit her lip. She didn't know how to tell him. He'd heard it all before about being needed at the orchard. If she told him again, she'd just be singing the same old song with the same old excuses.
"The truth is, I'm not sure when I will be able to return to the farm."
Cherish held her breath and squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for his response.
"What do you mean? I thought you'd talk to your mother, right?"
Cherish was silent for a moment.
"It's Levi, isn't it?"
Malachi asked. Cherish exhaled, letting go of the breath she was holding on to.
"Yes."
"Is he okay?"
"He is, but Mom has to do a lot more for him lately, and that means I have to do a lot more work around here. She needs my help now, so much more than before. It would be different if any of my sisters still lived at home. It's hard being the last one. She's come to rely on me way too much."
"It's okay. I understand." His voice was quiet.
"I'm sorry, Malachi."
"It's okay. Don't worry about it. Wally needs me. I'll call you. Maybe tomorrow." The phone went dead. Cherish's jaw dropped. She was shocked at how suddenly Malachi had ended the call. He hadn't even waited for her to say goodbye. They normally argued over who was going to hang up first. And what did he mean by maybe tomorrow? Does Wally need him? For what? Was Malachi having second thoughts? Or was he sick of waiting for her? She hung up the receiver and slumped to the ground next to Caramel. Her dog sat there, looking at her with big brown eyes.
"All I want is to be at the farm,"
she explained to her canine best friend and confidant.
I'm going to take things in a positive direction. I'm going to train you to like geese. You really should. It's mean to chase them.
Caramel licked her hand.
That's it. We're going to the park right now.
Cherish stood up. She was determined not to be defeated by a little thing like distance.
Maybe if I can call him tomorrow and tell him how good you are with geese, he'll at least know I'm trying.
Cherish walked out of the barn back up towards the house to hitch the horse and buggy. Wilma came out onto the back porch and yelled out to her, "Cherish, where are you going?"
I'm taking Caramel to the park.
At this time? Mom placed her hands on her hips.
He's got acres of land to run around on right here, and Levi needs to eat soon.
I won't be long.
Can't you take the dog tomorrow? Mom whined.
I really won't be that long. I need to get him used to geese.
Used to geese? Mom frowned. What crazy thing are you up to now?
Cherish sighed. Why was she always treated like a child? Since when did she ever do anything crazy?
Okay, I guess I'll do it tomorrow. I'm coming, Mom.
It's okay, Cherish. You can go, but be back within the hour. I need you to cook dinner tonight. I'm exhausted.
Mom turned around and walked back inside. Cherish took a deep breath, then waved at Caramel.
Come on, let's go.
Once Cherish hitched the buggy, she opened the door for Caramel, and he didn't waste any time jumping in. As they traveled down the driveway, Caramel rested his paws on the door and peered out. Cherish tried not to think about the conversation she'd just had with Malachi and the odd way it had ended. She looked at Caramel.
Please be nice to the geese. It's important for our future.
Caramel was too busy looking out the window to listen. Cherish parked the buggy in the shade under a large cedar tree. The park was big and beautiful, but the lake in the center was her favorite part. It was surrounded by trees and bushes. She put Caramel on his lead and walked through the freshly mowed grass toward the lake. She noticed a couple of other dogs running around, and a few families were there as well. Cherish held Caramel's lead tightly. As she came closer to the lake, she spotted some geese over to the right. She kneeled next to Caramel, watching him closely.
There are some geese over there, but they're not for chasing. Let's hope you do well today.
Cherish stood up and hung on to the lead. Caramel spotted the geese and moved toward them. Then he was distracted by the off-leash dogs darting about. He turned his back on the geese, so Cherish turned him around to face them again. Caramel watched two geese that were in a clearing. One got frightened and sprang into the air. Caramel still sat there, uninterested. Cherish figured it was safe to unclip his leash. Once she did that, Caramel moved towards the geese and sat down about a yard away. Then he ran up and down the lake, sniffing and digging holes, unfazed by the geese that seemed unfazed by him, too. Cherish sighed with relief. Then Caramel was joined by a familiar dog. It was Goldie, Joy's dog. "Cherish, over here!" Cherish heard her name being called and turned around to see Joy walking over. Her two daughters played on a rug behind her.
Joy, hi! I didn't see you there.
Her sister wrapped her arms around Cherish, giving her a warm hug.
I didn't see you either. I was looking back the way we came. I was looking at the geese.
Cherish turned to watch Caramel run up and down the lake happily alongside Goldie. Caramel bounded back up to them and barked his excitement at being reunited with them. Then Goldie jumped up, nipping at his ear, and the two of them ran off together. The geese didn't run away from Caramel. Maybe that was the answer. If the geese didn't run, then Caramel would have nothing to chase. Although one had moved off quickly, and he hadn't been bothered by that. Cherish couldn't wait to tell Malachi.
Come and sit with the girls and me. They'll be excited to see you.
Joy grabbed her arm. Cherish followed Joy until they reached the rug. When the girls saw Cherish, they were excited and ran toward her. Cherish got down on one knee and scooped them up in her arms.
Aunt Cherish, it's so good to see you,
Faith said.
You too, little ones.
She hugged Faith and Faith's younger sister, Audrey, and then she stood up.
Can we go with Goldie?
Faith asked. Go play. We'll watch you, Joy said. Hand in hand, the girls ran off after the dogs, and Cherish sat down on one of the foldable chairs next to Joy.
It's funny that we've bumped into each other like this.
I've been thinking about you, Joy said.
Really?
Yes. I was married at your age. I'm worried about you finding someone.
Well...
She wanted to tell Joy that bringing Caramel to the park was taking a step toward marriage with Malachi, but that would sound odd. Joy continued. If you want a lot of children, you can't wait around much longer. Children are such a blessing. They truly are a gift from God.
I've been meaning to tell...
I know what you're going to say, Cherish, but hear me out. I'm your big Schwester, and I know more than you about life. You don't always need to be so stubborn and headstrong. Perhaps you need to try something different, or start looking around seriously. I know you're busy at the orchard, but you should consider starting a family as a priority. The orchard's not going anywhere. Cherish's mind wandered off. It had been nice to see Joy, but she didn't need a lecture right now. She looked over at Caramel, who followed the girls. Cherish smiled and stood up. Oh, I haven't finished talking yet, Joy said.
Sorry, I'll be back in a minute. I want to play with the girls. They've got to remember who their favorite auntie is.
Cherish grinned at Joy before she ran over to the girls. They ran in circles away from Caramel. Caramel was barking playfully as he tried to catch them. Faith giggled.
Aunt Cherish, Caramel's trying to eat us. Quickly, girls, run, or he'll get you.
Cherish ran off in the other direction, and Caramel chased after her. The girls laughed and ran after them both. Cherish ran faster, weaving in and out of the large trees surrounding the lake. Cherish laughed as Caramel barked and growled at them, annoyed he couldn't catch them. When Cherish grew tired, she stopped and sat on the ground. The girls ran to her and stood in front of her. Caramel joined them, licking the girls' faces. Joy walked over to them, smiling. Aren't children amazing?
Of course they are.
Cherish turned and faced the girls.
Or is it Auntie Cherish who is the amazing one?
The girls screamed and laughed. The young girls ran back to the picnic blanket. Cherish and Joy walked back behind them. You know what I'm saying, Cherish. I don't mean to be pushy, but I don't want you to end up alone. I couldn't imagine anything worse. You admired Aunt Dagmar, a spinster, but perhaps she was a spinster only because she didn't have a choice. You inherited her farm and you were close with her, but that doesn't mean you have to copy her. Cherish frowned. I'm not trying to be like Aunt Dagmar, but I do admire her. You're taking what I said the wrong way completely. I often want Aunt Dagmar to be here so I can ask her questions. I'd love to learn about her younger life. You don't ask those things when you're young. With all her wisdom, she could have taught me a lot of life lessons. Joy shook her head. I don't think anyone would want to live alone if they didn't have to. Cherish should have known she couldn't share her feelings with Joy. The two of them never saw eye to eye about anything. You've got to trust in God. He'll bring you someone if you ask, Joy said. Cherish took a deep breath. I do trust in him. The girls reached the blanket no sooner than they ran again, chased playfully by the two dogs. Cherish watched the girls and imagined Malachi was standing beside her with their children. Her heart filled up with so much love. She wanted so badly to start a life with him, to marry him and to have his children. Their children would play on the farm and run around like this. Nothing would make her happier than to be with him now. I won't be alone, Cherish said suddenly. How can you be so sure? I haven't seen you take an interest in anyone for years.
God's got someone for me, somewhere. She wasn't ready to share yet.
Joy looked at Cherish. Okay, well, I'm glad you've been praying about it. That tells me you're serious.
I have to get back to cook the evening meal. Let's go, Caramel.
Caramel came running toward her.
Leaving so soon? Joy pouted. Is it because I'm talking about you getting married? We can talk about something else if you want.
Cherish put her hand softly on Joy's arm.
It's not that. I appreciate you caring about my future. I have to get back to the orchard. Levi's not well, and Mom's exhausted, so the cooking's up to me tonight.
What's wrong with Levi? Joy asked.
Nothing different. He's still the same as always. It was good to see you. We have to go soon, too. I've cooked dinner already. It only needs to be heated. Send my love to Mom and Levi. Will do.
Cherish hugged her and waved to the girls who were still running around. Caramel caught up with her and ran beside her. She opened the door and he jumped up into the buggy. As Cherish was leaving, she looked over at Joy with the two girls, waving at her. Cherish smiled and waved back at them. Cherish drove home, considering how funny life was. Years ago, everyone in the family had imagined Joy would be the last to marry. That was before Christina's brother came along and fell in love with her. Now Cherish was the last to marry, but seeing she was the youngest, that was almost expected. Chapter 2. The following day, Cherish put her hands on her hips and stretched before gazing out her bedroom window. The sun was peeping over the horizon, lighting up the sky. She opened her window and breathed in deeply. It had been nearly a whole day since she'd last spoken with Malachi, but she was determined not to think about the sudden way he'd ended their conversation. Keeping busy is what she'd do, and, with a never-ending list of tasks to be done, that wouldn't be hard. Today, Cherish planned to clean the shop in front of the house, where they used to sell apple-related goods. She was disappointed that they weren't able to open it this year. A byproduct of all her sisters being married was a shortage of family help. The bumper crop they'd recently harvested boosted their income, and perhaps soon they could afford to employ some workers for the shop, possibly next year. Still, it used to be fun when her sisters and Crystal paired up and took turns to work in the shop. Cherish walked to the closet and took out a dress that was already wrinkled from a previous wearing. She exchanged it for her nightgown and pulled it over her head. Absent-mindedly looking out the window, she ran a brush through her hair. Her eyes drooped from lack of sleep, and she yawned so loud that she frightened herself. Once she was fully dressed, she braided her hair and placed on her prayer cup. She tossed and turned the night before as she thought about her future with Malachi. She'd never been so unsure, and the quiet, lonely hours had been filled with fearful thoughts. A couple of days ago, he had mentioned that the bishop was coming up with ways to attract more families to the community. Had Malachi met someone new from one of these families? She sure hoped not. She leaned down to pat Caramel. With all her tossing and turning, he'd given up sleeping on the bed, choosing the rug on the floor.
Sorry, boy, but you do have all day to sleep, so I don't feel that bad about keeping you awake.
She stood up and looked at her reflection in the window and saw how awful she looked. Her eyelids appeared too heavy to hold up, and there were dark circles underneath her eyes. She put on her shoes and opened her bedroom door. As she walked downstairs, she was met with the smell of bacon and eggs wafting from the kitchen. It made her tummy rumble. Levi, Wilma, Debbie, and Jared were sitting at the table when Cherish entered the kitchen. Jared was sitting with the adults instead of at his small table. When Cherish got closer, she noticed Jared sat on 2 pillows. "Good morning, Cherish." Wilma stood up to fetch the kettle, just as Caramel walked through the kitchen and pushed open the back door with his nose.
"Good morning, everyone."
Cherish walked over and took the cover off her birds. They didn't like their large outdoor cage that Adam had made some years ago. Wild birds had tormented them, pecking at their cage. Timmy and Tommy were far happier in their smaller cage for 2 that sat in the corner of the room that adjoined the kitchen.
"Good morning, Timmy and Tommy." I'll be back later to change your seeds and top up your water.
And to clean the seeds off the floor, Mom said.
Yeah, I always clean the floor, Mom.
Cherish sat down at the table. Her mouth watered as she looked at the food. Wilma had prepared a bacon and egg breakfast casserole. After they said their silent prayers of thanks for the food, Wilma got up and filled everyone's cups with tea. Cherish looked at Levi. His face was paler than usual, and he seemed half asleep. She looked at her mother and could tell she was worried, too.
"How are you, Levi?"
Cherish asked, as she heaped some food onto her plate. Levi gave her a weak smile. "I'm a little tired." "Do you want to go back to bed?" Wilma asked. "I can bring you in a tray." "Nay, I'm fine."
"So, what's everyone got planned for the day?" Wilma asked. "I'm about to take Jared to Peter's place. Then I'm off to work. Peter assures me he can look after him for the day."
Debbie ate a mouthful of food.
"No, I don't want to go there," Jared said.
"Okay, calm down."
Debbie touched his arm ever so slightly.
"Peter said he'll do some fun things with you."
"No, I want to stay with you."
Jared threw his fork across the table, hitting Levi in the arm. Debbie gasped and jumped up from her chair. She took Jared by his arm and walked him out of the room. Cherish and Wilma ran over to Levi, who was rubbing his arm.
"Are you okay?"
Cherish asked.
"Yes, I'm fine. It hardly hit me."
Cherish sat down again. She felt so sorry for Debbie, who had suffered alone for so long. She hoped that Debbie would meet someone like Malachi to spend the rest of her life with. After all, it was clear that Debbie wasn't in love with Peter, a good man. She was in love with her late husband, John. But he was gone, and there was nothing that could bring him back now. Wilma sat back down in her chair and shook her head.
"I do hope Debbie finds someone to help with him."
"I'm sure she will," Cherish said hopefully. "I was just thinking the very same thing."
"What are your plans for the day, Cherish? Why are you dressed like that? Take that off and we can use it for rags."
Wilma looked her up and down.
"I thought I'd clean out the shop. It'll be grubby in there, and I'll throw this dress out after today."
"Don't throw it away. We'll use it for rags."
"That's what I meant. The shop hasn't been used in over a year, and I'm sure there's dust everywhere. I know for certain there's a lot of broken things that need to be sorted and thrown out."
Also, Cherish wanted to be alone with her thoughts, and the shop was far enough away from everyone to do just that.
"That's a great idea, Cherish. I was in there a few weeks ago looking for my old boots, but couldn't find them anywhere. There's too much stuff in there,"
Levi said weakly, before taking a sip of his tea. Wilma frowned at Levi.
"What would your boots be doing in the shop?" "I'm not sure. They're nowhere else to be found." "They'll be around somewhere. You've got about 3 pairs of boots." "I like my old ones."
"I'll try to find them."
Mom turned her attention to Cherish.
"Make sure you do a good job. You always do things half-heartedly."
Wilma blew on her tea.
"Then someone has to redo them. That takes double the time because it's double the work."
Cherish didn't take offense. She was used to her mother's remarks.
"Okay, I will. Thank you for breakfast, Mom. I'll get started now unless you want me to do something else first."
"Nay, you do as you said. It's a job that's been nagging at the back of my mind."
Cherish got up, wiped her hands on her apron, and took her dish to the sink. She pulled out the mop and a bag of old rags from the utility room before heading out the front door. The morning air was cool, so she closed her eyes and turned her face for the sun to warm it. Caramel came out of nowhere and walked beside her as she made her way down the driveway. As she was opening the shop's door, she heard a horse and buggy. She turned around to see Debbie on her way to her stall at the markets. Only the top of Jared's head could be seen. Cherish smiled and waved at her. When Cherish opened the door to the shop, she was hit with stale and musty air. She sneezed immediately after moving inside.
The first thing she did was open the window on the far side of the room. To get there, she had to step over a lot of boxes. Discovering the boxes were empty, she stacked them outside the door. Then she took an old towel and wrung out a few drops of water in the sink at the back of the shop and wiped down the windowsill. While she was cleaning, her mind drifted to Malachi. She did her best to shake off her thoughts and focus on the task at hand. She worked for hours, cleaning, mopping, and organizing. It felt good to get some real work done. The shelves were clean, and she had dusted and washed the windows, as well as swept and washed the floor. "Can I come in?" She swung around to see Wilma. Cherish laughed. "Of course you can come in." Wilma smiled and held out a plate with a sandwich on it. "Do you want to eat here or back at the house?" "Is it lunchtime already?" "It is. You've been down here a long time." Wilma looked around. "And you've done a great job. I'm impressed." "Thanks. I'm nearly finished. I've just got to figure out what to take up to the house and what to leave here." Wilma looked at the canned goods. "They'll keep for a while. If we need them, we know where they are." Cherish sat down at the counter with her sandwich. "Are you staying to talk with me?" "Nay, I've got too much to do at the house." "Where's Ada today? She's usually here by now." "She should be here any minute. Bliss is coming here too. It's about time she did some real work instead of trying to make her house better. It's fine the way it is." Wilma turned and left before Cherish could agree with her. Bliss's house didn't need any improvements. As Cherish took the last mouthful of her chicken salad sandwich, she heard a horse and buggy go past. A couple of minutes later, it was the sound of a car. Immediately, she assumed someone had seen the door open and the boxes outside the store, and they had come to purchase something. She'd have to tell them the shop was closed this year. She walked out the front door and saw a shiny black car. She watched as someone got out. She blinked twice. No, it couldn't be. Chapter 3. Malachi walked over to her with a knapsack slung over his shoulder, grinning. She tried to speak, but no words came out. All she could do was stare. He wore a white shirt fastened up to the neck and black pants. When he took off his hat, she noticed his hair was combed back on one side, revealing his high forehead and his ears that were a little too large. Still, he looked handsome. She'd only seen him look this nice when he'd been going to weddings. He was usually covered in dirt, but not today. Malachi stood in front of her. "Hello." "What are you doing here?" She looked up into his dark eyes. He laughed. "I missed you, so I hired a car and a driver to bring me here. If you're not gonna come to me, I'll come to you." He dropped his knapsack on the ground. Cherish threw her arms around him. She didn't even care that she was in her worst dress or covered in dirt and grime from working all morning. All she cared about at that moment was being in his arms. "Is it really you?" she whispered in his ear, as a tear rolled down her cheek. He was here. This meant he truly loved her. "It's really me," he whispered back to the sound of his hired car moving away. He wiped the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. She breathed in the scent of him, woodsy and clean-smelling, mixed with something else. The smell of his sweat mixed with the scent of his hair. She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply. It was amazing how much she had missed that scent. She pulled back, her hand still on his shoulders, and stared at him. "How long will you stay?" Cherish asked. With his fingertips, he brushed dirt off her cheek. "You had a smudge." "Oh," she laughed, picked up her apron's end, and wiped her face. He looked down at himself. "Sorry I'm a mess. The car's air conditioning didn't work, and it got quite hot." "You should be used to that, since buggies don't have cooling." "I'm not used to being in a car for so long. You asked how long I'm here for?
Yes, Cherish nodded.
I'm not sure yet.
Who's looking after the farm? Cherish asked.
Ruth agreed to take care of the farm and babysit Wally while I'm gone. A friend is also checking in.
That's great. Can Ruth manage?
She'll be fine. I've left a detailed list, and she knows what to do. She's lived on farms all of her life.
I'm so happy you're here. She wrapped her arms around him again, pulling him into a tight embrace. He looked around him at the cans sitting on the countertop and the cleaning rags next to them.
I'll help you. What are we doing?
I was just finishing up. I was going to go through the cans and list what we've got. Florence asked me to do an inventory a while ago, but she gave up asking. Don't worry about that. I can do that another day. You're here, and I'm so excited to show you around the orchard. I'll take you to all my favorite places. The fields where I pick berries and wildflowers, and the places where I go to be alone and ponder my thoughts.
Malachi laughed again. I can't wait. We can ponder our thoughts together.
The orchard goes on and on. I'll show you most of it, or all of it if you want. You don't have to walk over every bit, because after a while, it all starts looking pretty much the same. She realized she hadn't told him the news about Caramel not chasing the geese yet, but that could wait.
Are you sure you can spare the time? I'm sure you've got a lot to do around here, and I can help. I don't want to distract you from—
Shh, she whispered to him, putting a finger to his lips.
I've missed you, he said.
Come on, you can meet Levi. Ada and Samuel should have arrived by now, too.
Good. I've never met Levi.
He'll be excited to meet you. Are you hungry?
Not especially. Should I be nervous about meeting Levi?
Not at all.
I do have to find a place to stay, too.
Stay here. We've got plenty of spare rooms, so that's not a problem.
I don't have to stay here. I can find somewhere—
No! You're staying here, and that's the end of it. Mom wouldn't have you staying anywhere else anyway. You've hosted us at the farm so many times.
He chuckled. Okay, as long as it's fine with everyone else.
It will be.
Cherish moved all the boxes inside the store while Malachi closed the window. Then the two of them walked up to the house. Ada and Wilma stood at the front door with smiles beaming on their faces.
I heard a car. Didn't I say that, Wilma? Ada asked. You did, and the car brought Malachi. Why didn't you tell us the good news about Malachi visiting us, Cherish? Mom called out. It's a surprise. He didn't even tell me.
Cherish and Malachi stopped in front of them. Malachi shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot, looking down at the ground. Wilma frowned and stepped aside.
Ada, why don't you go inside and put on some coffee? I'll talk to Malachi for a minute.
Ada gave her a curious expression before she went inside, closing the door behind her.
So, Wilma asked, standing her ground. What's going on? Did something happen? Are you in trouble, Malachi?
No, Wilma, nothing like that. Cherish just told me so much about the orchard that I had to see it for myself.
Now he was smiling and looking right at Cherish. Wilma turned to look at Cherish.
And I'm really glad I did. It's so nice, he added.
Yes, it is, Wilma said.
He looked up at the sky.
It's a beautiful day today, isn't it?
It's an average day for this time of year.
Wilma was uneasy about the real reason he showed up so unexpectedly.
Being at the orchard makes it even more beautiful, Cherish said.
Wilma nodded. It was hard for Wilma to speak. She could tell by looking at the two of them that they were in love. Why else would Malachi travel all that way? That meant she was about to lose another daughter. Malachi looked at Cherish.
Perhaps someone will give me a tour of the whole orchard.
Of course, Wilma said. I'm sure Cherish will be happy to show you around after we feed you after your long trip.
She took a step backward and opened the door. "Come in and meet Levi. I'm sure you've already met Samuel." "I have. I met him a few years ago when he and Ada brought Cherish to the farm."
Wilma gestured for Malachi to follow her into the living room. Cherish walked behind them. She could hardly keep the smile from her face, noticing again how tidy and handsome he was.
"Levi, this is Cherish's farm manager and good friend Malachi."
Levi and Samuel stood and shook Malachi's hand.
"Nice to meet you, Malachi. I have heard a lot of good things about you," Levi said as he sat back down. "Nice to see you again, Malachi," Samuel said. "Likewise. I'm excited to be here. Cherish speaks very highly of the orchard."
He turned back to smile at Cherish.
Wilma said, "Cherish and I will fix you something, Malachi. You sit here and talk to the men. Then we'll prepare you a room for your stay." "Thank you, Wilma. That's mighty kind."
Wilma pulled Cherish into the kitchen by her arm.
"Why didn't you tell me Malachi was coming, Cherish? I've had no time to clean or prepare anything," Wilma hissed.
"I told you already. I didn't know. I'm being honest," Cherish said.
"It's a surprise visit?" Ada asked.
"Yeah, I guess that's what you'd call it." "Why would your farm manager be surprising you?" Bliss asked, placing a handful of sandwiches down on one of the trays.
Cherish swung around to face Bliss.
"Oh, Bliss, I didn't even know you were here. I got here at the same time as Ada and Samuel. So, what's he doing here?"
Cherish bit her lip. Bliss had to be teasing her. Had she told Bliss about her feelings for him? She wasn't sure.
Ada said, "Look at her, Wilma. She's gone bright red." "Cherish, is there something you're not telling us?" Wilma asked.
"No." "Oh, come on, Cherish. I haven't seen you this lost for words in, well, forever," Bliss added.
It was true. She found no words that would satisfy all their questions while keeping her private life to herself. It was only a matter of time before they all found out. Suddenly, she remembered what she was wearing. She looked down at her dress, then back up at the three women staring at her.
"I'm going to freshen up and change out of this dress."
"That's a good idea," Ada said. "Then rip it up for rags. That's all it's fit for."
"Oh, Ada, that's exactly what I told her this morning." Wilma and Ada looked at each other and laughed. Cherish ran up the stairs toward her room in a haze of happiness. She was in shock that Malachi had left the farm to visit her. All that worry had been for nothing. It proved he really liked her. She should never have doubted their love. He had always been there for her and put her first, ever since they met. She knew now that they would have to tell everyone they were together, if they hadn't figured it out already. When Cherish came back down the stairs, she was surprised to see that Malachi had his head back on the couch. When she got closer, she noticed he'd fallen asleep. He had 2 sandwiches on a plate in front of him and a full mug of coffee, and he hadn't touched either of them. Samuel and Levi looked up at her, seeming amused.
"Seems he got bored with our conversation," Samuel said,
which made Levi chuckle.
"Did he fall asleep?"
Cherish asked in a quiet voice.
"Yeah, while we were talking to him," Samuel said.
When Cherish got to the kitchen, Wilma told her to make up the green room for Malachi. Florence had named it the green room when she'd been living there because there was nothing but green fields out the window. It could have just as easily got stuck with the name the field room, but the green room sounded so much nicer. Cherish fetched the spare sheets and went back upstairs. As she got to work on cleaning the room, she recalled how upset she was that morning, and now she was happier than she'd ever been. Back in the kitchen, Wilma reminded herself to be gracious to her guest. Even though she liked Malachi, He might be the person who takes her daughter away, back to the farm. Then she'd have 3 daughters she'd hardly ever see. It was coming up to be 5 years since she'd seen Honor and Mercy and their sons. If Cherish married Malachi, they'd live on the farm and raise their children there. At least they didn't live as far away as her older 2 daughters, but she'd only be able to visit once a year. When she got older, she might not be able to travel. She might go years without seeing them. Wilma took a deep breath, then sank into the kitchen chair she had spent so many hours in over the past several years. She was happy for Cherish, but she didn't want her to leave. Even God had not wanted to deny her this opportunity, or at least God gave her free will, which left Wilma with no other option but to go along with God's plans. The only hope that Wilma had was if she convinced Malachi to move here, to the orchard. That would mean Cherish would have to give up the idea of living at the farm. But it might not matter to her as much if Cherish and Malachi were married. Realizing there wasn't much hope of that happening, Wilma blinked back tears and stood up. She was too upset to share her private pain, even with her dearest friend, Ada. Chapter 4. Wilma and Ada had pressed Cherish about Malachi all afternoon, but she'd stayed quiet. She needed to talk to him first before she gave out any secrets about their relationship. Cherish was helping the women prepare dinner in the kitchen when Malachi opened his eyes to see both Samuel and Levi staring at him. His gaze fell to the sandwiches and the mug beside it. He cleared his throat and sat up straight. "Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been more tired than I realized. Was I asleep for long?" "Only a few hours," Samuel told him. "Cherish keeps checking on you. She says she wants to show you around the orchard," Levi said. "Excuse me, I'll find her." He got up and then leaned down to pick up his plate of sandwiches and the mug. Levi pointed to the kitchen. "She's in there." "Ah, good evening, Malachi," Ada yelled from the kitchen table when he appeared in the kitchen. "Come and sit by me and we can talk." He looked at Cherish and smiled as he walked over to Ada. "Wait!" Cherish rushed over to him. "Come and meet Timmy and Tommy. It won't take a minute, Ada." "I know Timmy." "That's right. You didn't want to keep him at the farm," Cherish said. Wilma chuckled. "Wise choice." Cherish ignored her mother. "Come and see them. Timmy can talk now. He only does it when he feels like it." Malachi made a face while he put his mug and his plate down on the table. Cherish remembered his fear of chickens that translated a little to birds. She grabbed his arm and started walking over to the birds. When he was in front of the cage, he peered at them. "Pretty colors." "Thanks, Malachi. I think so." "Malachi, Malachi," Timmy said as he moved up the twig that was wedged into the cage. Cherish stared at Timmy. He'd never said that before. Malachi's mouth fell open. "Did he just say Malachi?" Cherish laughed. "I think so." "He says the words he hears most often, and Cherish is always talking about you, Malachi," Ada said. "Yeah, she does," Wilma agreed. Cherish couldn't remember saying Malachi's name around the birds. "That's a new word for him." "Now, would you like a cup of hot tea or a coffee?" Cherish asked. "Tea sounds good, thanks. I believe my drink got cold." He took a seat next to Ada. While Ada asked him a ton of questions, he ate his sandwiches. He figured the sooner he finished, the sooner Cherish would show him the orchard. All Malachi wanted was to be alone with her. He'd already wasted a few hours by falling asleep. Malachi was frustrated when Wilma sent Cherish off to do one job after another. All he could do was watch the hands on the clock tick by. An hour later, Wilma stuck her head out the kitchen window. "Oh, good. Debbie's here with Peter. We have another guest for tonight." Wilma swung around to look at Malachi, who was still trapped at the table with Ada.
Malachi, you'll get to meet Peter. I have heard a lot about him, Malachi said. Matthew said he'll be here too, Ada announced. He doesn't live here. He lives at the orchard next door. Not with Florence, the other orchard. He's over here most of the time, though. Matthew. So his two older brothers married Mercy and Honor, right?
Malachi didn't want to make any mistakes about who was who. Ada patted him on the back.
Oh, you do have a good memory for names. I like to think I've got a good memory for everything, not only names. Well, did you remember this? Matthew and his brothers are my nephews, Ada said.
Malachi smiled.
I do remember Cherish telling me that.
Malachi looked around.
Where is Cherish? She's doing chores. Don't worry. If you're staying here for a couple of days, we'll give her lots of spare time, Wilma said.
Malachi looked over at Wilma.
Okay, that would be nice. She was going to show me around the orchard.
Wilma swiped her hand through the air.
There's plenty of time for that. It's nearly dark.
Ada stood up.
Let's introduce Malachi to Peter.
Malachi was pleased to be getting away from the kitchen table. When they walked into the living room, 2 more men were sitting with Levi and Samuel. There was an older one and a younger one.
I'm Matthew. It's nice to meet you. Cherish talks about you all the time.
Matthew stood up and walked over to him. He stuck his hand out and gave him a firm handshake. Malachi laughed.
That's good to know. Nice to meet you, too.
You're supposed to wait, Matthew, until we introduce you.
Ada shook her head. Levi pointed at Peter, who jumped up from his chair and shook Malachi's hand.
This is Peter, Debbie's friend, Levi said.
Malachi nodded at him. Nice to meet you, Malachi, Peter said.
And you as well.
Sit with us, Malachi, Levi suggested.
Malachi sat down.
I'll try not to fall asleep this time. Sorry about that.
Levi and Samuel chuckled, and Samuel told the others about Malachi falling asleep. Malachi had always been nervous with strangers, and now he was meeting lots of new people all at once. But he knew he had to push himself if he wanted to change his life and win Cherish's heart. Clearly, he couldn't stay at the farm and expect things to happen by themselves. He had faith, and now he'd added some action to show Cherish how serious he was about her.
Do you like horses? Levi asked.
I do. I have 2 buggy horses at the farm that I'm very fond of.
Maybe I'll make it there one day. I've heard a lot about the farm. I feel like I've been there because everyone talks about it so much.
Samuel nodded.
I'm certain Ada's been there the most. Not counting Cherish, of course.
That would be right. It's been good of her to take her to the farm so many times, although there was a 3-year gap where Cherish wasn't there at all.
I'm sorry about that, Samuel said. It's hard for Ada as she gets older. She doesn't like to go too far from home.
I can understand that, Malachi said,
looking over at the younger 2 men who weren't saying much. He caught Matthew's eye, and Matthew smiled at him.
I nearly went to Favor's wedding. Did you go? Matthew asked.
I did.
What was it like? Matthew asked.
Malachi shrugged his shoulders.
Pretty much the same as all weddings go.
How long are you staying here, Malachi? Peter asked.
I can only stay for a couple of days.
The small talk went on for another hour or so before Wilma walked in and announced that dinner was ready. Everyone stood up and made their way to the dinner table. Malachi saw Cherish in the kitchen and rushed over to her.
Do you mind if we have a minute alone?
Cherish looked around.
Now? It will only take a minute. I've hardly seen you.
Cherish smiled at him.
Okay, let's go out the front.
Cherish could sense Wilma watching them as they walked out of the kitchen. Cherish caught her eye and stuck one finger in the air, signaling that they'd be back in 1 minute. Chapter 5. Malachi and Cherish stood on the porch. He stepped closer and held her in his arms.
I missed you. I've hardly seen you since I got here.
I missed you too.
She glanced over her shoulder, hoping no one would see them standing so close. He took a step back and held onto her hands.
I want to spend as much time with you as possible. It was torture today that you were so close, but yet so far.
I know. I just have so many chores all the time.
I'm not sure if Wally will be okay without me. Can I call Ruth after the meal and find out how she's coping?
Cherish was disheartened at the thought of him leaving, but she understood.
Of course. I wish I could go back with you.
Me too. But let's not talk about things that won't happen. We have to be realistic. I can see you have a lot happening here.
It does mean the world to me that you're here. I'm still in shock.
Well, you mean the world to me.
She smiled at him, but then her eyes drifted behind him to the window. Wilma was peering out, staring at them. She quickly dropped his hands, hoping Wilma hadn't seen.
Come on, Mom will be mad if we take much longer, and Crystal's excited to meet you.
Everyone was already seated at the dinner table when they went back inside. Cherish sat down beside Crystal, and Malachi sat across from them.
Malachi, it's so nice to meet you. I'm Crystal.
Malachi leaned over the table and shook her hand before taking his seat again.
Nice to meet you.
This one never stops talking about you.
Crystal nodded at Cherish.
Cherish was sure her face was bright red.
She looked up to see Malachi smiling at her. Then she looked at the food. There was a big bowl of macaroni and cheese, a platter of fried chicken, a pan of cornbread, a bowl of roast vegetables, and a pitcher of tea spread out on the table. Ada was the first to speak after they said their silent prayers of thanks for the food.
So, Malachi, what brings you to the orchard?
Wilma said, I wish we had known ahead of time. We would have prepared roast pork for your arrival, and something fancier than this simple meal.
It's not a bother at all. The food looks delicious. And I'm here.
Malachi looked at Cherish, unsure of how much he should reveal. She shrugged her shoulders as she cut into her food.
Yes, tell us why you're here, Crystal said with a laugh.
I'm here to visit Cherish,
he added with confidence. Cherish swallowed hard. She and Malachi hadn't had a chance to speak about it, but she was relieved when she realized he didn't care if everyone knew about them.
To visit Cherish?
Wilma asked, as though she was confused.
I knew it!
Ada turned to face Wilma, who was sitting next to her.
I told you something was going on between them.
Malachi said nothing. Cherish dropped her head and pushed her hands into her lap. Other people announced their relationships when they were ready, but not them. Her family had to make things awkward.
Well, I'm happy for you two.
Levi put a large serving of macaroni on his plate and passed the bowl to Malachi.
Congratulations! You two are perfect together, Debbie said.
I don't know why you felt you needed to keep it quiet. Your poor mother has been worried about you for all these years, and all this time her worry was for nothing.
Ada shook her head.
No, Cherish likes her privacy. I'm just glad you found someone nice for a possible future. Malachi, you're a fine man.
Wilma smiled at him.
Now, if things get even more serious, you'll have to look at moving here to the orchard. There's plenty of time for that.
Malachi raised his eyebrows. So, Malachi, Peter started. Debbie tells me you have a goose that follows you around everywhere.
That's right.
Why does he follow you? Samuel asked.
I found him stuck in a fence. He looked like he'd been there for days. I set him free, and he never left my side after that. Except for now.
Crystal put her hand on her heart.
That's such a beautiful story. I didn't know that.
Malachi nodded. They do have a following instinct, I believe, and they're very loyal.
Peter said, I've heard they attack people.
They might if they're threatened or if you're in their territory. Oh, you should listen to the noises Wally makes, Ada shrieked with laughter. I've never heard anything like it in my life.
Can you make some of those noises for us, Ada? Crystal asked.
Ada made some honking noises and then some gobbling noises. Everyone laughed.
Ada, I never knew you could do that. You could have had a conversation with Wally, Malachi said.
Ada shook her head.
Wally and I got along well enough without me pretending to be a goose, too.
Suddenly, Jared started tugging at Malachi's sleeve, and Malachi looked down at him.
Hello, Jared.
Jared didn't say anything. He pointed to Malachi's lap, then climbed up onto his knee.
Samuel said,
That's right. You already know Jared and Debbie from Favor's wedding.
Yes, Ada said, answering for Malachi. No, Jared, sit down at your table.
Ada frowned at the young boy.
This is the adults' table.
It's okay. I don't mind,
Malachi said as Jared jumped down and walked over to the small children's table, waving for him to follow. Malachi stood up.
Excuse me. It seems there's something important I need to see.
He walked over and sat in the tiny wooden chair across from Jared. Cherish watched as Jared showed Malachi how he had arranged his food on the plate. She couldn't make out what they were saying, but Malachi seemed happy, and so did Jared.
That's so sweet. Jared's taken a liking to him,
Debbie said to Cherish. Cherish looked over at Peter. She noticed he didn't look happy. Then Cherish recalled that Jared hadn't wanted to stay with Peter today, even when Debbie had said Peter had some fun things planned. Cherish looked at Debbie and Peter. She observed how their relationship worked up close, and she tried to imagine how their lives would play out. It seemed like such a long courtship, but would it lead to marriage? Were they only friends? It was obvious to all that Peter had waited by Debbie's side, hoping to be a father figure to Jared by becoming his stepfather. Now Cherish had to wonder if that would ever happen. Ada cleared her throat before leaning over to Cherish.
Cherish, why didn't you tell us about Malachi? You left us guessing. It would have been nice to know for sure.
Chapter 6.
There wasn't much to tell.
Cherish picked up her glass and took a sip of tea, hoping the conversation would steer away from herself and Malachi.
He's nice. He's everything you said he was, Crystal whispered.
I knew as soon as he arrived, Matthew said.
I knew before that,
Crystal argued.
We all knew if we're being sincere,
Ada butted in.
It was obvious. I must apologize to you, Cherish. All of these years I've been certain you were too silly to notice what was right in front of you.
Cherish was embarrassed by her family. Even though they thought they were speaking quietly, Malachi would have been able to hear every word. Malachi stood up and sat back down at the table with them.
Thank you for playing with him, Malachi,
Debbie said.
Not a bother. He's a cute kid.
Malachi looked over at Jared and smiled.
Malachi, tomorrow we will be attending the Sunday meeting. Will you be accompanying us?
Levi asked.
Sure, I'd love to. I'm excited to see how different it is to my meetings at home.
There aren't as many people in your community, Cherish said.
Some people like a big gathering better, Peter said. It's nice to be able to meet lots of different people.
I'm sure it is,
Malachi agreed.
You must be excited that Malachi is here, Cherish,
Matthew said.
I am.
She knew her face was bright red again.
Honestly, Malachi, we all knew she had a crush on you, Matthew said.
Cherish frowned at Matthew.
Enough of this kind of talk, please. That goes for everyone.
Malachi laughed and shifted uncomfortably in his chair.
I'm glad to know the feeling is reciprocated. So, when's the wedding? Matthew asked.
Wilma coughed as though she had food stuck in her throat.
Malachi's here to visit the orchard and Cherish. He told us that himself. We've been telling him about it for years. We have no plans for anything further yet.
Cherish wanted to assure her mother that she would never leave her alone, not until she was ready.
How long do you plan to stay? Levi asked.
Malachi was sure Levi had asked him that already.
I might only be able to stay a couple of days. I will have to call Ruth from next door to see how she's getting on. If I can use your phone, may I? Of course. That's a shame you can't stay longer, Levi said.
When will you two see each other again after this? Crystal asked.
Noticing Cherish looking uncomfortable, Debbie butted in.
It's amazing that you two have been able to keep your connection for so long, being so far away from each other.
When you know, you know.
Malachi was looking at Cherish again. She smiled and quickly looked away. She felt the weight of everyone in the room watching her, especially since she was sure that her cheeks were beet red.
I've never seen you so shy before, Cherish. It's cute.
Matthew laughed. Cherish cleared her throat and stood to her feet.
Crystal, would you like to help me clear the plates?
Crystal stood up with Cherish as they grabbed everyone's plates one by one, taking them over to the kitchen sink to wash.
Oh, Cherish, Malachi's wonderful. Absolutely. You didn't tell me how handsome he was, though. You said he was rough around the edges and ragged.
Cherish raised her eyebrows.
He usually is. Really? I can't imagine it. You were keeping him to yourself.
Cherish smiled.
Maybe that's what it was. You two suit each other so well.
Everyone talked amongst themselves. Cherish glanced over her shoulder at Malachi, who was staring at her from the dinner table.
Thanks, she said to Crystal.
She gave him a smile before turning around.
I can't believe he's here. I wonder if he came to propose. Has he? Crystal asked. No, I doubt that's why he's here. He knows I can't get away from the orchard that easily. He just missed me, that's all.
Cherish wanted to keep some things to herself.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. It might be his way of taking matters into his own hands, since you haven't yet.
Cherish faced Crystal.
Do you think so?
She didn't tell Crystal that he'd already mentioned marriage the last time she was at the farm.
I'd be ready for it if I were you.
Cherish could feel her throat tighten as she swallowed. Anyone could say they liked someone, and anyone could talk about marriage, but actions were proof. She knew when she saw Malachi standing at the shop door that they would marry. He must have loved her a lot to leave the farm and Wally. But if he officially proposed while he was here, she wasn't sure how her mother would take it. From Mom's comments at the table, she would not let go quickly or easily. Chapter 7. The following morning, the Baker-Bruner family gathered for a simple meal of cereal before the Sunday meeting. They kept cooking to a minimum on Sundays. Cherish sat next to Wilma at the breakfast table, eager for Malachi to come downstairs. Matthew was at the house, which was happening more often, and he sat next to Crystal as they ate a simple meal together. Levi and Debbie sat at either end of the table.
What shall we do after the meeting today? Levi asked. I thought we might visit Ada and Samuel at their place. Malachi hasn't seen their farm yet.
Sorry, Aunt Wilma, I can't go with you. I told Jared I'd take him to the park afterward, Debbie said. He doesn't do well when we change plans.
Perhaps the young will stay on for the singing tonight,
Wilma suggested as she looked at Cherish. Cherish bit her lip. She had hoped to spend some time with Malachi alone this afternoon. They had hardly seen each other since he arrived. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Debbie jumped to her feet.
That will be Peter.
She walked to the door and let him in. After they walked into the kitchen, Malachi appeared.
Oh, good morning, Malachi, Debbie said.
Hello.
Peter shook his hand, and Malachi stood in the kitchen until Wilma pointed to a chair. Cherish looked Malachi up and down. His dark hair was neatly parted and flowed neatly over his ears. His suit fit him perfectly, and the way he walked made her glad he was her man. He took a seat next to her, and she smiled before he did.
Malachi, good morning. We were talking about what we're going to do after the meeting today, Wilma said. I was hoping to have some alone time with Cherish.
He looked at Cherish.
Maybe you can show me around the orchard, since we didn't do that yesterday.
She was relieved that Malachi agreed with her, but now she wasn't sure what to do. She didn't want to seem like she was choosing him over her mother. Mom was so easily offended these days. I'd love to, but Mom would like to go to Ada's so you can see her farm.
Wilma rolled her eyes. It's fine, Cherish. Levi and I can go to Ada's alone.
Are you sure? Cherish asked.
I'm sure Malachi can visit them another time.
Wilma rose to her feet.
We must leave as soon as everyone finishes breakfast. We don't want Malachi to be late for his first meeting here.
Debbie looked at Cherish. You and Malachi can come with Peter and me.
Jared came flying around the corner and jumped up onto Malachi's lap.
Yay! You're coming with us! Malachi laughed and looked at Cherish. Yes, we'll go with you. Cherish found it funny that Jared liked him so much, but she wasn't surprised. Malachi was easy to like. Everyone bowed their heads and said a silent prayer of thanks before they helped themselves to the cereal and milk. Chapter 8. Jared was wedged between Cherish and Malachi in the back seat of the buggy as they traveled to the meeting. Debbie was in the front with Peter. Debbie twisted around to talk. What do you think of the orchard, Malachi? Malachi gave Cherish a quick smile and then looked at Debbie.
What I've seen of it so far is beautiful, exactly as Cherish described.
He hasn't even seen the best parts yet. I'll show him around properly this afternoon, Cherish said. The next question Peter asked was, where do you and Cherish plan to live? Malachi frowned at Cherish, and Cherish stifled a laugh. Neither of them had said they were getting married. Nevertheless, Malachi had the answer.
At the farm.
Not at the orchard? Peter inquired.
No.
So, Cherish, you will leave soon? Debbie asked. Cherish looked at Malachi. She wasn't sure what to say. I wish it were possible.
I don't want you to go.
Jared grabbed onto Malachi's arm. Malachi chuckled.
I'll be here for another day or two.
Oh, what about me? Cherish asked Jared. Do you want me to go? Jared frowned at her and said nothing. It's nice to know you're good with kids. Debbie smiled at Malachi. You'll make a fine father one day. Cherish felt terrible for Peter, who remained quiet in the front seat. Cherish was sure he would have loved to have Jared be that attached to him.
I understand Cherish wants to stay and help in the orchard. I've waited years. I can wait a little longer if I have to,
Malachi said. Only a little longer? Peter asked. Cherish was worried. Fearful thoughts surfaced again. How long would he wait? Malachi reached across Jared and took her hand. He looked deeply into her eyes. He seemed to know what she was thinking.
We want to be together. We'll find a way, Malachi said. God will find a way for us.
His words washed away all of her fears. She squeezed his hand, and they smiled at each other once more, before Jared ripped apart their hands. When they arrived at the meeting, everyone was quiet as they took their seats. The bishop stood up front, watching everyone enter the room. Peter whispered to Malachi, "You can sit with me. There's the bishop. I'll introduce you." Cherish gave Malachi a small wave as they walked to opposite sides of the room. Cherish took a seat next to Debbie and Wilma in the middle of the women's side. During the meeting, Cherish found it hard to listen to the bishop's words,
since her gaze kept drifting to Malachi. She enjoyed looking at him, still so excited he was there. Every so often, their eyes would connect when Malachi glanced over his shoulder. Cherish squirmed in her seat, forcing herself to concentrate. The bishop spoke on the Lord's will and his ways. It was fitting to hear this now, and she offered up a silent prayer of thanks. If God wanted her to marry Malachi and move to the farm, he'd make a way. If his will was for her to stay at the orchard, she'd have to be happy with that. And because God was a miracle worker, perhaps Malachi would move to the orchard to be with her. Anything was possible. After one of the men had finished singing a hymn, the bishop stood to make the announcements.
Today we have a special guest of the Bruner family, Malachi Schlabach from the community at Villersburg. Please introduce yourselves before you go home today.
Everyone shuffled in their seats and turned to look at Malachi. He scratched his neck and gave a small smile and a nod. Cherish thought it was adorable how uncomfortable he looked, having all the attention on him. The meal after the meeting was always the best. There were so many good things to eat. Cherish smiled as she noticed Crystal and Matthew getting along, but at this moment she was more interested in Malachi. A crowd of people surrounded him. All Cherish could do was step back and wait for everyone to leave him. She sat with Wilma and Levi, and it wasn't long before Malachi was seated across from her. Cherish felt his gaze, and her heart fluttered in her chest. She looked down at her food and ate quickly, anxious to be alone with him. When she finished eating, she excused herself and headed for the bathroom. There, she freshened up by wiping off the ketchup and mayonnaise she had enjoyed on her sandwich. She wanted to look her best for him. She wanted to look beautiful, even irresistible. When she came out of the bathroom, she made her way back to Malachi. Levi and Mom were gone, and now he was by himself. "Can I sit here with you?" she asked sweetly. He laughed. "Of course. You can always sit with me." "I'm glad we're finally alone." "Me too. We haven't had much of a chance to talk today. I keep noticing the time going by. Pretty soon I'll have to leave. Well, not today, but possibly tomorrow or the day after, depending on Ruth."
"I know," she said. "I've thought about you so much since the last time I was at the farm."
"I've thought about you too," he told her. "But I don't think it's the same way you've thought about me."
"What do you mean?" she asked, looking at him with concern.
"I mean that I've imagined all the fun things we could do together," he said softly. "I've imagined how beautiful—"
"Shh! Don't say anything here." She looked over and saw Crystal and Matthew talking. This was good. This was how things were supposed to be. Everyone around her was happy and smiling. She was sure she'd never be sad over anything again. Cherish reached over and took Malachi's hand under the table when no one was looking, and she didn't let go until it was time to go home. Chapter 9. When they arrived back at the orchard, Cherish and Malachi walked down to the apple trees, while the rest of the family visited friends. The sun was warm for the time of year, about as warm as it got.
"I love the scent here among the trees," Malachi announced as he ducked away from a bee.
"I know. It's so different from the air at the farm."
"It's like the smell of leaves and sweet fruit. That's what it is," Malachi said.
"They're familiar smells from my childhood." Cherish was pleased he was positive about the orchard. It was important that they loved the same things. "What about your childhood?" He took his hat off and ran a hand over his hair.
"There's plenty of time to talk about that."
"Well, tell me something. I don't remember that you've ever told me anything about it."
He placed his hat back on his head.
"There's not much to tell. I'd rather talk about you."
Malachi looked up at the apple trees. The light blazed down through the branches, making the apple trees seem like they were glowing.
"This is a beautiful place. You'll miss it when you're at the farm.
I will, but I miss the farm when I'm here.
I'll be at the farm, so that will make it better.
He was hinting at marriage again. Cherish took Malachi's hand and led him down one orchard lane. The tall trees surrounded them as they walked, the light dappling through the leaves, casting a glow on Malachi's face. "You're so beautiful," Malachi said, his voice soft. Cherish blushed and looked away. They walked in silence for a few moments.
"Thank you for coming. It's so good to be here with you," Cherish said finally.
"The pleasure is all mine," Malachi said, squeezing her hand. "I get to be with you, too."
"I'm so happy right now."
Cherish took a deep breath, looking around her. Malachi followed her gaze.
"We should plant some apple trees at the farm."
"I would love that. It would make it feel like home."
"Then that's what we'll do. Anything to make you happy."
"Thank you."
Cherish led Malachi out of the orchard over to a large silver shed.
"This is where we make the cider."
She lifted the large door, and they walked inside. Malachi looked around at the barrels and large buckets filled with apples. One side of the shed wall was covered in bottles neatly lined up next to one another. He walked over to the shelf and ran his hand along the bottles.
"I'll have to make some cider soon. These apples aren't going to last forever. Perhaps you can help."
"I'd love to. That's something I've never done before. I'm up for the challenge."
"We'll do it before you go home. Come on, I want to show you my favorite part of the orchard."
Cherish led Malachi down a small hill at the back of the orchard to another shed. Cherish tried to open the door, but it was jammed. Malachi walked over and pulled the door hard. It swung open, and they walked inside the dark and musty space.
"This is your favorite place?" he asked, covering his mouth and nose.
Cherish laughed. "Just wait." She grabbed his hand and led him to the back of the shed. When she opened the door on the other side, there was a small landing and a row of solar panels beyond it. Malachi walked out onto the landing and sat on the wooden logs that someone had fashioned as a seat. Cherish sat on the one next to him. "Beautiful," he said as he looked out at the landscape in front of him.
"It is, isn't it?"
She looked into his eyes and smiled.
"I used to come out here all the time before things got so crazy at the orchard."
"What do the solar panels power?"
"Nothing yet. I'm not sure why they're here or who put them here. Same as I don't know how these chair logs got here. But I love sitting here."
"Cherish, I don't want to rush you, but have you spoken with Wilma yet?"
Cherish shook her head.
"Levi seems well enough to take care of himself," he said.
"Some days are better than others. You just don't know how Levi used to be. He's so frail."
"You need to talk with Wilma. She knows we like each other, so things might be different."
"I will say something. You know all I want is to be on the farm with you."
He looked into the distance.
"I'm starting to wonder if that will ever happen."
"What do you mean?"
she asked. "I'm not sure if you'll come back to the farm. You've got it in your mind that Levi's not well, so—"
"Of course. I will go back to the farm. I will."
"There's never gonna be a good time. You have to do what's right for you and our family now. I want us to be married as soon as we can. You want that too, right?"
"I do. I don't want you to doubt it."
He had been so patient. It wasn't right to expect him to wait forever.
"I will speak with her."
She turned to Malachi.
"Can I say something that I've never said before?"
He stared at her.
"Of course you can, as long as it's something nice."
"I can't wait to be your wife."
Malachi pulled her closer to him.
"I can't wait to be your husband. It'll be a new start for both of us."
Cherish closed her eyes and loved every minute of their embrace.
"Living with you on the farm will be like a dream come true."
They sat there for hours, talking. They were there to watch the sunset over the distant hills, which cast an orange glow on the sky. Then the sun disappeared as the sky turned a deep blue. A calm wind blew in,
and Cherish shivered. It's getting cold. We should head back.
Let's stay for 5 minutes longer.
Malachi wrapped his arms around her, and Cherish nuzzled her head into his shoulder. Cherish knew she'd most likely get into trouble for coming back after dark, but she'd worry about that later. Chapter 10. Cherish woke up earlier than usual the following day, looking forward to seeing Malachi, even though they'd stayed up late talking. She chose a cherry-colored dress and pulled it over her head. She wanted to look suitable for Malachi, and the dress was compliment-worthy based on previous experiences wearing it. After pulling on her black tights and tying her apron behind her back, she brushed out her long brown hair, then braided it. When she placed on her prayer cup, she tossed the strings over her shoulders. She stepped to the window and looked at herself in the reflection. Deciding there was no more she could do to improve herself, she headed downstairs to help with breakfast. As she'd taken over more of the orchard duties, her mother had taken over more of the cooking. She found Wilma in front of the stove. "Morning. You're up early, Mom."
Wilma turned around and looked at Cherish. She was shocked.
This is the earliest I've ever seen you awake.
It's not that early. I wanted to help this morning.
Cherish looked over her mother's shoulder at the sizzling bacon in the pan. Wilma cracked eggs loudly into another pan. She sensed her mother wasn't in a good mood.
Is Levi okay?
He had a rough night last night, but he'll be okay.
Cherish was worried that her mother was mad with her. The silence was awkward. She wanted to tell Mom she would always be there for her, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Her heart wanted to be with Malachi.
What can I do?
Take the loaf of bread out of the oven, cut it into slices, and butter it.
Her mother was usually more precise with instructions.
When it cools, right? Cherish asked.
Of course, when it cools.
Wilma continued staring at the pan, avoiding eye contact with her.
You baked bread already? Cherish asked.
Yes. Levi woke me at 3. I was unable to get back to sleep after that.
Cherish felt a pang of guilt as she walked over to open the oven door. A rush of warm air and the aroma of freshly baked bread filled the room. Sharing the oven tray were fresh knotted bread rolls. She took the bread out and put it on a board to cool.
Malachi loves the orchard. He's excited to be here.
She tried to talk to Wilma, but Wilma ignored her. Cherish couldn't take the silence any longer.
Mom, is everything okay?
Wilma put down the spoon and turned around to face her.
It was obvious you wanted to leave the orchard, but I didn't realize you wanted to leave this badly, Cherish.
She crossed her arms in front of her.
What do you mean?
Are you and Malachi together? Dating? Or did you tell him to come here and pretend to be in love so you can go back to the farm?
Cherish was shocked. She couldn't fathom what her mother was saying.
Of course not. Malachi and I do like each other, and we hardly see each other. It's been so difficult.
Oh, and I suppose that's my fault, is it?
No.
Cherish shook her head.
That's not what I'm saying.
If you want to go so badly, just go.
Wilma turned away.
Mom, I would never leave you alone. I'm aware you need me here. Have I ever left you before?
She moved to face her mother. Wilma wiped away a tear.
No. It's okay, Mom. I'm aware I have duties to fulfill here.
Denka, Cherish. Wilma stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her. Wilma wasn't the type to show affection, but Cherish sensed that she was worried about losing Levi more than she'd let on. Now she must have been concerned about losing her, too. Cherish was sick to her stomach. How would she ever leave the orchard now? Why was everything so complicated? The worst thing was, how was she going to give Malachi a time frame? Was it fair to have him hanging around forever, like Debbie was doing with Peter? She figured perhaps she should have taken the opportunity to tell Wilma how she felt, that she wanted to be with Malachi now. She couldn't bear to watch her cry anymore. Her mother was overwhelmed enough. already struggling to take care of Levi when he had terrible nights. Matthew walked in the back door. He often showed up at mealtimes now that he lived at the neighboring orchard.
"Am I too early for breakfast?"
"No, take a seat. You're right on time," Wilma told him as she sniffed. It wasn't long before everyone gathered at the breakfast table. Malachi sat across from Cherish as the family ate breakfast. The food was spread out over the length of the table: bacon, eggs, fresh fruit, and fresh bread. There was also a bowl of cereal and an even larger bowl of yogurt.
"How did you sleep, Malachi?"
Levi asked. Malachi finished his mouthful before responding.
"Good, thanks. I haven't slept that long in forever." "Well, you deserve it. You work hard enough when you're at the farm."
Wilma picked up her orange juice and took a large sip.
"What are your plans for the day, Cherish?" Crystal asked. "I thought I'd show Malachi around town today."
Cherish turned to face Crystal.
"We'll come to visit you at the quilt store at some stage." "That'd be lovely. It'd be an incentive for me to give the shop a good clean this morning."
Crystal laughed.
"Ada and I will prepare roast pork for dinner tonight. Cherish, you can help when you're back," Wilma said.
"Okay."
Roast pork. My favorite."
Matthew cut into his food and took a large bite.
"Mind if I come for the evening meal?"
"You're always welcome," Wilma told him. Matthew was smiling at Crystal as he chewed.
"I'd like to come to visit the shop too, Crystal, but I have too much work to do today."
Crystal shook her head.
"You see me here nearly every day. You don't need to come to the shop."
"Don't pretend like you don't want me to visit you,"
Matthew said playfully. Cherish and the others laughed at how Matthew was with Crystal.
"Malachi told me he likes horses, Cherish," Levi said. "Yeah, I do."
Malachi nodded as he ate a piece of bacon.
"You should take him to Mark's saddlery store today."
Levi turned back to Malachi.
"They make the finest saddles and harness fittings in the world. Well, at least around these parts."
"That sounds good. I'd like that,"
Malachi said. "Perhaps you can have a picnic in the park," Crystal added excitedly.
Cherish laughed.
Okay. Thanks for your help, everyone. We will go to Mark's saddlery, visit Crystal, then have a picnic in the park.
"After that, I can show you our horses, Malachi. Unless Cherish has already done that."
"No, she hasn't. I'd like to see them. I've seen a couple of the buggy horses." Malachi smiled at Cherish as he finished his coffee. After breakfast, Cherish packed them a picnic, then hitched her horse and buggy and waited out the front for Malachi to come downstairs. He'd changed into better clothes since they were going into town. She heard the front door open, and she turned around to see Malachi in a white shirt. His hair was neatly combed to one side, and suspenders held up his black pants.
"I've never seen you look so good before," she said.
Malachi got in beside her. "Thank you. I guess it makes a difference when I'm not wearing my farming clothes. You always look good. Do you want me to drive?"
"Yes, if you'd like to. I'll direct you where to go."
Chapter 11. The horse clip-clopped along the road. There was no need to rush. It was one of those days where everything was perfect. The sun warmed their skin, and a cool breeze kept things pleasant. Cherish quietly decided that the only thing that could have made it better would have been if they were able to spend the whole day together, alone. They kept catching each other's eye and smiling. It was nice being with him, and it felt good that he was doing the driving. When they arrived at Mark's saddlery, Malachi got out of the buggy and ran around to Cherish's side, opening the door for her. He took her hand and helped her step down. As they walked into the store, Malachi's jaw dropped open. It was the largest saddlery store he'd seen. "Amazing," he said as he took it all in. Mark came out from the back of the shop. "Hello, Malachi," he said, extending his hand. Cherish was surprised.
"You know each other?"
"From the meeting yesterday," Mark said.
"Oh, yes, of course."
"Hello, Mark." Malachi shook his hand and smiled. Mark was a tall man with a head full of unruly brown curls, big eyes, and a generally rumpled look. He wore a flannel shirt and a pair of work pants. It was clear to Malachi that Mark was a friendly man who preferred to be out with his customers in the shop rather than tucked away in an office.
"Have a look around," Mark said. "I'm trying out a new saddle. Come and see me before you leave."
We will. Thanks, Mark.
When Mark walked away, Malachi stood there looking around the store.
"It's hard to know where to start."
Let's start on one side and work our way over.
"After you," Malachi said. There was quite a selection. There were several English saddles, some with elaborate tooling, even a few snaffle bridles with the same design as the saddle's brow band and throat latch.
"Great craftsmanship."
Malachi ran his fingers along the leather. Cherish waved to Isaac, who was busy serving a customer.
Yeah, this shop was small when he started. It was just himself, and then he employed Isaac. Isaac is Christina's brother.
"Ah, so Christina is Mark's wife?"
That's right, and Isaac is married to Joy.
Malachi nodded.
"I knew that bit."
Now Mark's got a few employees.
Malachi kept looking at the saddles.
"The best work I've ever seen. These saddles are beautiful."
We can go out the back and try one out if you'd like.
"Sure, I'd like that."
Cherish slipped out the back and spotted Mark with a horse, so they walked over to him. Mark put something down on the ground and walked towards them.
"Your shop's great, and so are your saddles," Malachi said.
Mark put his hand on his heart.
"You're too kind."
Can we try one out?
Cherish asked. Of course. Follow me. Mark led them over to a tall black horse that was already saddled. "I finished this saddle yesterday. I was about to try it out, but please, go ahead." He gestured for Malachi to climb on the horse. Malachi mounted the horse straight away. The horse moved forward with a slight signal from Malachi's knees. Cherish was surprised at how attracted she was to Malachi at that moment. He rode the horse with confidence around the yard. The horse trotted along, and Malachi moved as though he was one with the horse. "Cherish, would you like a turn?" Mark asked.
No, I'm fine. I just finished telling Malachi you didn't make saddles anymore. So you're making them again now?
When the shop's quiet, I dabble in it a little. I've put another worker on this week.
Wow! How many is that now? Cherish asked.
5, but some only work part-time. That way I can get off early sometimes and be home with Christina and the twins. When Malachi finally rode back to them, he smiled from ear to ear. Amazing! He jumped down from the horse. "Is this saddle for sale?" "Yeah, it is." "I'll take it." Cherish knew Mark's saddles weren't cheap, and Malachi only lived off the farm's profit, which wouldn't have been much. She hoped he could afford it and wasn't just being polite. They walked to the front of the shop and made the transaction. Mark gave him a heavy discount, but still, it was expensive. Cherish was relieved to see Malachi not flinch at the price at all as he handed over a roll of notes. They said goodbye to Mark and headed to the buggy. Malachi put the saddle in the back and got in the front next to Cherish. "Horses have been one of my biggest passions since I was little. Thank you for taking me there."
Really? I didn't know you were so fond of them.
My father used to ride with me when I was little. Cherish realized he'd never spoken much about his family before.
Does he still ride?
Malachi shrugged his shoulders. Sensing he didn't want to speak on the topic anymore, Cherish stayed quiet about it.
In our community, we don't ride horses that much.
Ours too, but I thought it would be good for the future if we want to ride over the farm to check on fences. I can go bareback, but I thought you might like a saddle.
You bought it for that?
Yeah.
Cherish was conflicted. Was he wasteful with money? How often would they ride horses around the perimeter to check the fences? That was very thoughtful.
It's a great saddle. You'll see when you try it. It was a short drive to Crystal's shop. They pulled up out the front and walked into the store. Crystal was sewing a quilt behind the counter and quickly got up to greet them as they walked into the store.
Hi, guys. How are you? We're good, Cherish said. Malachi just bought one of Mark's saddles.
Really?
I didn't think...
Crystal's voice trailed off.
Malachi liked it, Cherish said.
I sure did. I don't get out much, so I save my money for when I see something I want.
Malachi walked around the shop, looking at all the quilts.
What's your favorite one, Cherish?
Cherish looked around at all of them.
I like that one. It's bright, and I like the pink in it. That's a starburst pattern, Crystal told them. It's trending. I've had 6 hits on it from the website, and I just listed it this morning. It won't last long. The pretty ones go quickly.
Cherish turned to Malachi.
Crystal has started making her own quilts. Gertie trained her well.
They are all mighty fine,
Malachi said, looking around.
Most of them are on consignment, except for the one you pointed out, Cherish. Oh, Crystal, did you do this pink one all by yourself?
Sure did.
Wow, I'm so impressed, Cherish said.
Crystal giggled.
I knew you'd like it. It's the brightest.
Malachi raised his eyebrows.
I'll take it.
Cherish swung around to face him.
What?
I'm buying it for you, he explained.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
Cherish shook her head.
I insist.
Crystal laughed.
Never say no to a gift, Cherish. It's the height of rudeness.
Cherish was uneasy. Malachi had spent hundreds of dollars on a saddle, and now he wanted to spend another few hundred to buy her a quilt.
They're not cheap, she whispered.
When I'm back at the farm, you'll have something to remember me by.
I'll wrap it up. I can't charge you the full price, though.
Crystal hurried to take the quilt down from the display hooks. Malachi walked closer to Crystal.
I don't expect a discount. You said yourself it'd sell quickly. I don't want you to miss out on the proper money for it.
Nonsense. You're like family. I'm sure Mark gave you a discount.
He did, but I don't expect nothing.
Crystal took the quilt and folded it neatly into a bag. After she told him the discounted price, he took notes out of his pocket and counted them out. Cherish looked on, utterly confused. She wondered how much money the farm actually made. Aunt Dagmar, from whom she'd inherited the farm, had been merely making ends meet, and Malachi had only made minor changes since then. After they said goodbye to Crystal, they drove to a park nearby. Cherish grabbed the picnic basket out of the back seat of the buggy and handed it to Malachi. Then they walked through the grass to the park's center, where they found a nice spot next to the pond. Cherish spread the blanket on the ground. They sat down, and Cherish took a deep breath. It felt so good being here with Malachi. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but she didn't. She wanted to lean in and kiss him, but she didn't. She wanted to speak, but she didn't. Instead, Cherish picked up a pebble and threw it into the pond. It made an excellent plopping sound. "I like it here," said Malachi. "It's so peaceful." Cherish smiled and nodded. There was nothing else to say. They sat there in silence again. Typically, Cherish hated silence and often felt the urge to talk. But silence wasn't overwhelming when she was with Malachi. Being together was enough. After a while, Malachi spoke. "I'm glad you brought me here." He leaned back on his elbows and looked up at the sky. "It's nice to be here with you." She noticed his eyes reflected all the colors of the rainbow. There was something she wanted to say, but the words were just out of reach. "I'm glad we're here together," Malachi said, looking at her. "Yeah, I often dream of us living together on the farm, our children running around playing with Wally." Malachi laughed. "One day that'll come true. I always wanted a big family." "Really?" "Of course. I didn't grow up surrounded by much love. It makes you want better for your own children." His comment reminded Cherish that she didn't know much about Malachi's upbringing. There was something else on her mind. Where was he getting his money? Cherish knew she'd have to find out before he left. Chapter 12. The family sat around the table the following day, enjoying breakfast together. Wilma was pleased that Levi could eat with them, because last night he was unwell and ate in his room. Ada and Samuel had gotten there early. Wilma and Ada had prepared a breakfast casserole for everyone to enjoy, placing it in the center of the table along with fresh bread, strips of bacon, and fresh fruit. Matthew, Ada's nephew, was there again.
"This is delicious."
He held his knife and fork on either side of him, staring at the food in front of him.
"It's nice to have so many people to eat with."
"Do you get lonely on the farm, Malachi?"
Ada asked as she cut into her food.
"Sometimes."
Malachi placed a slice of bread on his plate and started buttering it.
"I'm sure Wally keeps you company," Wilma said.
"He does, but he's not Cherish."
Wilma ignored his comment as if she didn't hear what he said. Cherish looked at Malachi and smiled. She couldn't help but feel odd that he talked so openly about his feelings for her. She wasn't used to it yet.
"I've got some good news," Crystal announced. "What is it?"
Wilma looked at her.
"Yesterday, I had one of the best days financially in the shop." "That is good news. Well done."
Ada gave her a nod.
"You're saying that more and more."
"Great work, Crystal. You're a shining star."
Matthew smiled at her and patted her on the back.
"I should be thanking Malachi. He helped by buying a quilt for Cherish," Crystal said.
"Malachi, how nice of you to support our friend," Levi said.
"Happy to do it. Cherish liked it. I wanted to get her a gift."
Wilma raised her eyebrows.
"It was an extravagance, then? Or was it for a special occasion?"
"No." Malachi shook his head.
"It wasn't for any reason. I just wanted her to have it."
"And how did you like Mark's saddlery store?" Levi asked. "Did you end up going there?"
"We did," Malachi answered. "That was one of my favorite parts of yesterday." "He bought one of Mark's new saddles, too."
Cherish bit into her buttered bread.
"Really?"
Levi stroked his beard.
"It was the nicest saddle I ever tried. I'll show you. It's still in the back of one of the buggies."
"I'd like to see it."
"Don't exert yourself," Wilma told Levi.
"You should have seen the way Malachi handled the horse at Mark's store. He's a natural."
Cherish could sense she was bragging, but she was pleased to call him hers.
"I wonder if you and I might take a walk through the orchard after breakfast, Malachi," Levi said. "I can show you the horses."
"Sure, that sounds good. And then you can see the saddle."
Cherish noticed that Malachi was either hesitant or nervous, but no one else would have been able to tell. After breakfast, Cherish collected the plates while Malachi followed Levi outside. Crystal and Debbie left for work, leaving Wilma to mind Jared. Meanwhile, Samuel sat down in the living room, and Ada busied herself making a pot of tea. Malachi walked beside Levi towards the orchard.
"I wonder what Levi wants to talk to Malachi about," Cherish asked.
"He probably wants to ask him how serious he is about you."
Ada placed the dirty cutlery in the sink for Cherish to wash.
"I'm glad you two are finally together, and I've never seen you so happy before, the both of you. Wilma, don't you think they're happy?"
"I'm not happy," Jared said. "I wanted to go with Mom."
"Not today, Jared," Wilma said as she scraped leftover food into a container. "I'll find you something to play with in a minute."
"Hello? Wilma? Are you there?"
Ada asked. "Of course I am," Wilma said. "I'm just thinking."
"About what?"
Wilma didn't answer.
"Wilma?"
Ada raised her voice.
"Yes,"
she finally answered.
"Mom, are you all right?"
Cherish asked.
"Yes, dear, I'm fine."
Ada shook her head.
"I asked you a question. I said, don't you think Cherish looks happy?"
"Yeah, she does. She looks happy." Mom was now busy wiping food from Jared's hands and mouth. Cherish watched Ada take the tea kettle off the stove, pour boiling water into the teapot, then walk into the living room to serve her husband some tea. Wilma headed into the living room with Jared to look for toys, while Cherish washed the dishes. Cherish prayed that God would make a way for her to get to the farm. Chapter 13. Levi and Malachi walked through the tall apple trees, their feet sinking into the soft, spongy earth. Malachi closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the morning sun on his face, while Levi plucked an apple from a low-hanging branch and took a bite.
Sweet and juicy.
Malachi reached up and plucked an apple too.
It's crazy how many apples are left on the trees. Didn't the harvest workers get them all?
Levi said,
This row's a different variety. It's Fairfax's job to say when.
Say when? Malachi asked.
To say what day to start the harvest. You see, it's not the same time each year. It depends how the apples have reacted to the weather. It needs someone with experience to call it.
And Fairfax knows all that?
Yes. He grew up on his parents' orchard, and Florence has trained him as well. It's been a good year for us, with plenty of rain and warm weather.
They walked in silence for a while before Levi turned to Malachi. Have you ever been in love? Malachi thought for a moment.
I'm certain I am right now.
What do you think it feels like? Levi asked. Malachi shrugged and looked away.
I don't know. What do you think it feels like?
It makes you feel good, like everything's peaceful with the world.
Yeah, Malachi said. I think you're right. I wanted to ask you what your intentions were for coming here.
Malachi was expecting this conversation with Levi, and he wanted to make sure Levi knew he had pure intentions.
I came to see Cherish. Everyone seems to have figured that out by now. It's been apparent to me for quite a while that something wasn't right with her. She doesn't seem happy here, not like she used to be.
Levi tossed his half-eaten apple into one of the bins and then walked with his hands behind his back. Malachi looked down at his feet as he kicked some leaves around.
Do you think it's possible?
What? Levi asked.
To make a relationship last long distance over a long period?
Levi shrugged.
With the right person, yes, but it's not the way it should be. Do you intend on marrying Cherish? I would love nothing more than to be her husband.
Malachi sighed and kicked some more leaves around.
I've been in love with Cherish for a long time, he said quietly, but something is holding her back.
What is that? Levi asked.
She wants to get married and live on the farm, but she's afraid it will upset Wilma too much, and she knows she's needed here.
Levi was quiet for a moment and stroked his long beard.
I'll talk to Wilma tonight. We'll manage fine without Cherish. She deserves to have a family of her own. She's at the age where she should be starting her own family.
Malachi thought about how easy it had been for him to speak with Levi.
Thanks, Levi. I'm not here to disrupt anyone's life. I just want to be with the woman I love. I hope I can do that without upsetting anyone. I'm sure that's possible.
Malachi and Levi walked back up to the house through the long row of trees.
When I get back to the farm, I'm going to plant some apple trees, Malachi said. That's a great idea. Cherish would love that. She used to run around the trees and look so happy. I haven't seen her smile much until you showed up.
Malachi tried to stop himself from smiling. When they had nearly reached the house, Matthew called out to Malachi. Malachi turned around and saw him running towards him, waving him down. When Matthew stood in front of him, he bent over, puffed from running.
What is it? Malachi asked. There's a leak in one of the barrels. Cider is going everywhere in the shed. Can you help me fix it?
Malachi looked at Levi, who nodded at him.
I've enjoyed our chat, Malachi. Let's do it again before you leave, Levi said. Sounds good.
Matthew ran towards the shed, and Malachi followed.
Malachi knew this shed from when Cherish had shown him around the orchard. It was the shed they made apple cider in. Only there was no cider anywhere in sight yesterday. When they got there, Malachi saw overturned barrels and liquid on the ground.
It's nearly all gone now. We just need to tip the remaining contents into another barrel,
Matthew said. Malachi walked over, lifted one of the barrels by its handle, and placed it next to the leaking one. Then, without breaking stride, he lifted the leaking barrel and poured its contents into the one next to it. Done.
Thanks for that.
Matthew stood back and looked at the mess.
I'll help you clean up,
Malachi offered. Matthew looked down as Malachi grabbed a mop from the back of the shed and handed it to Matthew, and he grabbed a broom. They cleaned the mess together.
So, Cherish, eh?
Matthew nudged Malachi.
What about her?
Malachi asked. Matthew laughed.
You're a strange guy, Malachi. I can see why Cherish likes you.
Thanks, I think. You're pretty strange yourself with this whole leaking cider thing. It's just water, ain't it?
Matthew chuckled.
Can't fool you. Sorry about that. I just needed to get you away from everyone so we could talk. I never knew why Cherish wasn't interested in any of the men here. She never gave them the time of day. Then when you showed up, it all made sense.
What do you mean?
Malachi asked. Matthew put his hands on his hips.
I've never seen a woman look at a man like Cherish looks at you. It's like she can't get enough of your company. When you're not here, she's looking miserable. Then you show up, and she's like a new woman. Her whole face is different.
You're exaggerating.
No, I'm not. Cherish has never looked at anyone like that. You're good for her.
I am?
Malachi asked.
I don't know what it is. You have a way with her.
Thanks, I guess.
Matthew laughed.
You're welcome.
Malachi looked at Matthew and said,
You're a good friend to Cherish. I'm glad she has you to count among her friends. I worry about taking her away from everyone.
She's an exceptional woman. She knows what she wants.
Malachi wondered if Matthew had a crush on Cherish, but he recalled Cherish telling him how flirtatious he was with all the women.
Thanks for helping me with this fake mess, Matthew said.
I believe the mess is real now, but since it's only water, no harm was done.
Matthew chuckled again.
Don't underestimate water. It can carve through mountains. Anyway, I know what you mean. I can't put anything over on you.
Malachi couldn't help liking Matthew. He was just like a big kid.
Just don't let Cherish down, okay?
Matthew said. Malachi frowned, wondering if he'd heard something negative about him.
Why would I?
Some men date a girl for a while and then get sick of her, and then they end things with her and go date another girl. I don't want that to happen to Cherish. Get what I mean?
Now Matthew frowned, looking severe. Malachi changed his mind about Matthew. He was now acting like a man. No, like a big brother.
You've got nothing to worry about. I will marry her, Malachi assured him.
Matthew's face broke into a smile.
For real?
Yeah, that's what I want. I'm pretty certain she wants that too.
Matthew looked at the mess.
I'll clean up here. You go be with Cherish.
Okay, I'll see you around.
More than likely,
Matthew said, as he picked up one of the other barrels. As Malachi walked back through the orchard, he looked up at the sky through a sea of branches that were rustling in the wind. They weren't massive trees like he'd thought they'd be. They were more spindly, and many of them grew on trellises. When he got back to the house, Cherish was leaning against a post on the porch. He walked up the steps and stood beside her.
Hey, he said.
Hey. They stood there for a while, looking at each other. He bumped shoulders with her.
I missed you.
I missed you too. They stood leaning on the porch, looking over the land that went on for miles. Love made everything look better. It's so beautiful today, she said.
This place is just as you described.
He wanted to touch her, or even put his arm around her, but he didn't.
I'm glad you like it.
He took her hand in his. We could have our wedding here if you want. A smile broke out on Cherish's face.
I'd like that. I've always imagined my wedding here in this house. And of course, Mom would have it no other way. Although I can't marry you unless you ask me properly first.
Malachi laughed. I will. I'm waiting until the right time.
You were out there a long time. Did you get lost? Cherish teased. Levi's been back for a while.
No, I didn't get lost. I was with Matthew. There was a leak in one of the barrels. I had to help him fix it. Cherish covered her mouth and laughed. He grinned at her. What?
Matthew's so clumsy sometimes. He's always needing help with something.
Malachi smiled. He's a unique character.
He's just young.
I think he has a crush on you, Malachi said.
He has a crush on everyone.
They laughed before they turned to watch the trees blow in the wind. Cherish loved seeing Malachi this way. He was relaxed and at peace. She could tell that he was enjoying his stay. I'll see if Levi wants to show me his horses now, and I'll show him my saddle. We got interrupted before, Malachi said.
You do that, and I'll help Mom with Jared. I think I can hear him yelling about something.
Malachi chuckled. Before the sunset that evening, a friend of Levi's came with an unexpected gift of a milking cow and a milking goat. Cherish wasn't sure why, but she suspected that the man owed Levi money. Maybe the animals were a part payment. She couldn't get close enough to hear their conversation, and when Levi came inside and said something to Mom, she couldn't hear that either. Chapter 14. Early in the morning, Wilma walked through the yard to the new cow that needed milking. Did she really need another chore? Malachi had offered to do it, but she'd refused his help. He was aghast. She hadn't milked animals since she was at home living with her mother. That was decades ago. Still, the fresh milk would be welcome. She got out some hay, and the cow walked over to her. It was an attractive, light brown cow with large, dark eyes and long, luscious lashes. Wilma decided that she'd get Debbie's son Jared involved by thinking of a good name for the cow and the goat. She got out the old milking stool she'd found at the back of the barn and leaned down to start milking. The creaking of the wooden seat was so loud that it nearly swallowed the noise of the bleating goat that was next in line to be milked. When the phone rang, Wilma was annoyed that she couldn't get to it. She didn't want to distract the cow by stopping and starting. The phone rang out. It seemed no one from the house had heard it. When Wilma had finally finished milking the cow and was going to the house, the phone rang again. She put the bucket down and hurried over to answer. Hello?
Mom, it's Favor.
Favor, dear, how are you doing?
I'm okay. How is everyone?
She could tell by Favor's voice that she was upset about something. Everyone's good here. Malachi came to surprise Cherish. Did you know they were dating, or did she keep it from you too?
What? No! Malachi is there? Favor shrieked.
The noise went through Wilma's head, and she had to pull the phone's receiver away from her ear.
Yes. I can't believe he didn't tell me he was going there. He could have picked me up.
If Favor hadn't been upset before, she was now. Is everything okay?
Of course not. No. I'm stuck here when I could be there.
Mom took a deep breath. We always want to see you, but don't you think you'd better stay there and get settled into married life?
I don't know when I'll get there. This is so unfair. Anyway, I knew they liked each other. I saw Malachi and Cherish share a kiss years ago.
You did? Wilma was shocked that her daughter would kiss someone, but she wouldn't judge her. Years ago? How many years ago was this?
That's not the point, Mom. I should have been the first person she told. Does everybody know?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
Calm down, Favor. Cherish didn't know he was coming. None of us did. He suddenly showed up the other day. That's all there is to it. I'm in the middle of milking. That's another problem that I won't go into at the minute. We all have our problems and our burdens to bear.
Well, are they getting married? Am I the last person to know about that, too?
Favor huffed. Wilma didn't have time to listen to Favor's whining. She had a goat to milk and the breakfast to make.
No, I don't know. What's wrong with you, anyway? You sound upset. Did you call to speak to me or someone else?
To speak to you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Wilma felt bad. She could spare a few moments.
You can talk. I've got the time.
I miss you, Mom.
I miss you, too. It's so quiet here without you.
Bye, Mom. I've got to go.
Favor ended the call quickly. Wilma shook her head and then replaced the receiver. When she turned around, she was horrified to see Cherish's dog Caramel was lapping the cow's milk out of the bucket.
No!
She raced toward him, waving her hands.
Shoo!
Caramel ducked away from her.
Oh, you rotten dog!
Wilma grunted. She picked up the bucket. It was no good now. Everyone would have to be happy with goat's milk. Wilma rinsed out the bucket and headed to milk the goat, wondering why Favor had called. She hadn't said. Chapter 15. The Couple's Farm. Favor walked back to the house, her heart heavy. She loved her husband, but she hated being at the farm with his parents. They were always so critical, always complaining. Today, everyone at the orchard was having fun without her. She was the only one working hard with smelly animals. It was so unfair. When Favor got back to the house, Simon had made a sandwich for himself in the kitchen. He looked up.
Where did you go? I did some work in the garden.
Favor looked at the floor.
What's wrong? Why do you care? She asked. You're my wife. I care. You don't care, she said. You don't even like me.
I love you very much, he said.
Why did you marry me?
You know why, Simon said. Because I love you. She looked at him, her eyes filled with tears. She couldn't tell if he was telling the truth. She wanted to believe him, but she didn't know what to think anymore. He put down the sandwich and walked toward her. She backed away until her back was against the wall. He put his hands on either side of her, trapping her in place. She looked up into his eyes, pleading with him to be truthful, but he just looked down at her. She thought about kissing him, but he didn't deserve it. Simon put his head down, and they stood like that together for a while. When Harriet walked in, Simon stepped back from Favor.
Everything all right in here?
Harriet asked.
Same as always,
Favor said before she moved away. Simon caught up with her before she reached the bedroom. Favor! She swung around to face him.
Yes?
Why are things always difficult between us? Simon asked.
You know why.
I don't. He shook his head.
I just didn't know it would be like this, living here with them. You allow your folks to be in charge of us. It shouldn't be like that. You're a man. Can't you stand up to them?
Stand up to them over what? They're allowing us to stay here until we build our home. They're doing everything to make you happy, and I am too. Favor shook her head.
I'll be happy when I start seeing the man I married.
Simon put his hand over his heart. That man is here.
But you're not him. I've gotten used to it now, to you not being him.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do something to make you happy. I am the same man you married. Favor closed her eyes and looked up to the ceiling.
There are times when I feel like a prisoner here. And you know what? I'm a fool. I agreed to this. I chose it."
When he did nothing to comfort her, she had to get outside.
"I need to go for a walk."
She slipped past him and headed to the back door.
"Wait! The animals need feeding. Where are you going? Favor!"
He called after her, but she didn't stop. She got outside and ran as fast as she could.
"Favor! Favor, please wait!"
Favor slowed down and turned around. When he reached her, he was out of breath. Favor glared at him.
"You should have let me be."
"Are you going to tell me where you're going?" he asked.
"To the stream."
"What do you want to do there?" Simon asked.
"I don't know."
She ran off again.
"Favor, wait!"
She stopped and turned around. He jogged up to her. "Are you going to be okay?"
"I'll be fine."
"You're upset. Just tell me what I need to do to make you happy." It annoyed her that he didn't know what her needs were. She'd told him often enough.
"I just want you to follow through. There's no follow-through with you. You say one thing to them and another thing to me."
"You mean my folks?"
"Yes."
She threw her hands into the air.
"Of course I mean them. We talk about something and we agree, and then you go back on it when they get involved."
"I don't mean to do that. I'm stuck in the middle. I love you, and I love them. I want everyone to be in agreement, and everyone to be happy."
"Simon, you have to figure out who you want to be happiest. Them or me. I'm your wife."
She turned around and walked away. He didn't follow her this time, and she didn't want him to. He had to think about what she'd said. She could no longer live in the house, suffocating, not knowing what her husband's genuine opinions were on any subject. Chapter 16. After breakfast, Malachi was anxious to hear about the farm and Wally. He headed to the phone in the barn to call Ruth, while Cherish and the others washed up.
"Oh, it's you, Malachi,"
Ruth said when she answered the phone.
"It's me."
"Well, I'm glad you called. I have some good news and some bad news,"
Ruth said. Malachi held his head, his mind going to the very worst place. Had the farmhouse burned down? Was one of the animals sick or injured? He braced himself. "What's the bad news?"
"Your goose is following me around."
Malachi laughed. "That's the bad news?"
"Yep."
"So what's the good news?"
"I brought him to my house. He's not lonely anymore."
"Oh, you did, huh?" Malachi was relieved. He had been worried about how Wally would be without him.
"I did."
"You're a good friend, Ruth."
"I try to be. Now listen, a friend is staying with me for a couple of weeks, and between the two of us, we have no problem with looking after the farm while you visit your girlfriend."
Malachi could hear Wally honking in the background. He sounded happy enough. "This means a lot, Ruth. I can't thank you enough. I'm glad Wally's keeping you company, too."
"You take all the time you need. I know what young love is like."
"Thanks again, Ruth."
"Just be sure to invite me to the wedding, or I'll be distraught,"
Ruth said with a chuckle.
"You'll be the first guest on the list."
"I should go. We're going to a charity auction today. It should be fun."
"Have a good time."
"I will. I'll call again soon." Malachi hung up the phone. It was mid-morning, and Cherish stood with Ada and Wilma, packing pies for the charity auction they were attending later that day. Debbie had left for work, leaving Wilma to mind Jared for the day. They would meet up later at the auction. Crystal had donated a quilt from her shop, and Levi and Samuel had donated farming equipment. Cherish watched Malachi through the window as she placed the dishes in the sink. He was talking with Levi and Samuel. Something about Malachi made her feel safe, like everything would be okay. Malachi looked up and caught her watching him. When he smiled, She blushed and looked away.
"How's Malachi enjoying the orchard?" Ada asked.
Yeah, he likes it a lot.
"Of course he does. It's beautiful here," Wilma said. "I was speaking to Favor this morning. She seemed upset that Malachi didn't tell her he was coming."
Cherish frowned.
Why would he tell her?
Wilma shrugged her shoulders.
"I don't know. I wasn't listening. I switch off listening when she gets that whine in her voice." "Why would she be upset with Malachi?" Ada asked.
Wilma walked to the gas-powered refrigerator and opened the door. She took out some butter.
"I'm not sure. You know what Favor's like."
Ada and Cherish looked at each other.
Wilma said, "I think she said something about wanting him to pick her up on the way. I told her it was a surprise. None of us knew he was coming."
Did she mean she wanted to leave and come back here alone without Simon? Or come for a visit?
Cherish asked.
"I'm not sure. I didn't bother to ask."
Ada shook her head.
"She wouldn't leave Simon so soon after getting married, surely. They're newlyweds." "I wouldn't be so sure. I don't know anyone who could put up with his parents."
Wilma wiped her hands on her apron. Ada frowned at her.
"Oh, Wilma, you don't know Harriet and Melvin as I do. You've only met them at very stressful times. You shouldn't be unkind."
Wilma nodded.
"You're right. I'm sorry."
Cherish was concerned that Favor was struggling with being at the Copples' farm.
What exactly did she say on the phone?
Wilma stared at her daughter.
"I already told you. She was mad at Malachi for not picking her up to bring her here."
She frowned and shook her head. Cherish took a deep breath.
I hope everything's okay there.
"She's probably missing us."
Ada opened the oven door and the entire kitchen filled with the aroma of the casserole they'd be having that night for dinner.
"She wouldn't miss us so much if she'd had the wedding here. That's the problem."
Wilma shook her knife in the air to emphasize her point.
"Oh, Wilma, when are you going to let that go? The wedding is done, finished. What's done can't be undone," Ada said. "Well, it's still fresh in my mind. All my daughters should have been married here."
She looked at Cherish.
"You will have your wedding here, won't you, Cherish, when the time comes?"
Cherish nodded, hoping she'd be able to keep her word.
"Of course."
Mom added, "Naturally, it'll be a few years away."
Cherish was disturbed at her mother's comment. She looked over at her to see if she was joking. Her head was down, but she could tell that Ada was a little shocked too at the comment. That made Cherish feel a little better. It couldn't hurt to have Ada on her side. Chapter 17. Cherish and Malachi rode with Levi, Wilma, and young Jared to the charity auction that was being held at the local sports field. Jared sat in between Malachi and Cherish in the back seat.
"I called the cow Cowie and the goat Goaty," Jared told them.
Everyone laughed, and Wilma said,
"I thought it would be nice to let Jared name them."
"Original names. I like 'em,"
Malachi said to Jared.
Jared put both hands up to his face and laughed.
"I like them too."
"Jared and I went out to milk them this morning. I showed him what to do," Mom said.
"How did we end up with the goat and the cow anyway, Levi?" Cherish asked.
Levi said, "Wes Thompson thought we might like them."
Cherish knew she wasn't going to get a straight answer. It made her believe that what she thought earlier about him owing Levi money was true. When they arrived, there were already loads of people there. Most of them were there early, setting up stalls. After Malachi and Cherish helped Wilma set up the pie stall, Cherish bumped Malachi's shoulder.
"Come on, I'll show you around."
"Oh, please take Jared with you," Mom asked. "He'll only be bored if he stays here at the stall. You know what happens when he gets bored."
Cherish agreed, and Jared ran to both of them, holding onto their hands. They walked through the crowd together. Cherish loved showing Malachi parts of her world. "This is fun," Malachi said. "I hardly ever get to go to places like this." Cherish nodded and smiled at him.
Everything is fun with you here.
Jared skipped.
I love fun.
Suddenly, Matthew came up behind them. "You better get in there. The bidding at the main auction starts at 11. I'm going to see if I can bid on Crystal's quilt." He ran past them and took a seat at the front of the stage next to Crystal. Crystal had closed the shop for the day to attend the event. Cherish couldn't help but think Matthew was trying to win points with Crystal by bidding on her quilt. Cherish guided Malachi and Jared to one of the food tents.
I think we need to eat before we see the auction. We've got time.
"Sure. What do you want?" Malachi asked.
Cherish looked at the menu. I think I'll have a hamburger with the works.
Me too,
Jared said.
Cherish laughed.
I don't think you'll be able to eat that much. The works means that it comes with everything. You don't like pickles, do you, Jared?
No.
Jared made a face. "I'll ask them to make a children's-sized one," Malachi said.
I don't want a children's one. I want a proper one.
Malachi crouched down, so he was at eye level with him.
"I'll get them to make a special one just for you, okay? It won't be a children's one. It'll be a special Jared burger." "Okay."
Jared smiled at him. When Malachi stood up, Cherish told him,
"Jared will only eat cheese and meat."
While Malachi went to get the food, Jared and Cherish sat down at one of the tables.
"So, Cowie and Goaty, eh?"
Jared nodded.
"How did you come up with the names?"
Cherish pushed Jared's dark hair away from his eyes. Jared put both hands in the air.
"I just did."
"Maybe you can help look after them."
"Aunt Wilma already said I could. I'm going to help her every morning."
"That will be a big help. You're growing up so fast."
"Yeah, soon I'll be this big."
Jared stood and reached his hands into the air, standing on his toes. Then he started jumping into the air.
"Oh, quick! Here comes Malachi with our food."
Jared sat down fast, and Malachi placed the food and drinks on the table. Malachi laughed at Cherish as she took her first bite. "You haven't changed a bit," he said. Cherish covered her mouth as she replied,
"Is that a bad thing?"
"Not at all." Malachi then looked at Jared, who had opened his hamburger and pressed his finger into the meat. "You ever been to an auction before, Jared?" Jared wrinkled his nose and looked up at him.
"No. What's an auction?"
"It's a place where people get together to raise money for a cause," Malachi said. "They sell things and then have an auction. People bring things they don't need anymore, and other people buy them to raise money."
"Why do they sell things that they don't need anymore?"
Jared asked. "So other people can use them," Malachi said. "Or for fun." Jared nodded and then took a sip of his soda. They strolled over to the auction when they finished their lunch, where the bidding was about to start on the first item.
"Let's sit next to Crystal and Matthew," Cherish said,
as they made their way through the crowd. They sat as close as they could, which was 3 rows behind them. Crystal's quilt was the first item up for bidding. The bid started at 100, and Matthew's hand flew up. It seemed he wanted to win that quilt more than anything. The bidding continued, and the price went higher and higher. Matthew kept bidding, but so did a few other people. Finally, after 6 bids, the price reached $1,500, and it seemed Matthew was out of money. The highest bidder was now the woman sitting behind him. The woman smiled at Matthew, and he looked embarrassed. He bid again, and the woman outbid him. "I'm so sorry," Matthew whispered to Crystal. Crystal smiled and said,
"That's okay. I told you not to bid. It's far too much money. I can make you a quilt for nothing if you want one that bad."
"I want to support you. You're the best sewer I've ever met." Crystal laughed.
"No, I'm not. I'm a beginner. I haven't been doing it all my life like some quilters."
Matthew had hoped that the woman would lose so that he could win the quilt, but it seemed like she was going to win. The bid suddenly went to $2,000. The woman who had been bidding against Matthew raised her hand, and Matthew's heart sank. He didn't have enough money to keep going. No one else raised their hand, so his last chance at the quilt was gone. After the quilt was sold, many more items went under the hammer, including Samuel and Levi's second-hand equipment. It was a successful afternoon for everyone. And most surprising of all, Jared had behaved all day. Cherish left Jared with Malachi and headed to the pie stall to help her mother and Ada pack up. Before she got there, she saw a familiar man. She stopped and stared at him, trying to remember how she knew him. He caught her eye and gave her a wave. Then she remembered it was a lawyer who'd been nice to her years ago. He'd written letters for her, one to Crystal to discourage her from writing her book, and one to a reporter. They'd both been threatening to release stories about her family. She walked over to him. "Travis?"
Hello, Cherish. I haven't seen you in a long time.
He was totally out of place in his dark gray suit. "What are you doing in a place like this?" Cherish asked. He looked down at the ground and then looked back at her.
I could make up some lame story, and you'd probably believe it, but I'm through with looking at the truth in different ways. Lawyers have to do that all the time, but sometimes there's only one truth.
It was a much deeper answer than she'd expected. "I'm not sure what you mean."
I'll get straight to it, and you can do with the information what you will. I learned years ago that my father was an Amish man. That's the reason I'm here. I want to track him down.
Cherish put her hand to her head. "That's why you moved here when you did?"
That's right.
"You've been here for years now."
Correct. I got sidetracked building my law firm, but now I've got people working for me. I can spend some time on my personal life. I know my father might not want to know me.
"Who is your father? You said he's Amish?"
That's right. I'm not sure I want to keep in the shadows about it any longer. Although I do believe the man has a right to his privacy, so that complicates the issue.
He was talking around the point and not saying much. "What about your mother?"
My mother had me when she was quite young, before she married my stepfather.
Cherish was intrigued. "So your parents weren't married, and your mother raised you?"
That's right.
"Do you know who your father is?"
Not for certain. I know two things. His first name is Levi, and I'm led to believe he comes from your community."
Cherish took a step back. "No, he's not my stepfather, if that's what you're thinking." Cherish shook her head. "No." Travis remained silent. Cherish bit her lip. From the look on his face, it seemed that Travis thought it might be Levi. She looked over her shoulder and saw Levi sitting down behind the stall. He was too sick and frail to be confronted with possible issues like this that weren't true. "My stepfather has 3 children. The oldest are boys, and they must be in their mid-30s. Then there's Bliss, who's younger. So if you think he's your birth father, then how old are you?"
38.
"Then he would have had you when he was 30. That's too old for his Rumspringa years." Cherish shook her head. "No, Levi would never do anything like that. He's far too sensible. His faith wouldn't allow it, even if he wasn't married at that time."
I didn't say it was your stepfather. I don't know anything for certain. So he wouldn't have been married when he was 30?
Cherish knew she had to talk him out of this idea. "I'm not sure. I just know that my stepfather is not your birth father. Levi's a common name."
I don't want to upset you. I thought the truth was best.
Cherish took a step toward him. "But it's not the truth. It's not the Levi that I know. Your mother might have been mistaken about the community this man was from, and she might have even been mistaken about the name. I hope you find the right man." Cherish looked over her shoulder at the pie stall. Then she looked back at him. "I've got to go."
It's nice to see you again, Cherish.
She gave him a nod and then hurried away. Chapter 18. That night, for a change, the family gathered at Ada and Samuel's house for dinner. All the while, Cherish kept looking at Levi. She couldn't get what Travis said out of her head. It couldn't be true. Levi and Travis looked nothing alike. Thankfully, the conversation flowed, which took Cherish's mind off things for a while.
Thank you so much, Matthew, for bidding on my quilt.
Crystal placed a hand on his shoulder.
Sorry, it went higher than expected.
Ach, ja. You seemed eagerly keen to get your hands on it from what I heard, Matthew, Ada said. A little birdie told me all about it.
It's great that it's sold for so much. I hope the auction brings in some new business for you, Crystal.
Matthew's mouth turned up at the corners.
That would be nice. You never know, but at least the money has gone to a good cause.
Matthew smiled at Crystal and then cut into his food.
You'll get a lot more business, I'm sure of it. I'm a big fan of your quilts.
We can tell.
Ada smirked at him. Cherish looked at the table. Not only was there the casserole they made that morning, there was also pork, fried chicken, and potatoes and gravy. She loaded her plate, starting with the fried chicken. Then she took a little bit of everything to try it all at once. It was all so good. The flavors exploded in her mouth. She closed her eyes to enjoy her mouthful and accidentally made a noise from the back of her throat. Malachi laughed at her. Opening her eyes, she snapped back to reality. She hit his arm playfully and continued eating.
What's so funny over there? Ada asked.
Cherish eating. That's quite funny.
Malachi looked down at his food.
Ah, yes. Cherish has loved food since she was a baby, except for those few years as a child when she was sickly.
Oh, please, not that old story again.
Cherish shook her head.
You were sick?
Malachi appeared concerned.
That's right. It was a mystery illness, and we're still not sure what it was, Wilma told him. Well, she's way past that now. We're all eager to know how she eats so much, yet stays so slim.
Ada took a sip of her drink.
Malachi, did you enjoy the auction?
Samuel asked. Malachi nodded.
Yes, and I've enjoyed my stay very much.
And when will you return to the farm?
Debbie asked. Malachi looked at Cherish. He'd already stayed longer than he had planned, but the thought of leaving her was painful.
I'll have to go soon. It might be tomorrow or the day after. Ruth says she's fine, but it's a lot for her at her age. She's got a friend helping, but the friend could be just as old as she is for all I know. Annie and her husband said they'd check on the place once a day to make sure it's still there. Well, we've loved having you stay with us. You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Levi dabbed the corner of his mouth with his napkin before placing it back on his lap.
I'd like that. Thank you, Levi.
Cherish loved having Malachi by her side. She knew this moment wouldn't last, and that he'd soon be back at the farm 1,000,000 miles away from her. She wished this moment could last forever, and she couldn't wait for the day that they'd be married. Without any warning, Jared threw his food across the room and started screaming.
I don't want him to leave.
He pushed his chair back and stood up, screaming at the top of his lungs.
I don't want him to leave.
Debbie tried to calm him down, but he wasn't having any of it. He kept screaming for Malachi to stay.
Jared, naughty boy, sit down.
Ada shook her finger at him. Debbie couldn't handle it, and her eyes filled with tears. Malachi stood and scooped Jared up in his arms.
Shh, little man. I'm not going anywhere yet.
Jared sobbed in his arms.
How about tomorrow you show me how you ride your bike? Does that sound fun? I saw a small bike in the barn.
That was Hope's old bike, Wilma said. Jared stopped crying and nodded.
Okay, I want to ride it.
Malachi placed him back on his chair, and he sat next to Cherish. Debbie wiped her tears and sat back at the table.
"Thank you, Malachi," Debbie said.
Cherish's heart was whole. She bumped Malachi's shoulder and whispered, "Thank you." He was terrific with Jared. Cherish was so pleased he had a way with children.
"See, that's what he needs. A strong—"
Wilma interrupted Ada. "Ada, not now." Cherish felt terrible, but she thought maybe Ada was right. He had taken to Malachi, and he also liked Matthew. She was glad Peter wasn't there that night. Jared didn't listen to Peter either. Chapter 19. After they came home from Ada and Samuel's place, everyone had an early night. Everyone, that was, except for Wilma and Levi. Sometimes Levi went to bed late when he'd slept during the day. Cherish was thirsty, so she decided to go downstairs to get a glass of water. She stopped at the top of the stairs when she heard Levi and Wilma's voices in the living room. She crouched down and spied on them through the gaps in the staircase's railings.
"She's just a baby," Wilma said. "She's not ready to leave home."
Levi took Wilma's hand.
"She's not a baby anymore, Wilma. She's in her early 20s. It's time for her to start her own life."
Wilma shook her head.
"I don't want her to go."
"You can't keep her here forever."
Wilma looked up at him, frowning.
"I can't. I just can't."
"You'll have more grandchildren if you let her go, Wilma. Cherish is already grown up. She's ready to be on her own with her own family, and it looks like she'll create that family with Malachi."
"No, she's not prepared."
Wilma shook her head.
"She is. Cherish is ready."
Wilma looked away from Levi, staring at the floor.
"Will you be upset if she marries and moves away?" Levi asked gently.
Wilma nodded.
"I'll be so lonely without her."
Levi put his arm around her.
"I'll be here with you, Wilma. You won't ever be lonely again."
Wilma smiled at him, comforted by his words.
"Thank you, Levi. I'll think about what you said."
At that moment, Wilma felt closer to him than she ever had. He was her friend, her strength, her hope. After they were quiet for a while, Cherish walked down the stairs past Levi and Wilma. Levi was now reading his Bible, and Wilma was knitting. She walked into the kitchen and poured herself a glass of water. Wilma called out to her from the living room.
"Cherish, can I speak with you for a minute?"
"Yeah, one moment." Cherish took a few gulps of water and walked back into the living room. She sat down beside Wilma and prepared to listen to her. Before Wilma had a chance to talk, Debbie walked in and flopped down on the couch across the room.
"Jared has only just fallen asleep. I'm exhausted."
She took a huge breath and let it out.
"He'll be tired tomorrow," Levi said as he turned a page.
"You wanted to talk to me, Mom?"
Cherish looked at her. Wilma opened her mouth to speak again, but Crystal came down the stairs.
"I heard you talking. Why isn't everyone asleep?"
Crystal sat next to Debbie on the sofa.
"Jared only just fell asleep."
Debbie looked at Wilma.
"I don't know how you raised 9 children, Aunt Wilma. I struggle with only one."
"He's not an easy child to raise," Levi said, looking up from his Bible. "Every child seems to be different in my experience. I don't believe it's their surroundings that shapes them. I think they are born with their personalities."
Cherish looked over at Levi. He never usually offered his opinion, and tonight he was full of them.
"You do a great job, Debbie."
Cherish smiled at her.
"Did you know that Favor called today? She spoke to Mom and said she was upset with Malachi for not picking her up on the way." "She was?"
Crystal frowned. Debbie looked at Wilma.
"Is something wrong at the couple's farm? Did she mean to come here without Simon?"
"I'm not sure."
You should call her, Cherish, Wilma said.
I'll call her tomorrow. I do hope everything's okay.
I don't think it is. Wilma shook her head. She should have married here, and they should have stayed living here at the orchard. Then she'd be happy. But she made her choice.
Cherish looked at Debbie and Crystal. Everyone was worried about Favor. Wilma stood and placed her knitting in the basket beside her.
Come on, Levi. It's late. We'll be tired tomorrow if we don't go to sleep now. Very well.
Levi closed his Bible and pushed himself to his feet.
Good night, girls.
Cherish smiled. They were all adults, but he still called them girls.
Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Wilma followed him down the hallway to their downstairs bedroom, leaving the three of them to talk amongst themselves.
Do you think Favor has argued with Simon over something? Debbie whispered.
Maybe, Crystal said.
Cherish, you will remember to call her tomorrow, won't you? Debbie asked. I do it, but it's hard for me when I'm at the farmers' markets. Yeah, I will call her in the morning and make sure everything's okay. Although I don't think she's too happy with me.
Why? Crystal asked.
From what Mom said, she thought I knew Malachi was coming and should have picked her up, seeing that the Copples farm is on the way.
Debbie shook her head.
Don't worry about Favor's moods. You know what she's like.
Plus, you didn't tell any of us. Malachi just showed up, and it was pretty obvious you had no control over it, Crystal said.
I know, but I know Favor, and I know she will not see it that way. It'll play on her mind for a long time.
Cherish shrugged her shoulders and took a good look at Debbie. She had bags under her eyes, and her clothes were crumpled and messy. She couldn't help but think maybe if Debbie considered marrying Peter, she would have at least one other person to help her with Jared, and she wouldn't be so exhausted all the time.
Debbie, are you going to marry Peter or what? Cherish asked.
Debbie shrugged.
I don't know what to do. I know he's not going to wait around forever, and I don't want to lose him. But it's not the same as it was with John and me.
What do you mean, not the same? Crystal asked.
Well, with John, I felt a lot of love. He was everything to me. With Peter, I sometimes feel like he's more of a friend.
Well, you can't keep him waiting forever. It's not fair on you or him, Crystal said bluntly.
I know.
Debbie looked at the rug on the floor.
Jared is causing me so much stress. I can't take him anywhere without him screaming, yelling, or throwing something. It's so embarrassing.
She started to tear up. Crystal placed a hand on her shoulder.
Maybe if Peter were around more, he'd behave better, Cherish said.
Debbie stared at Cherish.
You sound like Ada. Sorry, I don't mean to, but look how much Jared likes Malachi and Matthew. Maybe he does need a male figure around more.
Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
I don't mean discipline alone, but I think kids respond differently to men somehow. He does like Malachi and Matthew.
Debbie tucked her legs under herself.
Yeah, I'm so surprised he listens to them. I've never seen anyone be able to calm him down like Malachi did the other day.
Crystal took off her prayer cup and began unbraiding her hair.
Malachi is going to be great with your kids, Cherish, Debbie said.
He should be. They'll be his kids, too, if we end up marrying.
Cherish was so excited to start a family with him. Cherish's thoughts turned to Mom and Levi's conversation. If only Debbie hadn't come downstairs when she had. Cherish was sure her mother was about to say she could go to the farm.
I think Malachi came here to hurry things along. You've liked each other for ages. Maybe he's sick of waiting.
Crystal ran her fingers through her hair.
He's making a point that he cares about you.
Yeah, I had feared he would get sick of waiting. I overheard Levi speaking to Mom just now. He was telling her to let me go.
Cherish couldn't keep it in any longer. Debbie and Crystal gasped.
What did she say about that? Debbie asked. She didn't want to at first, but then Levi told her she would always have him and more grandchildren, and I think that made her think about things differently. Oh, Cherish, I hope you can start your family soon. Children are the most wonderful gift. Debbie took her hand in hers. And you can tell Malachi is keen to marry you, Crystal added. You're so lucky to have a man like him. I wish someone like Malachi would be interested in me. Suddenly, Jared started crying from his bedroom upstairs. Debbie put her head in her hands. Do you want me to go to him? Crystal asked. No, there's no telling what he'll do if it's not me who walks through the door. Debbie stood up and left the room, leaving Crystal and Cherish to talk alone. The fireplace was still glowing, the remains of the wood now a pile of red embers that radiated heat into the room. Crystal and Cherish sat in silence for a few moments before Cherish spoke. What was the idea behind Matthew bidding so much on your quilt at the auction? Crystal shook her head and laughed. I don't know. I think he has a crush on you, Cherish said. Me? No. Crystal shook her head. I don't think so. No more than he has a crush on anyone else. I don't think he sees me as special. Cherish nodded. I think he does. Crystal had never seen Matthew as anything more than a friend before, despite her admiration for him and his unwavering support. He had always been there for her, and he was easily able to get her out of a bad mood. I know he likes me. He makes it obvious, but he's also nice to all the other single women. I think his feelings for you might have grown lately. Crystal rubbed her chin. We have been spending a lot more time together. He comes into town to visit me at the shop a few times a week. He pretends he's just stopping by, but I know he has no other reason to be there. Cherish and Crystal both laughed. He's a good man. He's a hard worker, honest, and has a good sense of humor, Crystal acknowledged. But he's a bit immature. He's had no life experience, and that is concerning. He's also a lot more handsome now. He seemed to have had a growth spurt in the last few months. Crystal glanced at her and smiled. Yeah, I guess it's good that he's taller than I am now. He's a little skinny, though. I could fatten him up a bit. Cherish laughed. I think he would fatten up for you. I think he'd do anything for you. He was probably spending his life savings trying to impress you by bidding on your quilt at the auction. Crystal laughed. Yeah, if he ever gets up the nerve to ask me on a date, I could always say I would only go out with him if he puts on some weight. Then he would have to eat more. More cherry pie? Cherish asked. Your specialty. Store-bought, of course. Cherish and Crystal sat by the fireplace, laughing. For a while, they were quiet until Crystal spoke. What are you going to do if Malachi asks you to marry him? Say yes, of course. But will you leave the orchard? Crystal asked. I'm not sure. I'll have to wait and see what happens. Oh, Cherish, you know you'll get to the farm. That will be so wonderful for you. You've always wanted to live there. I'll visit every chance I get. I would like that. Cherish was surprised at how close she and Crystal had become. She wished only the best for Crystal and hoped she would find a husband soon. She had watched her change over the years and become a great person. How many children will you have, do you think? Crystal asked. I'm not sure. Maybe 6, because that's what I'm used to. And they'll have to be girls, all of them. Crystal laughed. I hope you get everything you want. And I want that for you as well. Crystal smiled and gave a slight nod. I won't hold my breath. Don't be like that. I should go to bed. I've got to be up early to open the shop. Crystal jumped to her feet. What about you? I'll stay here a little longer, Cherish said. Okay. Good night. Good night, Crystal. When Crystal went upstairs, Cherish sat there, thinking pleasant thoughts about her future with Malachi.
Malachi would run around with their children, with Wally making his funny goose noises and flapping his wings behind them. She would watch them from inside the house, where she would bake fresh cookies and treats for them. After the children were tucked into their warm beds, she and Malachi would sit on the porch, watching the sun sink below the distant hills. They'd stay there and talk until the early hours of the morning. Chapter 20. The next day, before breakfast, Mom was nagging at Cherish to call Favor. Cherish went to the barn and walked over to the phone to call her. After a few rings, Harriet answered.
Hello? Harriet, hello. It's Cherish, Favor's sister. How are you? We're very well here, thank you, Cherish. How are you and everyone there? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Everyone is doing well. I'm guessing you've called to speak with Favor, Harriet asked. Yes, if that's okay. Of course it is. I'll get Favor in a minute. But first, a little birdie told me that your farm manager has left your farm, and he's visiting you. Is that correct? Cherish bit her lip. It was clear Ada and Harriet were in contact, because they both mentioned little birdies had told them things. Or perhaps she'd eavesdropped on Favor telling Simon. That's right. Why did he travel all that way when his job is looking after your farm? Cherish didn't know if she already knew they were courting or not, but she was clearly fishing for information. Malachi and I are in a kind of courtship. The words didn't flow easily off her tongue. Really? I would have never guessed it. You're a beautiful young lady, and, well, if I'm being quite honest, he doesn't look like he matches you. Not that there's anything wrong with him that I know of. Excuse me? Cherish couldn't believe how blunt Harriet was. No need to get upset. I'm just saying he could make more of an effort with his cleanliness. Here we all work on the farm, too. Even Favor does, when it suits her. And yet we manage to remain looking presentable. Cherish rolled her eyes. Is Favor there? Yes, I'll fetch her if she's out of bed. You should have called later in the day. One moment. Cherish waited for what seemed like several minutes before Favor came to the phone. She paused and took a deep breath to brace herself for the possibility that Favor would be in a bad mood. Cherish? Favor, hi, it's me. What do you want? Favor asked. I want to apologize to you. It's been crazy here. I didn't get a chance to call you and tell you about Malachi. Have you forgotten about me? Favor snapped. Of course not. Cherish bit her lip. Favor was in a bad mood. You know you should be thanking me. I'm the one who pushed you and Malachi closer at my wedding. Cherish thought for a moment. What Favor had done at her wedding had embarrassed her. However, Cherish knew that Favor's pushiness had led to Malachi revealing his true feelings. You're right. I'm sorry. And thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Now, tell me everything. Cherish laughed. He just showed up a couple of days ago while I was cleaning the shop out. How romantic. How long have you two been together? I guess it would be since we were last at the farm for your wedding. Favor let out a loud gasp. So it was all thanks to me? And you kept it a secret this whole time? Yeah, we wanted to take things slowly at first. Plus, to this day, I'm still stuck here. Mom won't let me leave. Well, she might soon, but she hasn't said so. You have to spread your wings, Cherish. Mom has to be stronger. You need to tell her you're leaving. Oh, you can stay here until your wedding day. You'd be closer to Malachi, and we'd have such fun. Cherish shook her head. That would be the very worst thing she could imagine, and Harriet would most likely feel the same. I can't do that to Mom. I want it to come from her that I can go.
Not wanting to dwell on it anymore, Cherish changed the subject.
Anyway, what's going on there? Why did you want Malachi to pick you up and bring you here?
Favor lowered her voice.
It's been a nightmare, Cherish. I don't know how much more I can take.
Cherish gasped.
Is it still bad?
Yes. Simon stuck up for me once, so I decided to stay. But now he's gone back to his old ways. I want to come home.
A tear trickled down her cheek.
Oh, Cherish, I should have listened to everyone at the start. I don't know why I thought I could handle this. Harriet is everywhere I turn. She knocks on our bedroom door, asking for Simon all the time, even when the door is closed. She's suffocating us, and she doesn't seem to care. The worst thing is, neither does Simon.
I'm sure he does care. Harriet is a strong woman. What are you going to do?
I don't know. I was thinking of giving him an ultimatum. Stand up to Harriet, or I will leave. But I can't think of anything worse than being separated from Simon. We haven't even started our family yet.
Cherish felt Favor's pain. A few days with Simon and his parents was all it took for Cherish to know she would never be able to marry him.
You could always come here for a while with Simon.
Favor laughed.
You think Harriet would ever let Simon and I go on a vacation alone? No, they'd want to come, and then there'd be no point.
Cherish didn't know what to say.
I'm sorry, Favor. We'll be here if you need us. Maybe I can get Malachi to stop by on his way home to visit for a while.
Yeah, that would be nice. I'd love to see a friendly face.
Okay, I can ask Malachi. I'm sure he will. But I'm not sure how fond he is of Simon's parents either, with the way they speak to him. Don't tell anyone I said that.
I would appreciate it so much, Cherish.
Oh, I think someone's coming.
I better go before Harriet scolds me for being on the phone for too long.
Okay, Favor.
You promise me I'll be the first to know when he proposes? Favor asked.
I'll tell you first.
Thanks, Cherish. Bye. Gotta go.
Call if you...
Before Cherish could finish her sentence, Favor had already ended the call. Cherish walked back to the house, thinking of Favor and her situation. How horrible it must feel to be trapped with Simon's parents. She couldn't imagine having to spend all her time with Harriet. Cherish went back and told the others that Favor was fine. There was no point in worrying anyone. After breakfast, when everyone had left for work, Cherish put away the dishes with Wilma. Malachi had gone to help the workers in the orchard, and Levi sat alone reading his Bible in the living room. Wilma asked Cherish to sit with her at the table when they finished putting away the dishes. Wilma seemed nervous or annoyed. Cherish wasn't sure which, but she hoped no one would interrupt them this time. Wilma cleared her throat before she spoke.
Cherish, I know you've wanted to go to the farm for a long time now.
A lump formed in Cherish's throat.
Yes? I've spoken with Levi, and we both agree that it's time for you to go and start your own family.
Really?
Yeah. I can't keep you here forever. I can see how you feel about Malachi. He feels the same, or he wouldn't be here. Levi and I will manage without you.
Cherish jumped up and threw her arms around her mother.
Okay, that's enough, Wilma said.
Cherish pulled back and sat down in her chair.
I only have one request.
What is it?
Cherish asked, although she already knew what her mother would say.
All I ask is that you have the wedding here at the orchard. Don't take my last wedding away from me.
Of course we will. I've dreamed of having my wedding here since I was little. Oh, Mom, thank you so much. We will come back and visit as much as we can. I'll stay with Ruth.
If Ruth is fine with that, it would be a good idea. I'd normally caution you not to rush in, but I'm sure you know what you're doing.
I'm not rushing in. I know Malachi is the only one for me.
Wilma nodded, but Cherish could tell she wasn't pleased with the decision at all. Levi had talked her into it, but that didn't matter. She was so excited to tell Malachi the excellent news that she didn't care about anything else at that moment. Cherish jumped up from the table and ran outside. Once she was away from the house, she walked along the row of apple trees, looking for Malachi. After looking for a while, Cherish finally spotted him on the border of the Baker apple orchard and the orchard that Carter and Florence had purchased years ago from Fairfax's parents. Malachi was leaning on the fence talking to Matthew.
Malachi!
When he looked over, she waved. Malachi walked to meet her, and Matthew went back to work.
You're not going to believe it!
Cherish ran to Malachi and threw her arms around him. He laughed and took a step back. What is it?
Mom is finally letting me go. She said I can live on the farm with you. Well, not with you, or that would mean... No, I'll stay with Ruth for a while.
A huge smile came across Malachi's face. He grabbed both her hands and looked down into her eyes. Cherish, Malachi said, his eyes shining, will you marry me? Cherish couldn't speak. She was so happy. She just nodded and hugged Malachi so tightly he had to ask her to let go. She did.
Oh, Malachi, she exclaimed. Yes, yes, 1,000,000 times yes.
I wanted to do this right, Malachi said. I wanted to do it the way it should be done. Cherish kissed Malachi on the lips.
It's perfect, she said. It's perfect.
They heard Matthew cheering behind them. Finally, he shouted. It took you guys long enough. Congratulations! She couldn't believe she would finally get what she had always dreamed of. Suddenly, it started raining. Cherish and Malachi looked up to the sky, then at each other. Laughing, they ran towards the shed Cherish had shown Malachi a few days before, her secret place. They were soaked by the time they got there. The rain pattered on the tin roof, and the darkness closed in around them. Malachi followed Cherish through the dark shed out to the back, where they had sat and watched the sunset a few nights before. The first half of the roof was under cover, so they sat down and watched the rain fall from the sky.
I'm going to miss this place.
Cherish gazed at the hills in the distance, breathing in the smell of warm rain and wet earth, the smell of home. Me too. I've enjoyed being with you here. Thank you for showing me where you grew up. Cherish smiled at him.
Thank you for coming to me.
Malachi took her hand in his. Thank you for agreeing to marry me.
Thank you for asking.
They both laughed. We're both so polite, he said. Cherish was grateful for Malachi. He had a way of making her feel special and loved. So, when are we getting married? He asked.
When do you want to get married?
Malachi shrugged his shoulders. As soon as possible. Cherish knew they had to marry before Mom changed her mind. Hey, it's been years. We've already taken things slow, Malachi said. Now it's time for action.
I guess you're right. Mom made me promise we would get married here at the orchard.
I have no problem with that. It's beautiful here. It's your home, and it's a big part of who you are.
So is the farm.
He smiled at her. I know that. Things have worked out well. I love the farm, and now I'll never have to leave it.
So that's why you're marrying me?
Cherish asked playfully. Of course. Did you think that I was in love with you or something? Cherish laughed.
Well, I was hoping.
He put his arm around her shoulders and drew her closer to him. It'll be a great day when we're finally man and wife. I don't want to wait too long for that to happen.
Me neither. We'll have to talk to Mom and Levi and work out a date when this can all happen.
I'll have to leave soon. I've been here too long already.
I'd like to keep you here for longer, but I do worry about Ruth doing too much work.
Same, he said. She put her head on his shoulder and thanked God for everything that had come her way in life: her family, the farm, and Malachi. Chapter 21. Wilma had no idea where Cherish had gone, but now Ada had arrived, and they were sitting on the porch enjoying one of their daily conversations while drinking hot tea.
What's wrong?
Ada placed her teacup on its saucer. Wilma had struggled to have the conversation with Cherish. She was upset and felt she'd been forced to let Cherish go when it wasn't what she had wanted.
Cherish is moving to the farm with Malachi. She said she'd stay with Ruth until they marry.
Ada sipped her tea.
Good. You'll be getting some peace here, and Cherish and Malachi will be off living their life happily. I don't want peace. I want Cherish to stay here. All my babies have grown up and have left me.
Wilma crossed her arms.
They haven't left you, Wilma. You raise children until they can care for themselves. You can't deprive Cherish of having a family of her own. You know that.
Wilma remained silent as she looked out over the porch. Ada was taking Levi's side, and she wasn't happy about it. Surely her best friend would share her point of view.
Ada said, "So, they'll be getting married soon?"
"I guess so. It seems the next logical step."
Ada leaned toward her. "So, that means soon we will start to plan and get the orchard ready. We'll be busy organizing everything. It will give us something to do."
She did agree to get married here. That's something, at least. Wilma couldn't deny that she was excited for Cherish to be married at the orchard. She had been waiting years for her to find someone to marry. She was torn between letting Cherish go and wanting her to have a family of her own.
"I don't know why they can't just sell the farm and live here at the orchard." "Cherish hasn't stopped talking about living at the farm for years, Wilma."
Wilma looked at her.
"She's never said anything to me. It's all she talks about. Then you come into the room, and she's quiet."
"Are you certain?"
"I have no reason to lie. I'm always telling Cherish to toughen up and to think of you, but that hasn't been right. I feel partly to blame for her unhappiness. Has she ever been happier than what she is now that Malachi is here?"
Wilma pouted.
"She was happy before, too."
Ada shook her head.
"Cherish has been in love with him for years, having to deny her feelings, even to herself." "That's not my fault," Wilma said. "I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just telling you how it is. Trust me, it will be hard at first, but you will adjust. Cherish and Malachi will have children, and when they come to visit, they'll bring more love than before. Or they could stay living here, and the house would be filled with love all the time." "Aren't you glad she's found a good man, Wilma?" Ada asked. "Of course I am. I'm very fond of Malachi. I have been ever since his uncle, Bishop Zachariah, recommended him." "So then it would be selfish to keep her here. Those two have been in love for years. I've watched him wait around for long enough. It's not fair on either of them. They're young, but they won't be young forever." "You're making it sound like I'm standing in the way of Cherish and her happiness." Ada shook her head. "I'm sorry, Wilma, but you're too clingy with Cherish. She says she wants to help out with the orchard, but she needs her freedom. Think about all those times she moped around here in the last few years. She wants to be with Malachi on her farm. It's her life and her choice. She's never going to be truly happy here." Wilma stood. She'd heard just about enough from Ada. Wilma thought Ada would be more understanding, but she wasn't. "I've already told her she can go. I don't know what more I can do." It had been the first time Ada had spoken that way about Cherish, and now Wilma felt even worse, like she had forced Cherish to stay at the orchard, causing her misery for years. Couldn't anyone see that it would be too hard to be without Cherish?
She'd had to let go of each of her children one by one. Although Cherish was becoming restless, Wilma didn't know she was that unhappy. She couldn't remember any signs of stress from Cherish when she thought back. It felt like everyone would blame her for not letting Cherish leave sooner. Her daughters always seemed to blame her for everything. "I'll be back in a minute." "Okay, well, don't let your tea get cold," Ada said. Wilma stormed inside and went into the living room to speak with Levi. Levi was sitting in his favorite armchair when she entered the room. "I hope you're happy. I told Cherish what you wanted me to say. Now everyone is going to blame me for not letting her go sooner." Levi didn't answer. Wilma sat down beside him. "Did you hear me?" She looked at him. His eyes were closed, and his Bible was on his chest. She adjusted her tone, figuring she'd been too snappy. Levi didn't deserve that. "Didn't you have enough sleep last night? You went to sleep before me." Levi still didn't flinch. Fear rippled through her. She touched his arm, and nothing happened. She shook his arm harder, and he stayed motionless. She jumped up and screamed, "Levi!" She shook him, trying to wake him up. From the limpness of his body, she feared the worst. Ada came running in from the porch. "What is it?" "It's Levi." Ada rushed to look at him. "Oh, Wilma." "Wake him up!" Wilma shouted. Ada picked up his wrist and felt for a pulse. Then she put his arm down. She looked up, and her eyes met Wilma's. They both knew he was gone. Wilma burst into tears and threw herself against Levi, sobbing. Ada then picked up the Bible that was slowly slipping to the floor. Before she closed it, she saw that it was open at Psalm 91. "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." Ada closed the Bible as tears rimmed her eyes. Everyone had known that Levi was sick, but the reality of the sickness was something else. No one thought he'd die so soon. Not like this. And not now. Ada called out for Samuel, but there was no answer. She went to the front door and saw Samuel in the yard, doing something with the horses. She called out for him to come inside. Ada whispered to him by the door when Samuel came to the house. He looked over her head and saw Levi with Wilma clinging to him, sobbing. Chapter 22. The rain had lessened, so Cherish and Malachi made their way through the orchard back up to the house. They walked down the row of apple trees, hand in hand under light sprinkles of rain. Cherish knew she'd remember this day forever. They walked in silence for a while, and even though large water droplets fell on them from the overhanging branches, it didn't dampen their moods. "I love you," Cherish said to Malachi. He blinked a few times. "I love you too." Cherish took a deep breath. "I'm so happy." "I'll always have you, and you'll always have me." Malachi put his arm around her. Cherish had only dreamed of being this close to him. "I feel we've been together like this forever," Cherish said. "I feel the same." "I'm so excited to tell everyone the good news. And of course, I'm excited to be your wife." "Good. When are you planning on coming back to the farm?" "If it were up to me, I'd come back with you now, right away." Cherish kicked a rock on the ground. "I should have asked Mom. I was too excited she finally said she'd let me go." "Well, you could come back with me now if you want to." Cherish stopped and faced him. "You know it's not up to me. I'm needed here." "Yes, it is up to you. Wilma said you can go. They've got plenty of help here. It's only me on the farm. If anything, you're needed on the farm with me more than you're needed here."
"You know what I mean. I've never left home before, and I'm the youngest. I can't stand to make Mom upset."
Well, she's already told you you can go.
I know what she said, but you don't know her like I do. It's a step forward.
Oh, so it's nothing.
Malachi shook his head. Cherish swallowed hard. It's something, but most likely not as good as it sounds. But she didn't know we were getting married. When I tell her that, it'll surely make things even better.
Perhaps we should run away and get married.
Cherish laughed. That's what Florence did. I was mad at her at the time for leaving us, but now that I'm older, I understand why she did it.
It's an option, he said, glancing at her with a grin.
I can't take another wedding away from Mom. My wedding will be the last. I'll speak with her, but I don't want to push her. I'm worried leaving so suddenly will send her into a panic.
Malachi put his arm around her shoulders.
One step at a time, I guess.
I'm sorry.
Malachi shook his head.
You don't need to be sorry. You never know. She might tell you that you can leave whenever you want. I'll be patient.
I'm sure she will be expecting me to stick around until we're married.
Okay, well, you can always come back and stay with Ruth, or I can leave you with Favor at the Copples until we're married.
I'll speak with Mom about it, and then we can make our plans. I guess I should have asked her more questions. We only talked about it briefly, and then I ran to tell you. I couldn't wait.
Okay,
he chuckled. Cherish faced him.
I need to ask you a favor.
What is it? Malachi asked.
On the topic of the Copples, I spoke with Favor, and she's struggling with Simon's parents.
Malachi nodded.
I can understand why.
I know. I thought it would be nice if you could stop over there on your way home. Make a friendly visit to say hello.
She watched Malachi's face closely. She knew he wasn't fond of them with the way they had acted when they visited the farm.
I'll do it for you and for Favor.
Thank you, Malachi. I need to know how she is.
I'll call you as soon as I get back to the farm to let you know.
Thank you.
Cherish could sense that her request didn't overjoy Malachi, and she couldn't blame him. The Copples had been far from kind to him, but he seemed to have won them over in the end. Cherish thought of how judgmental Harriet had been towards the courtship between her and Malachi, and she hoped she wouldn't say anything to offend him. As they came closer to the house, Cherish saw something out of the corner of her eye. She looked up and saw Ada outside waving a dish towel in the air. She was trying to get their attention. Then Ada moved and rang the bell they only used at harvest time to signal the workers. Cherish frowned and looked at Malachi.
Something's wrong.
Cherish ran toward the house. Malachi caught up and ran with her. Ada was sobbing in the shade when they reached the porch.
What is it?
Cherish ran up the steps and kneeled next to her.
It's Levi. He's...
Cherish shook her head, fearing the worst.
He's what, Ada? He's what?
He's gone, Cherish.
Ada sobbed in her arms. Cherish felt tears well in her eyes. Then they flowed down her cheeks. She'd only just left the house for a few moments.
How?
I'm not sure. Your mother found him in the living room just now.
Where's Mom?
She's inside. Give her a moment. She's not in a good way. She's hysterical. Samuel is taking care of her.
Cherish stood up and ran into Malachi's arms, unable to stop the tears from flowing. He held her tight. It's okay. Everything's gonna be all right. He stroked her hair as he comforted her. Cherish felt safe in his arms, but she knew everything wasn't going to be okay. Nothing would ever be the same again. Not for her mother, not for herself, and not for any of them. Chapter 23. Cherish wanted to run to her mother, but what would she say? Cherish sat with Malachi and Ada on the front porch. She had managed to stop crying, but Ada was still breaking into sobs now and again.
I don't want Wilma to see me like this. I need to be strong so that I can be there for her, Ada said. I'm thankful for Samuel. He's so good at times like these. He'll know what to say to Wilma.
Cherish squeezed Malachi's hand tightly. Ada sighed.
I feel so bad, Cherish. I said some harsh words to Wilma right before she walked in and found him.
She won't be thinking about that right now. You two are always having minor disagreements. You always agree in the end, Cherish said.
He just looked like he was sleeping. I heard Wilma scream. It was the most horrible scream I've ever heard.
Cherish looked at Malachi, and he put his hand on her shoulder. He was a good man. I'm not surprised God wanted him back in heaven sooner rather than later. Malachi bowed his head. Ada blew her nose and nodded.
Yeah, you're right, Malachi. He was one of the better people I've known in my lifetime.
She turned to face Cherish.
Oh, Cherish, Wilma is going to be a mess. I didn't see this coming at all. Not so soon. She confided in me that his doctor told her a while ago that Levi was living on borrowed time.
Borrowed time? Cherish shuddered at the thought. Cherish stood and looked through the window into the living room. Samuel was consoling Wilma as she wept with her head in her hands. Ada grabbed hold of Cherish's arm.
Cherish, can you please call the bishop and let him know what's happened?
Cherish wiped her eyes with her sleeve.
Of course.
I'll come with you, Malachi said.
No, I'm okay. I will need to call the rest of the family and let them know what's happened. It might take me some time. Can you stay with Ada and make sure she's okay?
Malachi hesitated. Of course, as long as you're all right. Cherish wasn't, but she wanted to be alone for a moment to gather her thoughts. She found it hard to fathom that it was real and not some awful dream.
I'm fine.
Cherish concentrated on putting one leg in front of the other as she walked toward the barn. She stopped and turned around, knowing the best place for her right now was to be with her mother. She ran back up to the house, past Ada and Malachi, through the front door, ignoring Ada's pleas not to disturb Wilma. Wilma was on the couch close to Samuel. She looked up at Cherish and ran to her. They met in the middle of the room and held each other, sobbing. Samuel moved forward. I'll make some calls.
Dinka, Samuel.
Wilma sniffed.
Call Bliss first, and then her brothers. They're immediate family, and they should be told first. Oh, and Debbie, too, since she's his niece. Oh, and Levi's brother.
It's okay. All the numbers are in the book. I know who to call.
When Samuel left, Wilma told Cherish,
I came in, and he was sitting there. I thought he had fallen asleep, reading. He wasn't asleep.
As Cherish held on tightly to her mother, it felt like time stood still. Life was so fragile. Her thoughts turned to Bliss, Levi's only daughter. She was thankful that Samuel was breaking the news to her. Chapter 24, The Couple's Farm. It was early afternoon, and Favor was milking a cow while her mother-in-law, Harriet, cared for the horses. Favor was exhausted, unable to get the sleep she needed because of the enforced early starts. The smell of the cows was worse later in the day, and the barn reeked of hay and manure. It tickled Favor's nose and made Favor want to sneeze. She looked down to cough and saw the sweat on her arm and elbow. The scent of her own sweat made her sick to her stomach. She wasn't made for this kind of work. A break was sorely needed. Favor leaned against a fence and noticed an awkward, gangly cow. It was chewing on an apple. Its teeth clacked against each other, poking at the life force of the fruit. The apple reminded Favor of home and all the family she'd left behind to marry Simon. The unbearable odor of the cows brought her back to the sad reality that her life had become. She almost felt like a prisoner, forced to work with smelly animals and people who told her what to do. This was not what she'd pictured when she'd suggested to Simon that they marry. When he said yes right away, it had probably been the only thing he'd done in his life without his parents' approval. Something had to change. Today it was a gray day, but every day on the farm was gray to Favor. She couldn't get any milk out of the cow, to make matters worse. Only droplets fell into the bucket. The more she squeezed, the more the cow objected by turning and staring at her. Then the cow's tail flicked her in the face, and she fell backward off the stool.
Ah, you rotten thing!
When Favor realized the bucket had tipped over too, she jumped to her feet and stamped her foot, stifling a scream. She'd lost what little milk she had collected. Harriet came out of the barn, carrying a horse brush. Then she started brushing one of the horses down. Favor rested, watching her for a few minutes, before she went back to milking. She was sure she was going to get into trouble for being tardy. She started milking the next one.
"Favor!"
Harriet exclaimed. Favor jumped in fright as Harriet came over.
"You're doing it wrong!"
Favor rolled her eyes.
"Doing what wrong?" "You're squirting milk all over the place. Here, let me show you how it's done. Again."
She pushed Favor aside and sat down on the stool.
"It's simple. Just concentrate and watch what I'm doing."
Favor crossed her arms. She was so tired of the cows, the sheep, and the farm duties. Work on the orchard had been so much easier, and it had smelled a lot better, too. There'd been no manure to pick up from the trees. Harriet stood and gestured for Favor to sit back down. Favor had been daydreaming about escaping the farm instead of watching Harriet's example. Harriet huffed.
"I wondered why we were getting less and less milk each day. It's the way you're doing it. I thought we could leave you to do one task by yourself."
Favor tried again.
"It's the cow. She's going dry." "Oh, they're all going dry, are they? Nonsense. Look how much milk you're spilling on the ground. Do it my way, or Simon will have no milk for the morning. You know how much he loves his milk in the morning."
She turned away from Favor to continue brushing the horses. Favor cursed the long hours of the day. She needed to escape the house and relax. No matter how many hours she worked under the hot sun with the animals, there were still other chores to do. Harriet was making her work harder than the men, who just followed the sheep around all day. When she wasn't tending to the animals, Harriet forced her to do all the housework while she sat down writing letters to her friends. It was too much. If she were alone with Simon after a long day's work, she wouldn't mind so much. But no, that wasn't allowed to happen. Suddenly, the phone ringing inside the barn snapped Favor out of her seething thoughts. Hoping it was one of her sisters, she sprang to her feet.
"I'll get it." No, sit back down and finish what you started. I'll get it."
Favor pouted.
"It's probably for me. You've got 3 more buckets to fill before you're done."
Harriet walked past Favor into the barn to answer the phone. Favor reluctantly did as she was told. After a few moments, Harriet came back outside. She walked over to Favor and placed a hand on her shoulder. Favor looked up at her.
"It's for you," Harriet said.
Favor frowned. She wasn't used to Harriet touching her or seeing that look on her face. What was it? Sympathy? Compassion? Whatever it was, Favor hadn't seen it before. "Thanks." She walked past Harriet and into the barn. She watched out the window and waited until she saw Harriet go inside the house before talking.
"Hello?"
"Favor, hello. This is Samuel Berger."
Favor laughed.
"Hi, Samuel. I know who you are. You don't have to say your last name."
Then Favor realized how odd it was for Samuel to be calling her.
"Is something wrong?"
There was a pause at the other end of the phone.
"Samuel, are you there? Is Mom okay?"
"I'm sorry, Favor. but Levi has gone home to be with God."
What?
Favor shrieked.
It can't be.
She sank to the ground, keeping the receiver firmly against her ear.
"It is so."
Where's Mom?
"She's here. I'm calling you from the orchard. Your mother asked me to call everyone."
How did it happen?
"It was quick. Levi died in his chair about an hour ago."
Bliss, she'll be devastated.
"I've called her. She's on her way here."
Favor's mind raced. She tried to make sense of it, but she couldn't. Levi couldn't be gone. She found it hard to wrap her head around the idea of never seeing him again in this lifetime. Her eyes filled with tears.
Was it another heart attack?
She asked.
"I'm not sure."
Favor covered her mouth as tears rolled down her cheeks.
Poor Mom.
"I'm sorry, Favor, but I have more calls to make."
I'm coming home. I'll be there as soon as I can.
"Okay, I'll tell your mother."
Please do. Denka, Samuel.
Favor hung up the phone. She took a deep breath and wiped her tears before walking towards the house. She needed Simon right now. When she got inside, Harriet was talking to Simon as they stood in the kitchen. They looked over at her as she walked through the door.
Dear, are you all right? I've already told Simon and Melvin what happened. Melvin is packing our bags now. We will book a car and driver so we can leave before dawn. Our neighbors will understand it's an emergency. They won't mind stepping in to help out.
Favor looked at Simon. She didn't even care that Harriet was coming with them. All she thought about was Levi and her mother. She ran over to Simon and wrapped her arms around him.
I'll give you 2 a minute.
Harriet left the room.
Oh, Simon, he's gone.
Favor couldn't stop the tears from falling down her face. "I'm sorry, Favor. We'll be there tomorrow." He hugged her tightly.
I just can't believe it.
"I'm in shock, too. But he's in a better place now. He'll be happy where he is."
He was happy at the orchard.
"I know."
Mom will be so heartbroken. She never thought she'd love again after losing Dot, and now Levi's gone too. He was the backbone of the household. He held it all together. What will become of Mom without him?
"I know she will be okay because she has faith." Favor sniffed.
That's true. Her faith has always been strong.
Favor closed her eyes tightly, longing to give her mother a big hug. Chapter 25. Back at the orchard. Ada came inside to comfort Wilma and signaled for Cherish to go outside. Cherish left her mother with Ada and joined Malachi on the porch. He looked over at her. "How's Wilma doing?"
She's still crying. She's not good.
Cherish walked over to the window and peered in. Ada and Wilma weren't in the living room, so she took a few steps over to the kitchen window and looked in. Wilma and Ada were now seated at the table. Wilma had her head on the table, and Ada had her hand on Wilma's back. "Are you okay?" Malachi had moved next to her.
I'm in shock.
She turned to face him.
I'm so glad you're here.
She sobbed on his shoulder, and he encircled his arms around her. After a while, he guided her back to the chairs. "Don't worry about me. I'll stay out here if you want to go and be with Wilma."
I will. I need to make sure she's okay.
Cherish left Malachi and walked through the front door and into the living room. Cherish looked at Levi on the chair. He looked so peaceful. When she walked into the kitchen, Wilma looked up at her.
He was fine, and then he was gone.
She shook her head as tears fell from her eyes.
I don't understand.
Cherish rushed over to her.
Oh, Mom. He's left us, Cherish.
Cherish wrapped her arms around her, hugging her tightly.
It'll be okay, Ada said. In times like these, we find our strength in the Lord.
I'm going to be all alone now, Wilma cried some more.
No, you're not, Mom. I'm still here. It's okay.
Ada took a deep breath. You're not alone, Wilma. Samuel and I will always be here. I'm sorry for what I said before. Wilma shook her head. No, I know you're right. I've been a horrible mother keeping Cherish here like I have when she doesn't want to stay.
Don't worry about that now, Mom. It's not your fault. I'm grateful that I was here to spend the time with Levi and with you.
You go and live your life. I can't be selfish and hang on to you. Wilma stared at the table, sniffling. Cherish closed her eyes tightly.
We'll talk about this later. Not now.
When they heard a car pull up, Ada looked out the window. It's Florence and Carter. Samuel must have called them. Chapter 26. Malachi had been standing at the kitchen door. He felt like he shouldn't have come. He wanted to be there for Cherish, but he felt awkward being with her family at such a vulnerable time. He turned at the sound of a knock on the door. I'll get it, he said, and walked out of the room. Malachi didn't know what to think or how to feel. He bumped into Florence and Carter in the hallway. They had let themselves in. Hi, Malachi, Florence said. I didn't realize you were here. I arrived a couple of days ago. Carter shook his hand. I'm sorry we have to meet again under these circumstances. They followed Malachi past the living room, where Levi was resting peacefully in his armchair. Florence wiped away tears as Carter put his hand on her shoulder. He looks at peace. He is home now, in the arms of God. Carter remained silent. He didn't believe in God and had no words of sympathy to offer. Everyone is in the kitchen, Malachi said softly. They walked into the kitchen. Cherish hurried over to Florence and hugged her. Then they sat at the table with Wilma, who was still crying. Florence leaned over and embraced her. We're here, Wilma. Carter stood by the door next to Malachi. Please let us know if we can do anything at all, Carter added. Wilma blew her nose. Thank you, she said in broken words. Thank you both for being here. Carter whispered to Malachi, What is the protocol here? What do you mean? Malachi whispered back. What happens with Levi now? Oh, the bishop's on his way. Samuel made all the calls, and I'm guessing the first one was to the bishop. Okay, thanks. Malachi leaned slightly toward Carter. I'm glad I got to meet him. He was a good man. He was. Hello? Joy's voice rang out from the front door. Cherish turned in her chair to look.
Carter, could you please meet Joy?
She meant not to let Joy get upset by seeing Levi. Carter gave a slight nod, then walked out of the kitchen towards the front door. As he passed through the living room, he noticed Joy was already on her knees next to Levi. She looked like she was praying for him. Carter walked to the back of the room to give her some privacy. After a few moments, she stood and wiped away the tears. Oh, Carter! She ran over and hugged him. Carter stiffened, not used to affection from his wife's Amish half-sisters. How is Mom? She's not doing well. Everyone's in the kitchen. Joy followed him in, and as soon as she saw Wilma, she ran to her and hugged her. Carter went back to where he'd been with Malachi, figuring they were both feeling awkward now, seeing neither of them knew Levi that well. Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry, Joy said. Wilma gave a nod. After a while, Joy sat next to Cherish at the table. Ada looked up when Samuel walked into the room. Samuel, perhaps you can go out the front and let people in as they arrive. Let them know Levi is still in his armchair. Samuel nodded and walked outside. He stood on the front porch and closed his eyes and said a prayer for his dear friend. When he opened his eyes, he saw Hope and Fairfax hurrying to the house through the orchard. Matthew wasn't far behind.
All of a sudden, Samuel heard sobbing. He walked around the side of the house and saw Crystal sitting on the steps at the back door, crying. He managed to signal Matthew before he got to the house, and Matthew walked over to him.
You might want to have a word with Crystal. She's at the back of the house, and she's very upset.
Did she ask for me?
No, but she could use a friend, and I know you two are close.
Matthew patted Samuel's shoulder. Thanks. Matthew walked around the corner. Meanwhile, Hope and Fairfax walked over to Samuel. What's going on? Hope asked.
Everyone's in the kitchen. Levi's in his armchair if you want to see him, or you can go into the kitchen. Everyone is gathered there with Wilma.
Thank you, Samuel, Hope said as she hugged him. He shook Fairfax's hand, then led them inside the house. Hope and Fairfax walked over to Levi and kneeled by his side. They closed their eyes and prayed. Samuel stood by the door for other people who were coming. Matthew kneeled beside Crystal.
Are you okay?
Oh, Matthew. She rested her forehead on his shoulder. He put his arm around her.
It's okay.
I know I haven't known him as long as the others, but he was important to me. He was there, and he was dependable. I don't have many people I can rely on, Matthew. Wilma and Levi became those people for me.
I understand. Their house is like a large old tree where birds find they can settle, or at least have a rest for a while before they fly away.
Matthew tried not to cry. He wanted to be strong for her. Crystal looked at him. We are the birds in your story? He smiled at her pretty face.
We are.
I know what you mean. Crystal wiped a tear from her cheek. I can't go inside the house. I just can't.
Cry it out. It will feel better in a minute.
Crystal let her tears flow down her face. She found comfort in Matthew being there.
We have to remember that God has a plan for us all.
Matthew patted her back.
It was his time, and he wasn't well for years.
Crystal took a deep breath. You're right, but I didn't realize how sick he was. I didn't think he would die so suddenly.
Me neither. But when God wants you in heaven, you don't get a say.
Oh, Matthew, I feel so silly being this upset. Poor Wilma must be distraught, and Bliss too. Is Bliss here yet?
No, at least I don't think so. Her buggy's not here.
And Debbie, he was her uncle.
I don't think Debbie's here either.
Matthew took out his handkerchief and passed it to Crystal. She wiped her eyes before she spoke again. Okay, I think I can do it now. Let's say goodbye. Have you been inside yet? He shook his head.
I just arrived.
They both stood and walked to the front door. Samuel was standing in the living room as they entered the house. Chapter 27. Bliss rushed through the front door several minutes later and ran to her father. Everyone moved out of the way for her. Hope and Fairfax were in the room talking with Samuel. Bliss didn't even look at anyone when she made her request known. Please, everyone, I need to be alone. Hope and Fairfax moved out onto the porch with Samuel. Bliss leaned down in front of her father and touched his hand. She wanted to spend a few moments with him, their last moments. She was aware that Samuel had called her two older brothers. They lived so far away. Bliss put her hand to his cheek. I'm sorry, Dot. I'm sorry that I didn't spend more time with you in these last weeks. She was annoyed with herself for being so wrapped up in her stupid house renovations, worried about which look-alike granite countertop to choose. None of that mattered anymore. The only thing that mattered was her family. Her mother had gone years before, and now her father was gone. The realization came into her heart that she was an orphan. She still had Wilma and her stepsisters, but it wasn't the same. Sitting there with her father, she felt very much alone. She closed her eyes and said a prayer before she stood up, trying to hide the pain in her heart for Wilma's sake. She needed to be there for her stepmother. Wilma would be torn apart. She was a woman who didn't cope well with change or responsibility. She always had to lean on others.
"Mom?"
Bliss called out. Samuel poked his head into the living room.
She's in the kitchen.
"Danka."
Bliss walked into the kitchen and looked at Wilma. Wilma bounded to her feet and raced over to Bliss, wrapping her arms around her.
"I just found him like that, Bliss. He was reading his Bible, and then he was gone."
Bliss took a deep breath.
"Samuel told me. How are you?"
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. How are you?"
Bliss sighed. "I don't think anyone would expect either of us to be okay."
"You're right about that,"
Wilma agreed. Everyone else in the room seemed to be avoiding eye contact, and their silence bore the weight of sadness and grief. Wilma took hold of Bliss's hand.
"I think it's best if we get some fresh air, Bliss. Just the two of us."
"Okay."
Wilma led her out the back door. Immediately, Crystal and Matthew jumped up from where they'd been sitting. Crystal gave both Wilma and Bliss a hug before she moved inside the house with Matthew. Once Wilma and Bliss were a distance from the house, Bliss said,
"I knew he was sick, but he'd been sick for so long. I never expected."
"None of us did."
Bliss put her hand on her stomach.
"I need to sit."
"Let's sit on the bench under that tree."
As they walked toward it, Wilma asked,
"Does Adam know?"
"Yes, he said he'll be here soon."
When they sat down, Wilma said,
"I know how it feels to lose your parents. It's not easy."
Bliss nibbled on her fingernail, her eyes focusing on the ground.
"I regret not being here for the past few months. I hardly visited. I was too preoccupied with other things."
"It doesn't matter."
Wilma placed her arm around her stepdaughter's shoulders.
"He knew that you loved him."
"I would have visited every day if I had known he'd go so soon."
Bliss sniffed.
"I had hoped he'd be around for a few more years."
"Me too,"
Bliss whimpered. Chapter 28. Cherish looked out the kitchen window to see Bliss and her mother talking. They'd each be trying to make the other feel better. That's precisely what they both needed. They were the closest people to Levi.
"I'll make us all some refreshments,"
Cherish muttered. She didn't know what else to do. She turned around and saw Malachi, and she knew that he was thinking that he didn't belong in a room full of mourners when he'd only just met Levi.
"I'll help, Cherish."
Malachi walked over to her.
"What do you want me to do?"
"Nothing. Just sit down."
He stared into her eyes.
"Are you okay?"
"Yeah, I will be. I'm worried about Mom."
Cherish picked up the tea kettle.
"Here, let me help you. Where are the cups?"
Cherish pointed to a cupboard on the other side of the room. Then she looked out the window and saw Mark, her half-brother. He'd pulled up in his buggy and had started walking to the house. Christina wasn't with him, but Cherish knew she was home with the twins. This was no place for children right now.
"I've got rotten timing."
Malachi placed the cups on the countertop in front of Cherish. Cherish stopped what she was doing and turned to face him.
"No, you haven't. I can't imagine going through all this without you. You've got the very best timing in the world."
She looked out the window again and noticed Mark talking to Wilma and Bliss. When the refreshments were nearly ready, Samuel poked his head in through the kitchen doorway and announced that the bishop had arrived. Matthew was standing at the back of the room by the front window. He turned around when he heard a buggy pull up. Now the bishop was inside the house, and Debbie and Jared had gotten out of their buggy. He looked over and noticed that Samuel had also seen them coming. Matthew walked past Samuel and whispered,
I'll advise them of what's happened. I left a message at the markets. I'm not sure whether Debbie got it or not. Thanks, Samuel. I'll find out."
Matthew walked quickly. Samuel watched as Matthew ruffled Jared's hair, then whispered something to Debbie. She looked back at him blankly. Then she dropped her head into her hands and kneeled on the ground, burying her face in her arms. Jared leaped into Matthew's arms, and he put him on his shoulders and walked around to the side of the house. Samuel walked out to Debbie.
"It'll be okay, Debbie. He's with God now."
Debbie couldn't stop crying. "How will I tell Jared?" Samuel wiped a tear away.
"I left a message at the markets for you to come home immediately."
"I never got a message."
"I'm sorry. We should have sent someone there to tell you."
"It's okay. Don't worry about that now."
"The bishop is here, and the funeral director will be here any minute. Would you like to see your uncle?"
Debbie didn't speak. She just nodded through her tears. Samuel followed her inside the house. Everyone turned around when Debbie entered the room. She burst into tears at the sight of Levi in his armchair. She ran towards him and kneeled beside him. Bliss and Wilma returned from their talk outside, and Bliss walked toward Debbie. Debbie saw her and grabbed Bliss's hand. After a few minutes, the bishop said,
"It's time, Debbie. He must be taken away now. The funeral director is here."
"A few more moments won't hurt, surely,"
Samuel said. The bishop looked at Samuel and gave a nod.
"A few more minutes."
Debbie wiped her tears with the back of her hand. "I'll miss you, Uncle Levi." She turned around and hugged Bliss tightly. They all stood in silence as Levi's body was taken out of the room and placed into the funeral director's white van. After Levi was gone, Cherish was eavesdropping on the bishop's conversation with Wilma. Wilma requested that the funeral take place as soon as possible. Cherish returned to the kitchen with Malachi to finish making cups of tea and coffee for the crowd that had gathered. She had to keep busy, since she didn't want to sit around looking sad and making other people feel worse. "Will you stay for the funeral?" Cherish asked Malachi. "Do you want me to?" Cherish turned and faced Malachi. "I do. Very much so." He took her hand in his.
"I will if Ruth will be okay."
Cherish was certain she'd cope with this a lot better if Malachi was there. She put the kettle on the stove to boil it again. "Can you call her now?"
"Okay. I'll be back soon."
Malachi left the room and walked out of the house towards the barn. He opened one of the heavy doors and walked over to the phone. He dialed Ruth's number and waited for her to answer.
"Hi, Ruth."
"Malachi, what's wrong?" He figured his voice must have reflected his mood.
"It's Cherish's stepfather, Levi. He passed away this morning."
Malachi shook his head.
"Oh my, that's horrible."
"It's a sad day. He and I had a good talk together. I'm glad I spoke to him when I did."
"Malachi, I'm so sorry. That's horrible," she repeated.
"Thanks. I want to stay a few more days to make sure Cherish is okay. Can you manage there?"
"Of course. I'm fine with that. Take all the time you need."
"Thank you. How's Wally?"
"Wally is great. He's still following me everywhere," Ruth chuckled.
"Oh, good. And how is everything else?"
"It's fine. All is fine here. Don't you worry about a thing. It's a bit more work, but nothing my friend and I can't handle. We enjoy spending time on the farm with the animals. It's beautiful there."
Malachi was curious about her friend, but now there was no time to find out.
"Thank you, Ruth. I'll be home as soon as I can."
"Take your time and give my love to Cherish and her family."
"I will."
Malachi hung up the phone's receiver. He was glad to have a friend like Ruth, and he was happy to stay longer at the orchard to spend more time with Cherish. He couldn't imagine anything worse than having to leave Cherish at a time like this. Chapter 29. For the next couple of hours, Wilma stared into space. With Levi gone, her fears were turning into realities. Would she be left alone in the house? She'd only just finished telling Cherish that she wouldn't hold her back. Now she wished she hadn't said it, but it was too late. Ada sat beside Wilma the whole time, making sure not to leave her side. The rest of the family were in the living room, and every now and again, someone would check on Wilma. Eventually, Carter and Florence left because they had to collect their daughter, Iris, from Christina's house. Wilma closed her eyes, and Ada patted the back of her hand. "Thank you for staying with me," Wilma said, her voice a whisper. "Of course," Ada said. "I'm not going anywhere." Soon, Debbie, Crystal, and Cherish were preparing dinner for everyone, while the men tended to the animals and fetched wood for the fire. They decided to make Wilma's favorite food, fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and gravy. Cherish and Crystal peeled the potatoes and bathed them in boiling water in the kitchen sink. Afterward, Cherish fried the chicken while Crystal prepared the gravy. Hope busied herself with setting the table. As Debbie stood there looking on, a tear trickled down her cheek. "He was the best uncle I could ask for." She wiped her cheek with her sleeve. "I know." Cherish arranged chicken pieces onto the platters. "We're all going to miss him." She washed and dried her hands, and then walked over to Debbie and gave her a big hug. Crystal joined in shortly after. The three of them hung on to each other silently for a minute, while Joy helped Hope. "I'm okay," Debbie said. "I'll keep busy. That's what I need to do." Crystal went back to where she'd been and happened to look out the window. Matthew and Jared were playing outside. Their laughter was barely heard over the food preparation in the kitchen. As Crystal stared at them, her heart softened toward Matthew. If only he was a little more mature. Ada sniffed the air when the dinner was almost ready to be served. "The food smells nearly ready." "I can't face sitting down with everyone right now. I can't bear to eat." Wilma pushed her chair away from the table. "You and I can move to the living room and eat later if you like," Ada said. Wilma nodded slightly. "Denka." Ada told Cherish and the others what they were doing. As Wilma and Ada stood, Cherish carried 2 large plates filled with fried chicken. Debbie and Crystal followed behind Cherish with the mashed potatoes and macaroni and cheese. One by one, they placed the food down the center of the long table. Ada led Wilma into the living room as Crystal called the men inside, and they all sat down to eat together without Wilma and Ada. Samuel had tried to keep busy that afternoon. He had no appetite and couldn't bear to look at food either. He decided to sit in the living room with Ada and Wilma. Wilma sat on the couch next to Levi's armchair, and Ada sat beside her, still holding her hand. Samuel sat in the armchair directly across the room from Levi's. They were silent as they sat there. They felt incomplete without Levi. Wilma looked at Levi's armchair and burst into tears. "I can't do it." Wilma shook her head. "Can't do what? What's wrong, Wilma?" Ada asked. "I can't bear to look at that chair. It was where he always sat. I can't look at it." "Do you want me to take it out of the room?" Samuel asked. Wilma placed her head in her hands as she nodded. Samuel stood and got Matthew out of the kitchen, and together they lifted the chair and moved it onto the back porch. They worked out a plan to move it from the property the next day between the two of them. Even a whiff of Wilma's favorite food wasn't able to entice her to eat anything. She missed Levi so terribly. She never imagined she'd have to feel this pain twice in her life. Wilma squeezed her eyes shut as tears fell down her cheeks. "Why, God? Why?" she screamed in her head. As the rest of the family ate dinner at the long table, a somber mood filled the room.
They all knew they couldn't go back to the way things were before. No one was eating the way they used to. Everyone was picking at their food.
"It's just so hard to believe," Hope said, her voice breaking.
"I know," Fairfax said. He never said much, but when he did, everyone listened. "He seemed like a great man," Malachi said.
"A great man,"
Crystal said, her voice trailing off. "I'll never forget the things he taught me," Matthew said. "It doesn't feel real."
"Mom's so distraught. I wish there was something I could do to help."
Joy nibbled on a piece of chicken, then placed it back down on her plate. "I have to get back to Isaac soon. I don't want to leave, but I have to. Isaac's looking after the girls, and he has to work tomorrow."
"I'm so worried about Mom," Hope said.
"Wilma will be okay. We'll always be here for her." Fairfax took a sip of his drink.
"Dinka, Fairfax."
Cherish nodded at him. There's no way she would be able to go back to the farm now. She glanced at Malachi, wondering how to tell him. While she was doing that, Debbie looked over at Jared, sitting by himself playing with his food at the children's table. How would she tell her son that his great-uncle Levi wasn't around to tell him any more stories? Chapter 30. The following morning, Wilma opened her eyes. She reached over to the other side of the bed to touch Levi's warmth, as she always did, but a cold sheet met her fingertips. Sadness overwhelmed her when she remembered what had happened. She'd been unable to sleep for most of the night. She'd walked around the house, unable to settle down. Then she'd crawled back into bed in the early hours and must have had a couple of hours' sleep. Now it was time to face the day. She had learned from when her first husband died that these next few days would be the worst. Not wanting to stay alone in the bed, she got dressed and walked into the living room. She had no idea who had stayed there that night, but she was pretty sure that Ada had said she would stay. The smell of breakfast wafted up the stairs as she headed towards the kitchen. Ada was flipping the bacon over the stove, while Debbie scrambled eggs with a fork on the other side of the stove. Crystal and Cherish were cutting bread in the center of the room. All of them looked up as they noticed Wilma enter the room. "How are you, Wilma?" Ada rushed over to her. "Yeah, I'm fine."
"Would you like some coffee, Mom?"
Cherish asked. "Dinka, that would be nice. Here, let's go sit at the table while the girls finish cooking." Ada took her by the arm. "I wanted to stay here last night after everyone left, but Samuel wanted to go home. I made sure we were back here before you woke." "Dinka, I spoke to Harriet last night. They should be arriving around dinner time this evening. They'll be staying with us while they're here." "Dinka for arranging that. I'll be happy to see Favor again. And Honor and Mercy will be back here with their families. I'm not sure when they will be here." Wilma nodded. "It's about time they came here. I never imagined they'd be coming for this reason. When do they arrive?" "I'm not sure, but I'd guess it will be the day after tomorrow." "Where's Samuel?" Wilma asked. "He's outside with the men." "The men?" It took Wilma a moment to realize he wasn't outside with Levi. "Malachi and Matthew." "Oh." Wilma looked down. Ada was worried. She'd never seen Wilma like this before. The girls entered the room and placed the food on the table. "This looks good. I'll try to eat a little."
"Oh, Mom, Malachi milked the goat and the cow," Cherish said.
Ada chuckled. "Don't you mean Goaty and Cowie?"
"Oh, yes, I forgot about their names. He said Jared was a good help."
Wilma smiled and sat down at the kitchen table. "That was good of Malachi." Ada walked outside to fetch the men for breakfast. Malachi and Samuel were talking, and Matthew was doing something with a wheelbarrow. She called out to them and waved for them to come inside. When everyone was seated at the table, there was a knock at the door. "Samuel, can you get that?" Ada asked.
Samuel gave a nod before walking over to the front door. Samuel opened the door to find Florence and Carter on the doorstep. They were both holding bowls of food. "Hello, Samuel. We're just popping by to check on Wilma and make sure she's doing okay." Florence smiled.
"Thank you for coming. Come in."
Samuel opened the door wide for them. They followed him into the kitchen where Wilma was sitting down. Wilma looked up as they entered. "Hello." Ada gestured for them to sit down. Florence smiled. "We brought you a casserole and some other food." "Thank you, Florence. And you too, Carter. That's very kind." Ada took the casserole from Florence. "Eat as much breakfast as you like. We've got plenty of food this morning." Ada placed the casserole and the other items in the gas-powered fridge. Florence knew from the look of Wilma that she'd hardly slept a wink. Florence and Carter sat down at the table with them. "Everyone's coming, Florence. Mercy and Honor are coming back," Ada told her. "It'll be so good seeing them, won't it, Wilma?" Florence asked. Wilma gave a slight nod. "I need all my family here for the funeral." Matthew wanted to brighten the spirit in the room. He looked over at Jared, sitting at the kids' table eating his breakfast.
"We've got something to tell everyone, don't we, Jared?"
Jared looked up excitedly and clapped his hands.
"I can fly! I can fly!"
Everyone laughed as they looked at him.
"You can fly?" Carter asked. "Yeah, I taught him how to fly a kite. It's his new favorite thing," Matthew said proudly.
"And Malachi let me milk."
Jared jumped up and down in his chair excitedly.
"He let me have a go, and I did it just like Aunt Wilma showed me."
"Thanka, Matthew and Malachi." Debbie had been relieved Jared hadn't noticed Levi was missing yet. She dreaded having to tell him, unsure of what his reaction would be. He was only a boy, and he had never known death before. With everything going on, Debbie still noticed that Jared was closer with Matthew and Malachi than he was with Peter. Peter! She hadn't even told Peter about Levi. Debbie sprang out of her chair. "I've got a call to make. Excuse me." As she raced to the barn, she had severe doubts about her feelings for Peter, since she'd only just remembered him. Chapter 31. Cherish sat with Malachi on the front porch in the afternoon, drinking hot tea. It had been a busy day with visitors coming and going. Cherish was looking forward to seeing Favor. Although it had been nice to have some time apart, she'd missed her sister and had worried about her on the farm with Simon's parents. Cherish looked at Malachi, who was already looking at her. "It's so nice that you're here." "I'm glad I'm here," he said. "Thank you for not giving up on me." Malachi smiled at her, then paused for a moment. "What do you mean?" "You know, you've waited around for me for years, so you said." Malachi laughed. "I thought you were the one that had waited around for me for years." She nudged him with her elbow. "You know what I mean." "I worry about us sometimes." Malachi frowned. "Why?" "I worry that you will get sick of waiting for me and find someone else to marry." "That won't happen. I don't want to marry anyone else. I want to marry you." Cherish looked at her hands. "I know, but what if you meet someone else?" Malachi shook his head. "I don't want to marry anyone else, Cherish, but I do want to marry you." Cherish looked into his eyes. "I know you do, Malachi. But what if—" "But nothing," Malachi interrupted her. "I want to marry you, and I don't want to marry anyone else. There's no one else like you in this world. I know that for sure." Cherish looked at him and smiled. His words brought back the peace she had been searching for. "Thank you." "For what?" he asked. "For loving me." Malachi smiled at her. "You're welcome, I guess. But you're the one who said yes to marrying a guy like me. So thank you." They turned when they heard sounds. "Here they are!" Cherish was excited to see Favor. Ada and Samuel pulled up in their buggy, followed by the couples in their hired car. Ada and Samuel were returning from preparing rooms for their guests. Cherish and Malachi stood up and walked towards the car. Favor hopped out and ran to Cherish. She flung her arms around her and gave her a smothering embrace. Cherish gasped for air until Favor released her.
Hi, Favor. I've missed you so much, Cherish. I've missed you too.
Favor let go and looked at Malachi.
Good to see you again, Malachi. I told you you two were perfect for each other.
Malachi laughed. Good to see you too, Favor. Melvin, Harriet, and Simon got out of the car and walked over to them, followed by Ada and Samuel.
Ah, Malachi, you are looking very different indeed.
Melvin shook his hand.
Thank you.
Oh, my, Malachi,
Harriet said as she came closer.
Cherish, forget what I said on the phone to you the other day. He looks outstanding when he's clean. Very nice indeed.
Harriet looked Malachi up and down. Malachi offered a strained smile. Cherish noticed he was annoyed by them already.
It's good to see you all. Let's go inside. Mom will be happy to see you, Favor.
And what about the rest of us?
Harriet laughed at her joke. Cherish smiled to be polite, but this wasn't the time for jokes before leading the way to the front door. Wilma was sitting in the living room when they entered the house, staring straight ahead. Favor rushed over to her and hugged her.
Hello, dear. It's good to see you.
Oh, Mom.
Favor started crying in her arms.
It'll be okay.
Wilma patted her on the back. Harriet rushed over to Wilma to give her condolences.
Oh, Wilma, look at you. You poor thing. You look terrible. We must get some food into you.
I've eaten. Harriet spun around to look at Ada.
Ada, has she eaten?
Ada was entering the house, followed by Samuel.
She's eaten. Okay. Just making sure.
I'm fine, Wilma snapped.
I'm sorry for your loss, Wilma. We all are,
Melvin said. Wilma nodded.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming and bringing Favor back.
I'll make us some tea,
Ada said before walking into the kitchen.
Harriet, would you mind joining me?
Of course.
Harriet followed Ada into the kitchen. Ada was worried Wilma would have little patience for Harriet at this time, and she couldn't blame her. It was odd that two of her closest friends didn't care for one another. Malachi and Samuel stood with Simon and Melvin at the doorway.
There's some work I've got to finish off. Malachi and Simon, would you mind lending me a hand?
Samuel asked.
Sure,
Simon said enthusiastically.
I'll come too,
Melvin said. No worries. Malachi turned to Cherish and smiled at her before the men left the room, leaving Favor and Cherish alone with Wilma.
Oh, Mom, it's so good to see you.
Favor hugged her mother again. You too, dear. She looked at Cherish. Cherish, can you find out when Mercy and Honor are coming? Cherish knew her mother wanted to see her two eldest daughters and their children. She hadn't seen them for ages, and neither had she seen the 4 boys they had between them. It wasn't the best reason for a family reunion, but at least they'd all be together once again.
Yeah, of course. I'll head over to Florence's now. I think she said they might be staying with her.
Dinka, they are staying with her. If you walk over there, it will give Favor and I some time to catch up. Cherish turned to Favor.
I'll see you soon.
Favor ran over to her and gave her another hug.
Don't be long, Cherish. We have to catch up too.
Cherish smiled before walking out the front door. She walked down the porch steps and started walking towards Florence and Carter's house. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting go of all the stress of everything that had happened over the past couple of days. When she reached Florence and Carter's house, she knocked on the front door. The smell of freshly baked goods hit Cherish as Florence opened the door. She tried to guess what delicious treats Florence was cooking. Cherish, hi. Please come in.
"Hi, Florence," she said, as she walked past her into the house. "You're in time for some spiced apple muffins. I just got them out of the oven. Would you like one?" Florence asked. "I'm taking them over to Mom."
Oh, Mom it is now, eh? Not Wilma.
Florence shrugged her shoulders. "I used to call her Mom."
Yeah, you used to. You haven't called her that since you ran away from home.
Florence frowned. "It wasn't like that. Do you want a muffin or not?"
"Yes, please."
Cherish followed Florence into the kitchen, where Florence picked up 2 plates and put a fresh muffin on each. Then she led Cherish into the living room. "I'll boil the kettle." Florence left her alone. Cherish sat down on the couch and looked at her muffin. She'd never tasted a spiced apple muffin. The muffin was still warm when she bit into it. She could taste the cinnamon, and the muffin was so moist that it was hard to tell where the muffin stopped and the apple started. "It's good, then?" Florence teased as she came back into the room.
It's delicious."
"How is Mom today?" Florence asked.
"Yeah, she's okay. About as good as can be expected right now."
"That's understandable." Cherish looked around.
"Where are Carter and Iris?"
"They're out walking with Spot. I'm surprised you didn't see them."
"No, I didn't."
"So, what brings you over here?" Florence asked.
"Mom wants to know when Mercy and Honor are coming."
"They should be here in the morning. I was going to tell Wilma about it as soon as I was finished cooking the muffins. Mercy and Honor and their families will stay here. As far as everyone else is concerned, we can spread out between the orchard and Ada and Samuel's house. It will be squishy, but we'll make it work."
"Okay. Danka, I'll let Mom know. What about Earl?"
"He won't be able to make it. The twins have colds."
"Oh, that's sad."
"It is. They don't have much family to help where they are, and Earl wouldn't like to come by himself and leave Miriam looking after 5 young children by herself."
"I can understand that. It's good that everyone else is coming."
"Mercy and Honor said they'll come to your place first to say hello, and then they're coming here. That's what I suggested, but Mercy is insisting on staying with Mom." Cherish stared at Florence.
"That's not what was arranged."
"Well, I told them they could stay with me, but it wasn't taken too well." Cherish shook her head.
"I thought it was all arranged."
"No, I'm sorry. I did all I could."
"It'll be too much for Mom. It's all she can do to cope with Jared's liveliness."
Florence bit her lip. "I hope Mercy doesn't cause any trouble. You know how she can be when she gets her mind set on something."
"I'll have to tell Mom the situation."
"I've got their rooms made up already."
"It'll be okay. I'll have Mom get Ada to help talk Mercy into staying here. It's not far from Mom's house."
Florence nodded. "Good idea." Cherish finished her muffin quickly, eager to get back to the house to catch up with Favor. She also didn't like to leave her mother for too long. Chapter 32. Wilma was waiting in the kitchen when 2 hired cars pulled up the next day. It was Honor and Mercy, along with their families. Wilma knew they'd want to stay with her at the orchard. As much as Wilma wanted to see them, she didn't have the energy to be around their 4 young boys. She'd arranged for them to stay with Florence. She hoped they'd understand. She asked Ada to deliver that news. The news would be better coming from her. Mercy was first out of the car, and when she was getting the boys out, she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Ada.
"Your mother wants you to stay with Florence and Carter."
A sudden pang of sadness ripped through Mercy's chest. She wanted to be with her mother. She missed living at home and missed her old life. Mercy also wished she could return to the days when she was a teenager, but she knew that was impossible. She needed to talk with her mother about her loveless marriage, but with her stepfather having just died, she'd have to wait for the right moment. If she had to stay with Florence and Carter, when would she get a chance to talk to Mom? "Well?" Ada peered at her, awaiting a response. Mercy looked at the house, and her eyes burned.
She swallowed to stop the tears from coming.
I don't want to stay with them.
Mercy turned away from Ada.
You don't want to stay with them?
Ada's voice rose, as if she were ready to argue with Mercy. Mercy swung around and faced Ada.
I want to stay with my mother.
Ada's eyes widened, as if she was caught off guard by Mercy's statement.
She needs me, Mercy added.
Ada shook her head.
You can't stay with your mother.
Why not?
Mercy's heart rate quickened in anger.
Because it's not right.
Not right? What do you mean, it's not right?
Mercy's voice raised an octave. She took a step back from Ada and stopped walking. They had almost reached the house. The front door was open wide, making it easy to enter.
You've got the boys, and Wilma needs a quiet home as she mourns Levi, Ada said.
Mercy was sure her heart had stopped beating for a moment as she struggled to catch her breath. She tried to steady herself by placing a hand on the porch railing.
Honor and Jonathan can stay with them. I'll stay here, and I'll talk with Mom about it myself.
Mercy hurried into the house and found her mother in the kitchen. Wilma walked over and hugged her. Her daughter had grown older. She looked like a young woman, rather than the young girl who'd married Stephen. It felt like a lifetime ago that Mercy was at the orchard.
I'm so happy to see you. I'm making lunch for everyone before you go to Florence's place. I thought you might be hungry. I'm not hungry. I need to talk to you. Now's not a good time, honey. We'll have plenty of time to talk later. I need to talk to you now.
Wilma sighed and leaned against the countertop. She guessed what this was about.
What's the matter? I want to stay here. I'm not going to Florence's place. I want to be alone. I need time to myself. Stephen and the boys can stay over there without me.
Wilma took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
Your husband and children are staying at Florence's, and you'll go with them. Florence and Carter have a huge home. They're not living in the cottage anymore. They live in a mansion closer to the road than the cottage. You should see it. It's the biggest house in the county.
I don't see why. Ada said you need silence, so I won't say a thing. I'll be out of sight. I'll only talk to you if you want to talk with me.
It's not that simple, Mercy. Are you still having problems with Stephen?
Shh. Mercy turned around, hoping no one was there to overhear.
Just please do what I ask, Wilma said.
Mercy pouted.
You don't want me here?
It's not that. It's just that it's been arranged.
I'm not sleeping in the same room with my husband. I can't stand to be around him.
Wilma gasped.
I had no idea things were that bad.
They are. I told you this when you were at my place the last time.
But then you didn't say anything, and I thought things had improved.
I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to come here like this and offload everything onto you as soon as I got here. You must be feeling awful after what happened. Are you doing okay?
No one ever does okay when they lose someone they love. You have to get on with it and keep living. There's no other choice, the same as you don't have any other choice.
What do you mean?
Mercy, it doesn't matter how you feel about your husband. You're married to him. You can either make the best of it or complain about him and make yourself miserable.
You're going to let me sleep in the same room with my husband even though I don't like him?
Yes, I am telling you that it's your duty as a wife to do so.
I don't have to do anything. I'm a grown woman. I don't have to listen to you.
Wilma sighed again and turned back and leaned against the countertop.
That's between you, your husband, and God.
There's nothing between my husband and me.
Mercy stomped her foot on the floor.
I'm going to stay with Florence. You never understood me.
Wilma swung around.
Don't go, Mercy.
Ada walked into the room with Mercy's 2 young boys, and they ran to Wilma. Wilma leaned down and cuddled them. She looked up at Ada.
They remember me. Well, I'm sure Joseph does, but John wouldn't be old enough.
Then Honor and Jonathan walked in with their boys. Honor ran over to her mother and hugged her, while Jonathan held their youngest boy in his arms. He was half asleep. Wilma stood and hugged her back, with Honor's oldest boy hugging her leg. "How are you, Mom?" Honor asked. "I'm doing okay. You don't mind staying with Florence and Carter, do you?" "Whatever is easiest for you." Jonathan gave Wilma a nod. "Sorry about what happened." Wilma smiled at Jonathan. They'd put their differences aside a long time ago. "He was sick for a while. I'm pleased we had him for as long as we did." Ada walked into the room.
"What's wrong with Mercy? She stormed out of the house."
"I'm not sure." Wilma couldn't tell anyone what Mercy was going through. At that moment, Stephen walked into the room. "Hi, Wilma." He leaned forward and hugged his mother-in-law. "It's nice to see you. It's lovely that you could all come." Stephen said,
"We might stay a couple of days longer, if that's okay."
Wilma smiled. "I was hoping you'd be able to do that." Ada clapped her hands.
"Okay, we'll have a quick lunch while the hired cars wait, and then they'll take you all next door to Florence and Carter's house."
Wilma carried a plate of sandwiches to the table while Honor put the tea kettle on the stove. "I'll fetch Mercy," Stephen said. Wilma raised her hand.
"No, I'll do it."
Wilma walked outside and found Mercy sitting in the back seat of one of the hired cars, talking to the driver. Wilma said, "Will you come out? We need to talk." Mercy opened the back door of the car and stepped out. The two of them walked toward the rows of apple trees. "What exactly is wrong with your husband?" Wilma asked. "Seeing I don't have time to list all his faults, I'll just tell you that I'm not in love with him anymore." "But you have 2 beautiful sons and—" Mercy pouted. "I don't expect you to understand, but you could support my decision." "What decision?" "I'm moving back here, back to the orchard, by myself." Chapter 33. Wilma nearly choked when she heard Mercy wanted to leave her young family and move back to the orchard. She tried to understand how Mercy had come to make such a wild and unwise choice. "I'll help you in any way I can, but I'll never agree with your decision to leave your children behind, if that's what you end up doing." Mercy turned to her mother and smiled. "Thank you, Mom. I thought you'd force me to stay with him." "I've learned my lesson about trying to force people to do things." Mom pressed her lips together. "Good. In that case, I'll stay with Florence for now. There's something I've always wanted to know." "What's that?" Wilma asked. "How come you never had any more children?" Wilma grinned. "I had 6. How many did you want me to have?" "I mean you never had more children with Levi." Wilma shook her head. "I was too old by the time we married." They kept walking. "So," Mercy began, "you were married to 2 men. Did you love my father more?" "It's hard to say who I loved more when I look back. They were both different, and I loved them in unique ways. It's something I can't put into words." "Different in what way? Try to explain it to me." "I was in love with Josiah when I married him. When I married Levi, it was more of a marriage between 2 lonely people. I grew to love him, and I believe he grew to love me more the longer we were together." "It's turning out the opposite for me. I loved Stephen, and now I'm growing to hate him." "Oh, don't say that." "I don't think I've ever been in love. Not really. Not like you and Dot were, anyway." She looked at her mother and announced, "That's why I'm moving back here. I need to find myself. I need to be alone and figure out who I am without a man." A loud bang sounded from inside the house. "What was that?" Wilma asked. Mercy shrugged. "I don't know.
All I know is that it would have been something to do with Stephen. He's always doing outrageous things. I'm sure he wants me to die from fright or a heart attack. Then he'll be free to marry someone he has more in common with.
I don't have an answer to give you.
Mercy put her arm around her mother.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to burden you with all this today. I'm just miserable, and I've been saving all my anxious thoughts up to tell someone who could give me advice. I've needed you.
Only you can turn your marriage around. You either leave him and never marry again, or stay and make the best of it. Either way, I don't see that you can leave your children, and you can't take them away from their father.
Mercy looked up at the sky and sighed.
I know. I just want to know why you didn't stop me from marrying Stephen. I was only 18.
Wilma shook her head and looked at the ground. Somehow, she knew the day would come when Mercy would blame her for everything.
It wasn't my place to stop you. You were an adult, and you made your own decision.
Mercy glared at her.
But you could have talked to me. You could have warned me not to rush.
Wilma looked up and held Mercy's gaze.
I couldn't. You didn't want me to. You were angry with me because I was always watching out for you. You resented me for it. You said that I didn't trust you to be an adult on your own. Mercy, you wouldn't listen to anyone.
Mercy sighed and sat down on a boulder at the edge of the first row of apple trees. She looked back and forth between Wilma and the trees, then down at her hands.
I know.
You said that I was suffocating you, and that you needed to grow up. You said that I was always telling you what to do, and that you wanted to make your own decisions. You wanted your freedom. You thought marriage was freedom. You said you wanted to be in charge of your own household and get away from Florence and me. Don't you remember that?
Mercy looked up at her.
I'm so sorry, Mom. Looking back now, I know 18 is not that old. At the time, I thought I knew everything. I really knew nothing.
Wilma reached out and grabbed her hand.
It's okay, Mercy. It's all in the past now.
Mercy hung her head.
No, it's not. I'm still living with the consequences of my actions. I'm not free.
Wilma sighed.
You're free to be whatever you want to be, Mercy. You're free to go wherever you want. You have the choice. You have freedom. You have the freedom to follow the path or go off that path. Never say that you're not free. God has given us the greatest freedom.
Well, why didn't God stop me from getting married?
Same reason. Freedom. You made that choice.
Mercy ground her teeth.
It's so unfair.
Is it fair that I have been widowed twice? Is it fair that I had to give up my firstborn son for fear of what people would say about him and me?
Wilma's eyes filled with tears.
Stop thinking about fair and unfair. We make our own decisions, and we can't stop God from taking our loved ones home.
Wilma sobbed into her hands that she'd balled into fists. Mercy held her mother.
Forgive me. I'm so horrible and selfish sometimes. I hate myself.
Wilma put her arms around her daughter and continued crying on her shoulder.
Mercy?
Mercy looked up when she heard Stephen's voice. He was waving at her.
The cars are ready to leave. Come on. Ada has wrapped a sandwich for you. We've got to leave, he called out.
Mercy said nothing to him. She looked back at her mother.
Will you be okay?
I'll be fine. Go with your family.
I'll stay with Florence if that's what you want.
Wilma nodded.
That's best. Next time you visit, you can stay with me.
I understand.
They started walking back.
I want you to be happy. That's all a mother wants in life, the happiness of their children. It means more to me than my own happiness.
I'll work on it. I've tried, but I'll try harder.
Denka.
I'm glad we had this talk, Mom. I wish we lived closer.
Me too.
I'll be early for the viewing tomorrow.
Mercy hugged her mother and ran to the cars when she saw everyone getting in. Wilma stood on the porch, and Ada came out of the house to stand next to her. Ada and Wilma stood there and waved as the two cars moved away.
Oh, Ada, it would be lovely if they were just visiting for no reason at all. I know. What were you and Mercy talking about for so long?
Wilma walked inside.
Just this and that.
Ada pushed out her lips.
She seemed like she was in a bad mood. No more than normal.
Ada chuckled.
You should eat. You've got to keep up your strength for tomorrow.
Chapter 34. Wilma stared at Levi, lying in the coffin in the living room. The room was full of people, yet everyone stood back, allowing her a private moment to say goodbye. They had been married for many years, and now he was gone. Wilma had no tears today. She'd done all her crying in the last few days. That didn't mean she wasn't sad, and it didn't mean that she didn't miss him dreadfully. Wilma looked down at his pale, lifeless face. Now he was gone, and she had no one to accompany her on life's pathway. She leaned closer and whispered, "Goodbye, my love. We will see each other again." A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Levi's coffin. It was a heavenly glow, and Wilma believed it was a sunbeam from heaven, a sign from God that she had to be strong. She had to face her fears, and Wilma was determined to do it. That's what Levi would have wanted. Levi had said she should allow Cherish to leave, and she had to follow through with his wishes. This was a time in her life when she had to rely on God, because she had no strength of her own. Cherish and Florence moved toward Wilma and stood by her side. They linked their arms with hers. "Goodbye, Levi," Florence whispered.
"Goodbye, Levi,"
Cherish said.
"Do you want to sit down, Mom?"
"Yeah, I will."
Wilma sat down on the couch next to Ada and Samuel in the living room. Levi's coffin was at the end of the room. Most of the furniture had been moved to accommodate the mourners who had come to the pre-funeral viewing. Wilma beckoned Bliss over. "Sit beside me." Bliss sniffed.
"Denka."
Then Debbie sat with them too, as Florence moved over for her. Wilma was sad for Debbie because her parents couldn't make it to the funeral. It was shocking because Debbie's father was Levi's brother. Debbie was convinced that they held unforgiveness in their hearts over Levi allowing Debbie to stay at the orchard. Even though Debbie didn't say much, Wilma knew she was hurt. Wilma looked up at her 6 daughters gathered around her.
"We'll have a quiet night tonight. Tomorrow we'll have a family dinner with everyone before they go home," Wilma announced.
"We'll all cook, Mom. Don't you worry about a thing," Cherish said.
For a split second, Wilma longed for the old days when all her girls were under one roof. Longing for things in the past was a senseless pastime that would never bear any fruit. The present is what counted, Wilma reminded herself. Wilma said a silent prayer of thanks to all the lovely people around her. How could she be lonely? Now was the time to be grateful for everyone who loved her and cared about her. Later that day, a cool breeze swept through the cemetery's grounds as a crowd gathered around Levi's closed coffin, which was now positioned ready to be lowered into its resting place. Wilma would be glad when this day was behind her. It was too painful to lose a loved one, and even more painful to see them return to the dust of the earth. Wilma stood with her arm linked with Bliss's. As much as she was hurting, she could only imagine the pain Bliss was going through. The one blessing for Bliss was that she had Adam to comfort her, and he was a wonderful man. The bishop spoke, but Wilma was too busy trying to keep standing on legs that had turned to jelly. She had to adapt to a life without Levi, and very possibly a life with the last of her daughters living far away. Cherish stood by her mother as they lowered her stepfather's coffin into the ground. She looked over at Malachi, who was standing across the crowd. He gave a quick smile that warmed her heart. Cherish was now torn between two people she loved. How could she make both her mother and Malachi happy? There had to be a way. She couldn't split herself into two and live at both places. Neither could she hold her mother to words she'd spoken before Levi had died. When Cherish was walking back to the buggy, she saw a man in a dark suit leaning against a shiny gray car. It was Travis Johnson, the lawyer. At that moment, Cherish realized that he truly believed that Levi was his birth father. She felt so sorry for him for being mistaken. Part of her wanted to tell him that his real father was out there somewhere and possibly still alive. Instead, she put her head down and pretended not to see him. She didn't know what else to do. Chapter 35. The next day, the sisters stood in the kitchen preparing dinner for the large family feast that was to occur later that evening. Ada and Wilma drank tea with Harriet in the living room, while the men were outside helping in the orchard. Mercy and Honor worked on the meats, glazing the pork and stuffing the chickens, while Cherish and Bliss cut up vegetables. Favor made fresh lemonade, while Florence did a little bit of everything. This would be the first family dinner that Florence and Carter had attended in some time. Debbie was working, so Matthew took it upon himself to look after Jared, and also Mercy and Honor's boys. Cherish looked out the window and saw Jared crying because his kite string was tangled in a tree. She laughed to herself as she watched a stressed-out Matthew trying to calm him down.
"Look outside, Mercy."
Mercy moved to the window and laughed.
"It feels like old times. The house hasn't been this full, and I don't know how long."
Cherish turned around and continued chopping the vegetables.
"Yeah, I've missed this place. We must try to come back more often."
Mercy opened the oven and placed the pork inside.
"Cherish, we weren't aware you had a courtship with Malachi. How long has this been going on?" Honor asked. "Well, we've been together for only a little while now."
Honor and Mercy gasped. Honor picked up a dish towel and flicked it at her.
"And we didn't know."
Cherish laughed and ducked out of the way. It was just like old times.
"Don't worry, she didn't tell me either. I was offended at first until she explained why," Favor said.
"Go on." Honor opened the oven and placed the giant chickens on the tray underneath the pork.
"We just weren't sure when I could get to the farm. That's why we didn't say anything. Then Malachi just showed up here. Cherish is being polite. It's because of Mom. She won't let Cherish leave for the farm. How is she supposed to start a family?" Favor exclaimed.
Cherish shook her head.
"We shouldn't talk about this now. Mom might overhear, and the last thing I want to do is make her more upset."
Cherish scratched her neck uncomfortably.
"Yeah, you're right. So you'll tell us more later?" Mercy asked. "Of course."
Bliss clasped her hands to her heart.
"I do like him. He's got kind eyes. You can tell how in love with you he is." "You can?" Cherish asked. "Yeah. I was able to see it years ago, wasn't I, Cherish?"
Favor stood there with her hands on her hips.
"Tell them I was the first."
Cherish laughed.
"Yeah, you were. I found them sharing a kiss in the barn just as we were leaving the farm." "Shh, Favor, please don't tell anyone that." "Why not? I saw it."
Favor turned to face her other sisters.
"It was when she was meant to be courting Simon. That's why I tried my luck with Simon. I wasn't being spiteful. I just knew Cherish was in love with Malachi, not Simon. Right, Cherish?" "I guess so." "You guess so? Don't say that. I don't want anyone to think I stole him from you." "You're right. Of course you didn't steal him. You wouldn't do something like that."
Cherish seasoned the vegetables. Suddenly the kitchen door swung open. Cherish jumped and turned around to see Harriet walking in.
Oh my, it smells delicious in here.
Harriet stood in the middle of the kitchen and took a deep breath.
I'm not sure what smells good. The pork has just gone into the oven, Mercy said. It has? It didn't take you long to glaze it and prepare it. Are you sure you did it properly? Harriet asked Mercy. Excuse me? Mercy frowned at her. I'll check and make sure it's done the right way. We don't want dry pork. Simon likes his pork covered in glaze, doesn't he, Favor? Harriet walked toward the oven. Harriet, please go and relax with Ada and Wilma. My sisters are good cooks, and they know what they're doing, Favor said.
Honor and Cherish exchanged looks.
We cook every day for our own families, Honor added.
Harriet stopped before she got to the oven and turned to face Favor.
Oh, Favor, you know how I like my pork.
She shook her head before bending over to open the oven door. Mercy and Honor looked at Favor in shock.
Just as I suspected. There's not enough glazing on it. Pull it out and I'll fix it up, Harriet ordered.
Mercy's jaw dropped. She was offended, but she didn't want to be rude. When Mercy didn't respond, Harriet put on oven gloves and took the pork out of the oven. Then she picked up the bowl with the leftover glaze and poured it all over the pork. She placed the bowl on the table and took a few steps back.
Ah, that's more like it.
She picked up a knife and made several small cuts in the meat.
There, it'll seep in better now.
She took off the gloves and dusted off her hands.
Put it back in the oven, someone. My work here is done.
She patted Mercy on the back as she walked out of the room. Everyone stared at Favor.
How do you put up with her? Mercy asked.
Florence shook her head. I've never heard anything like that. Is she always like that, Favor?
I didn't want to be rude, but she put way too much glaze on the pork.
Bliss shook her head.
It's a nightmare. She's a nightmare. This is what my life has become.
Favor put her head in her hands. Suddenly, Harriet stuck her head back inside the door.
That lemonade is going to get warm if you don't hand it out soon, Favor.
Harriet pointed to the jug of lemonade sitting on the table.
Perhaps everyone can have a glass now instead of with the meal.
Thanks, Harriet. Great idea. Harriet smiled.
It's Ma, remember?
Oh, yes, Ma. Favor picked up the jug of lemonade.
Do you need anything else?
Harriet asked the women. Mercy shook her head.
No, we're fine. Please keep Wilma company. Okay. I'll check back soon to make sure everything's going smoothly.
Harriet closed the door and walked back into the living room.
Wow, you dodged a bullet there, Cherish, Honor said. What if you kept dating him? She would have been your mother-in-law.
Cherish grimaced.
I wasn't dating him.
Favor kept her head down as she poured the lemonade into glasses. Chapter 36. Everyone sat at the dinner table that evening, talking amongst themselves. Debbie and Crystal had arrived home from work, and Peter had come in the early afternoon. The women had placed the roast chickens, potato salad, fresh bread, baked vegetables, and gravy along the table. The roast pork was in the center. After their silent prayers, Harriet insisted on cutting the pork, even though she was a guest.
Ah, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. If we didn't put enough glaze on it, it would have turned out dry.
Harriet glanced at Mercy. Wilma couldn't remember the family's last time in the same room together. Christina and Mark had made an effort to come with their twins, and Florence and Carter were there with their daughter, Iris. Wilma smiled as she looked at her daughters sitting next to their husbands. She was glad they had found love, and she was delighted Cherish had finally found someone, too. It was something she would never take for granted again.
Thank you, all of you, for coming,
Wilma said. "I'm sure it probably wasn't easy getting away and leaving your jobs and farms."
"It was about time we came," said Mercy, pouting. "I've been asking Stephen for months if we could visit." "It's nice to have everyone home again. We must enjoy the time we have, because we don't know the next time that everyone will be getting together," Ada said.
After Stephen had gulped down the soda in front of him, he asked, "How was everyone's day today?"
"Yeah, ours was lovely. It's been great catching up with everyone," Honor said.
Jared suddenly grabbed one of Mercy's boys' hair and yanked it, and he yelled. Debbie jumped out of her chair and ran over.
"No, Jared! What are you doing?"
Jared pointed at Joseph, Mercy's oldest boy.
"He stole my chicken, Mom!"
Joseph sat there like he didn't know what was going on.
"Sharing is caring, Jared."
Ada frowned at him.
"I've got it from here, Ada. Thanks," Debbie said firmly.
"He took it off my plate. I didn't take anything from him,"
Joseph assured everyone. Mercy jumped up to reprimand her son. Ada rolled her eyes at the interruption. Debbie sat back down next to Peter. He placed a hand on her back to comfort her. She was sure everyone thought she was a dreadful parent.
"Sorry about that,"
Debbie said to Mercy when Mercy sat down. Mercy offered a smile.
"Don't worry about it. They're just kids."
Stephen noticed the tension in the room and wanted to brighten everyone's spirits. He looked at Jared. "Hey, Jared, how do you make a Kleenex dance?" Jared stared at him blankly. "You put a little boogie in it." Stephen laughed loudly at his own joke. Jared seemed confused, while Mercy put her head in her hands, embarrassed. Malachi smiled and Cherish shook her head. Stephen's jokes were terrible.
"Please, Stephen, not while we're eating." Ada glared at him. "You should know better."
"He hasn't changed a bit," Matthew said. "On behalf of all my family, I apologize."
"How could you?" Mercy whispered to Stephen. "You agreed there'd be no jokes this week. I'm so upset right now I can barely look at you."
Stephen just shrugged his shoulders and gave his wife no reply.
"I'm sorry, everyone. Seeing we're eating, I've got a good one about food. Trust me, this will make up for the other joke. What do you call a bagel that can fly?"
Everyone stared at him.
"A plain bagel."
Mercy held her head in her hands.
"This is just the worst. Please, no more."
Mercy leaned over and whispered,
"Or I'll leave the table."
Samuel was the only one who chuckled.
"And what about you, Matthew? We haven't seen you in years. Did you miss your big brothers?"
Jonathan put his hand in Matthew's hair and messed it up. Matthew slapped his hand away.
"No, not really, and there are good reasons for that. You've gotten bigger since we last saw you. It looks like you finally had that growth spurt."
Stephen dug Matthew in the ribs.
"Delayed growth spurt," Jonathan added. "Yeah, well, I'm taller than both of you now." "Hey, Stephen, remember that time we took the boat out to the middle of the lake?"
Jonathan laughed.
"Yeah, how could I forget? We almost drowned," Stephen answered. "You were a scaredy cat that day. I had to pull you out," Matthew said. "And I had to pull you out," Stephen laughed. "So, after that—"
Honor interrupted.
"I don't think we need to talk about that now. Sorry, Carter. You wouldn't be used to all this."
"It's okay," Carter said. "I'm enjoying it. It's interesting to hear all their stories." "I think they were trying to drown me," Matthew said. "They wonder why I moved here."
The three brothers started laughing and joking around. It was like they were kids again. Crystal noticed how Matthew's older brothers treated him. She giggled to herself as she watched their shenanigans. At that moment, a high-pitched scream pierced the air. Everyone looked at the children's table. Debbie jumped to her feet again and ran over.
"What's happened now?"
Debbie asked Mercy's youngest son, who'd cried out.
"Jared pinched me, and then he ate my food."
Debbie looked at the little boy's empty plate, then looked at Jared, who was sitting there with his mouth full.
"Jared, why would you do that?" It wasn't me. He ate my food, Mom, Jared said.
There, children. No more fighting, or there'll be no dessert for any of you, Ada hissed. 2 ladies brought over chocolate cake and also pies for us to enjoy. Wilma has saved them for tonight, so let us have no more jokes and no more arguments or pinching or stealing of food.
Debbie picked Jared up and took him out of the room. Peter excused himself from the table and followed her outside. When they were out on the porch, Debbie bent down next to Jared.
Jared, why can't you get along with the girls and the boys?
Jared crossed his arms in front of him.
It was him, not me.
Debbie stood as Peter walked over. Jared turned around and saw him coming closer. He ran to Peter and hugged his legs tight. Peter let out a chuckle. What's going on? Debbie looked up at him.
I'm talking to him about what happened tonight.
Peter sat down on the chair and put Jared on his lap. As men, we never take people's food like that, Jared. Peter spoke in a calming voice. Debbie watched as he held Jared in his arms.
Okay, I won't do it again.
Peter looked into Jared's eyes. Why did you do it? Jared looked away from him.
I don't know. Something made me.
Just because you feel like doing something doesn't mean you have to do it. That's what it means to use self-control. Think about the other person and how they feel. Debbie could tell it wasn't sinking in for Jared, but she was grateful that Peter cared enough to help. Once Debbie, Peter, and Jared were back in the kitchen, Wilma pulled Cherish to one side. The house was still full of people, so they had to talk on the porch. Chapter 37. Cherish stared at her mother, wondering what was so secret.
What is it, Mom?
Wilma took a deep breath and let it out slowly. If it were up to me, I'd like you to stay with me forever. But that's selfish.
We can talk about this later, can't we? Everyone's here, and I don't want you to miss out a minute with Honor and Mercy.
Neither do I, trust me. But I've been doing a lot of thinking. I've done a lot of that instead of sleeping. I've come up with an idea. Mom's eyes opened wide.
About what?
Malachi wants to marry you, yeah?
That's right.
Cherish nodded, unsure of what was coming next. I want you to have your wedding while all of our family is here. Cherish's jaw dropped. Her mother wanted her to get married? Right now?
But don't you think that'll be rushing it? They're leaving soon. There's no way we can get married that quick.
I know that, but they could stay a few more days if they have to for something special. Wilma smiled. Cherish was in shock about her mother's suggestion, but it was good to see her smiling.
Something special, like a wedding.
Exactly.
You're sure about this?
Cherish asked. Don't you want to marry him? Mom asked.
Oh, he hasn't asked you? I thought... He has asked me, but I couldn't give him an answer regarding a time frame.
Mom put her hands on her cheeks. Do you think he'd agree to this?
Are you sure this is a good thing to do? We've just had Levi's funeral.
I've thought it through. Life is full of ups and downs. We never know what's going to happen. I need another wedding in my life. I'm frightened that I'll die and miss your wedding. Cherish put her arm around her.
You're not going anywhere.
It makes perfect sense, Cherish. Everyone is here, and it'll make me happy. Don't you want me to be happy? A smile broke on Cherish's face.
That's one of the main things I want in life.
Cherish remembered her prayers that God would make a way. She hadn't expected it to happen this fast or in this manner.
Well, I think it's something Malachi and I can talk about in private.
I'll send him out to talk with you if you both agree to it. Come inside and announce it while everyone's here. Mom turned away.
Wait, what does Ada think about having a wedding so close to Levi's funeral?
Mom looked at Cherish for a while. I can make my own decisions about things. I don't need anyone's approval. She might not like it, but I want it this way. But only if it's right for you and Malachi. I'll send him out to you so you can discuss it.
Cherish leaned against the porch railing. There were so many things to think about regarding a wedding. She thought she'd have months to consider how she wanted everything. Cherish heard the door open and turned around to see Malachi.
Anything wrong? He asked. Your mother told me to talk with you.
Her heart pumped hard in her chest. She hoped he'd agree. But what if he wasn't okay with the suddenness of the wedding?
No, nothing's wrong. Everything could be very right. My mother has suggested we get married now while everyone is here.
He stepped back, and then he chuckled.
That's a change of heart. She doesn't want you to leave, and now she wants us to marry.
She was relieved that he wasn't totally horrified by the idea.
I know. She says she needs a wedding to make her happy.
He walked closer.
So if we get married, you'll be coming back to the farm with me straight away. She understands that, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, she would.
Cherish nodded. He ran a hand through his hair.
It's unbelievable.
What do you think? Is it rushing things?
He reached out and took her hand.
It's up to you. I'm happy to marry you as soon as I can. Tomorrow would be better.
I don't know how long everyone can stay.
Right now, I'm thrilled at the prospect of marrying my beautiful girlfriend.
Cherish was still shocked that her mother had come up with the wedding idea.
We have so much to do. There won't be much time to make a dress or do much like that at all.
Don't worry. Malachi brought her hand to his mouth and kissed it.
We'll get it all done in time. We'll both go and visit the bishop tomorrow to see if he can marry us in the next few days.
And you'll have to contact your Uncle Zachariah since he's your bishop.
Nah, don't worry about that. We'll turn up there married. He won't mind.
But...
Malachi put his finger against her lips, telling her to keep quiet.
Don't be such a worrier. It'll all be fine.
Mom wants us to go in now and announce it to everyone so they can all make arrangements.
Then we better not keep 'em waiting.
He nodded toward the door. They walked through the front door together. Wilma stood up and hushed everyone when Malachi and Cherish walked into the room. Cherish sensed Malachi was nervous. He wasn't used to crowds or talking in front of people.
We have something to say.
Cherish looked at Malachi, hoping he'd say it. Malachi's lips turned up at the corners.
Cherish has agreed to marry me.
Everyone leaped to their feet to congratulate them.
When will the wedding be?
Honor asked. Mom jumped to her feet.
Before you all go home. I asked them to marry quickly, hoping everyone can stay for the wedding. I want everyone here for it.
How much longer? Stephen asked.
We could stay a few days, but no more than that.
Jonathan said, We can stay for your wedding, Cherish, as long as it's soon. Cherish looked at Malachi, and he nodded.
I'm sure we can work something out.
Samuel said,
What if I take you to the bishop tomorrow, Malachi? You can work out a suitable time with him.
I think Mom should go too, Honor said. And Cherish should go, Mercy added.
Ada threw up her hands and said sarcastically,
Why don't we all go?
Everyone laughed.
Or, Cherish suggested, what if we invite him here tomorrow, and then we can all be here? He can also talk to us privately if he wants to.
Samuel said,
I'll call him now and invite him over.
Dinka, Samuel.
Once Samuel was gone, Cherish looked at Ada.
Ada, what do you think of our quick wedding?
Ada pushed out her lips, and then she shook her head.
It's too soon. How can you be happy about your wedding when Levi has just died?
Cherish swallowed hard. She'd been wrestling with that very same thought.
The reason is that everyone is here now, Mom said.
Hey, I've got a joke about a wedding. What do you...
Mercy managed to cover her husband's mouth just in time.
Not now, Stephen.
Mercy turned to Wilma. Are you sure this is not too soon for you, Mom?
This is what I want. I need a wedding, and I need it here at the orchard. Malachi, I'm sure your family will be just as thrilled with the news. Do they have a phone near them so you can call them? Mom asked.
Malachi shook his head.
Not right now, but I will tell them. Ada continued. Just a moment. Why don't we all slow down? Wait a month, and then everyone can come back here for the wedding in a month's time. Wilma shook her head. They won't come back. This is the last wedding. I want all my family here to celebrate with me. It has to be now. We'll come back. We'll do it for Cherish's wedding, Stephen said.
Jonathan nodded.
I'll book the cars before we leave if someone can give me a date for the wedding.
You didn't come to my wedding, Favor pouted.
I'm sorry, but it wasn't good timing for us, Honor told her. Everyone looked at Malachi and Cherish. Then Malachi turned to Cherish.
What do you think?
Cherish nodded.
I think I'd feel better in a month. I want to be happy for my wedding, but I can't feel happy right now because all I can think about is Levi.
Ada agreed.
And it would give us all time to mourn our dear friend. That's settled. We'll ask the bishop to be here tomorrow, and we'll make it time for next month. As long as everyone returns, Wilma said. That's all I'm worried about.
We'll all be back, Honor assured her.
And Malachi, it'll give your parents plenty of time to get here, Wilma said. He gave a nod. I hope they can make it. They'll have a lovely new daughter-in-law, Ada said.
Cherish smiled at Ada, saying something nice about her for a change. I think it's wonderful news, Cherish. When you know it's right, it's right. Florence gave Cherish a hug, and Cherish felt better having her big sister's approval. When everyone had gone home that night, Wilma got up from her bed and walked over to the window. She noticed Levi's chair was no longer on the back porch. Samuel must have taken it away. Wilma breathed in the sweet smell from the apple trees, and a sense of peace washed over her. Levi wasn't here anymore, but Wilma would see him again. Until that day, he would always be with her, in her heart. Wilma sent up a silent prayer of thanks for Ada being in her life. She was always sensible, and it was the best decision to have the wedding in a month, especially with everyone agreeing to be there. Cherish and Malachi stayed up late, talking. Cherish didn't care what kind of wedding she had, but she did want it to be at the orchard.
Are you sure you're okay with the wedding in just a few weeks? That's still fast.
I'm sure. I've never been sure about anything.
Good. I'm glad. When will I get to speak to your parents?
Cherish asked. Shh. He put his finger on her mouth and then stared at her lips. Cherish leaned in, and he pulled her close. She ran her fingers through his hair, feeling the silky strands between her fingers. I love you, Cherish, he whispered. They were so close, she felt his heart beating against hers. She wanted to tell him that she loved him. She opened her mouth to say it, but his lips touched hers. She didn't mind. After all, they were nearly married and had a whole lifetime to talk.
Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed this audiobook and want more, join my members-only section. You'll get early access to all my audiobooks weeks before they're released here, monthly discounts to my store, and members-only polls where you help me choose characters and shape future books. Your support truly means the world to me and helps me keep creating these stories for you. You'll find the link to join in the bio. You can also find all my audiobooks, paperbacks, and large print editions directly at samanthapriceauthor.com. Until next time, thanks for listening.
This has been A Change of Heart, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 29, written by Samantha Price, narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2022 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2022.
by Samantha Price.